因为我们现在的战绩跟蛮多队都是平手的战绩嘛，所以我们在最后一天的赛程中，这2场会影响到我们能不能进到4强。
And Flash Wolves have done it. They have handed them their first loss of the mid-season Invitational and take down the best team in the world.
Now, the important thing to note is that all of the teams aren't in control of their own destiny.
I don't want to focus on, oh, if we win this and they win these games, then we can make it out. I just want to win as many games as possible.
The G2 versus DSM match for us is basically deciding our fate in this tournament, so we're not done yet, that's for sure.
Đây là cơ hội cuối cùng của em ở tại cái vòng bảng này để có thể tiến tới vòng trong.
And WE also locks themselves into the knockout stage at 5-3.
今天的比赛对我们意味着就是复仇之战吧。SKT 的话，我不希望跟他5-5开，就是要么他们爆炸，要么我们爆炸。我要跟他们打个你死我活吧。
Hello and welcome once again to the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational, beaming out to you from Rio de Janeiro's Jeunesse Arena. We are just minutes away from our first clash of Day 5. SKT getting in the zone. As you can see, a nice little cuddle puddle going on as G2 makes their way into the arena. That, of course, is our first of 6 games today. Our teams have only 2 games left to affect their position in the standings and determine who makes it to the knockout stage. I'm James Dash Patterson, complimenting my analysts that today are Indiana Frost Gurn Black, Mitch Krepa-Vorspools, and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. Day 5, lots of shuffling still left to do. We've got a tight pack of teams racing for those final 2 spots. How pumped are you guys for our last day of the group stages?
I'm super excited, and I'm just glad that it has stayed this close the whole way through.
I'm just super happy. Europe apparently still has a shot to make it out, and a pretty good one too. All we need to do is beat TSM, and that shouldn't be too hard.
My region's already just making the victory lap right now. We're locked into second, but I love the interview from Condino saying that second's not good enough.
Yeah, smooth sailing for your region, but of course we expect them to put up a big fight, that big last match of the day between SKT and WE, perhaps a look at maybe the final best of 5 that we'll see in this tournament. Now, it's the last day of the group stage, and we've already had a packed week of action with a ton of memorable moments. Right off the bat, one that jumps out is the new king of Kled, 957's great escape against a pack of Flash Wolves. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Now 957 gets jumped on in a 3v1. He's got GA. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. There's no support from the rest of the team.
But what about Baron right now? Because WE, they're running straight forward here. Kaza is near the Baron, trying to make it, maybe make a steal.
What?
Oh, he gets started!
957 manages to survive a few seconds longer. He's running for his life. Olympic Vision is coming down. The grab. 957, run, man, run! He gets away!
Oh, that's beautiful!
They kill Lee Sin on the other side, and they get the Baron! Are you kidding me?
And I'm super fortunate that that's not just a treat for me. I get to see that almost every single week in the LPL. Unfortunately, though, I don't get to see 957's Kled too often. He only got to play it 3 times domestically, and it was pretty much perma-banned away from him after that. But nice to see some other teams let it slip in this tournament.
Yeah, but they might not do that any longer, having seen what he can do with that champion. Now, we want to hear your favorites, what they were at home. The good, the bad, we want them all. Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag MSI2017, and we'll pull a few to relive later in the day. Now, as always, let's start off by reviewing how the teams are stacked up. There's still a lot of shuffling that can happen. The craziest thing being a 4-way tie for 3rd place, but every team is still in control of their own destiny. So, quick rule of thumb, win 2 and you're in. Let's talk about the 4 teams still fighting for a knockout spot.
So for me, it's really going to be the Flash Wolves. You know, you look at their schedule here, they've got the easiest run in. They've already beat Team TSM as well as the GIGABYTE Marines. So I think that they're kind of the easy sell in. That said, we've seen things go heads and tails sideways. They did have a good win over SKT, so anything can happen in this tournament. They're just who I'm leaning for to lead that charge.
A very up and down tournament for that squad.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of downs, they're the worst early game team in the tournament by far. They are averaging down over 2,000 gold at 15. Which is pretty brutal.
Except when they start playing SKT then, you know. So like there's been so much variance in this tournament where teams show up in one way and then in the other. I think a big component of that has also been the GIGABYTE Marines. They do it also in such an exciting manner for me. Seeing people bring League of Legends not back to life, but add another aspect to it. You know, the Zed Galio combo, it very much reminds me of the Poppy and Nivea combo we were pleased to see in Worlds, you know, from ANX. I love it when people find new champions, use them in creative ways. There's also the double dash LeBlanc. Galio goes in, LeBlanc snaps back. They have signature aggression in the early game, but with a wealth of champions, it's super enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, and huge shout out to the GIGABYTE Marines coach. Not only is he one of the heads on that Galio competition, but he was also the first guy that brought Ziggs into that region and really propelled for that pick to pick up that team's play style.
And Ziggs has been such a big pick for them that people seem to continuously just underestimate. I mean, they've been playing this pushing-centric style, unlocking Levi, in the jungle, and people keep letting Stark have Gragas, and they keep letting Slay have Ziggs, and they keep being surprised that they're losing.
But it's hard, right? If a team's willing to pull out something like Zed, all of a sudden banning against them becomes that much more difficult because it feels like they could go any direction just based on where you try and pinch them. Fine, we'll go this way.
Definitely following Azale here, though. We can't. There's so many picks open, so definitely get rid at least of the Gragas, you know, and the Ziggs, because it seems to be a key component in many different comps. But as long as they ban that, at least Archie's Bard open, and that makes me always a happy camper.
I 100% agree with the Ziggs, especially just because, again, one of the things that they seem to struggle with is closing those games, pushing down those structures, and Ziggs is a perfect band-aid to shore that up due to his satchel damage on towers.
Let's talk about the last two teams in that group of four, and we'll talk about them together as they have a rematch today. TSM, G2, fourth match of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, TSM versus G2, this is essentially the match that decides it all for both of these teams. You know, despite their earlier results, whoever wins here will have the advantage going forward into the knockout stage.
And that's the crazy thing about this tournament. G2 came in looking for, honestly, a third chance at an international tournament to honestly please the fans. They failed day one. They had the redemption shot. They even did mediocre right after. And now they honestly have another third chance within this tournament to still make it out. It's just completely bonkers.
Yeah, of course, there are many different scenarios that could come out. We're not going to go through them all here on the desk right now. We'll update throughout the day. But given these four teams and the games that we've got going on today, strength of schedule is obviously going to play into that. The first match of the day being G2 versus SKT. We are counting all the SKT games up to this point as accepted losses, but that could always throw a wrench in as well if people start taking games off of them.
I mean, I had the pleasure to cast yesterday. Going in, I was like, okay, I got two great games, and then I have SKT stomping Flash Wolves, and then suddenly you were witnessing just magic happening, like these sweet little rotations here and there, Flash Wolves.
We gotta zoom out. We gotta get these little dance moves.
No,
here.
I enjoy being taught League of Legends just to the highest level and being able to a little bit of push and pull right in there. It was just super satisfying to watch. They completely deserved that win. It was not a steal. But then at the same time, that's the same Flash Wolves that is dropping games against other teams.
Yep, I mean, of course, do you have something you want to throw in there?
The biggest thing for me was their laking was ridiculously good. And also, you know, I'm willing to watch more of that. But I mean, the Baron control for them was so incredible that it's weird to see that you can have a team play like almost perfect there and then just have some awful games against some of the other teams.
Well, also starting to see a little bit of a trend of SKT. You know, if they do have a weakness, where is it? And it seems to be kind of in their own ego, you know, blind picking some of these things like the blind pick Rumble and leaving it exposed to the likes of the Fizz. I don't think we're going to...
Syndra is also one of those cases.
100%. And I don't think that Koma's going to do that again, but you never really know.
To be fair, though, this is a team that, if there is a time to experiment, you're already guaranteed to get in the knockout stage. They have best of fives to go through. You know, if you're going to experiment now and then save your serious stuff for the best of fives. So, you know, you have to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt with that.
Still need to win one to clinch that first place seed. Of course, it all starts with our first game of the day as SK Telecom T1 takes to the stage versus G2 Esports. Then TSM face off against the Flash Wolves shortly after for Game 2, followed by Team WE versus GIGABYTE Marines. Now, if there are any ties left to be decided, we will bring those to you immediately following the conclusion of our last regularly scheduled game. So clear your schedule and settle in for a good old day of League of Legends.
Schedule's clear here.
Oh, good. I'm glad you could make time for us, Crepo. All right, well, as we send it to the casters to start our day, Wolf tells us what it's like to be one member in a star-studded lineup.
언제나 남들이 못해도 저는 실수가 항상 적어요. 항상 적지만 그렇다고 또 서브터가 사실 슈퍼플레이가 나올 수가 없어요. 그래서 좀 왜 밝은 별들 있잖아요. 태양들, 페이커, 피넛, 뭐 뱅, 후니. 저는 뭐 좀 아쉽긴 한데 팬분들이 알아주시면 그걸로 감사한 일이죠.
Well, thank you to Action. Hello, everyone. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and joining me for the first games of the day are Joshua Jack Leesman and Chris Papa Smithy Smith. SKT vs G2 to start out. What a great way to kick off day number 5 here of the MSI group stage. And SKT, their perfect tournament has come to an end, but apart from that slip-up, there's not been much else.
Yeah, they have been absurdly dominant in this tournament, and I think Wolf has also been having a great tournament. Like he says, hard to shine with all the stars on SKT, but the more they win, the more that entire team becomes famous.
But the big question now is, how are they rolling up the day after they had that big loss to the Flash Wolves? Because SKT, sure, we know they can shake off a loss. Of course, they have already played a series since that game, but also the question will be, Koma was certainly going to be pretty irate after dropping a game. They've had a day to go home, reassess, consider things moving forward. I'm really excited to see whether it's just if they keep it simple today, because that's kind of my first impression.
Yeah, and SKT always talks about avoiding arrogance and treating every team as if they are one that can beat you. And it did feel like the arrogance crept in a little bit in some of those draft phases, picking losing lanes across the board against Flash Wolves and actually getting punished. So I expect a much more early game or laning focused strategy from SKT today.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Let's review the starting lineups. On the blue side to kick us off, it is, of course, SK Telecom T1. In the top lane, Hooney. Jungle, Peanut. Mid, Faker. Ninja, bot laner Bang, support Wolf, and Coach Koma.
Absolutely, and on the red side, it is going to be G2. We have Expect in the top lane, Trick in the jungle. Perks is having a good tournament in the mid lane. Sven and Mithy in the bottom lane, with Coach Youngbuck calling the picks and bans.
We haven't highlighted G2 just yet, but we want to talk about mentality. SKT, yes, slipping a game does suck for them, but they should be able to reset. On the G2 side, they already have 2 losses and are likely expecting another one to come here. This is a team that I think mentally could really collapse at the end.
It is worth noting, though, that of course, this was the first match of this tournament, and G2 started it very solidly. They had a very good early game, and it was their transition to the mid game that really hurt them. G2 late game, it's been good. The early game, up and down. The mid game has been the big question mark.
Yeah, and we say the early game's been up and down. It's been up 1.5 times.
Those are the times I remember, Jack.
Of the 8 games, and that really has been their biggest weakness. And we talk about whether or not they can have the right mentality, because this is a team that really felt like they imploded last year in the World's group stage, finishing 1-5. And after their start, you may have thought that that could have happened again, but I feel like this G2 team is much stronger mentally than they used to be in. Obviously, it's incredibly difficult to start off your day with SK Telecom T1, but they got to do their best to keep level head, and I think they can do it.
Well, I think so as well, but here's champ select between these two sides. Lots of jungle bans already. LeBlanc just started for SKT T1, but Ivan, Lee Sin, and Graves all taken out as well.
Heavy jungle focus, and this is interesting. We've seen a little bit of a decrease actually in the Lulu Karma bans, and people are more okay with just trading them away. So heavy jungle bans right here.
Very surprised to see the Fizz, the final ban on blue side. Fizz jumped really in priority as a flex pick yesterday. 3 early rotation Fizzes flexing to mid against Syndra, the top lane matchups we know all about. All of them victories. It's been a very popular pick this tournament. And now it makes me wonder about if the Twitch will be banned. It won't. And Twitch has been consistently banned against SKT, because you could try banning all the shielding supports, but then there's still Tahm Kench, and SKT will blind pick Twitch very often.
Yeah, with Lulu and Karma up, that's still a possibility. They can pick the Lulu with the Karma, or they can even put Lulu mid lane and Nami bottom lane, so a very real flex for SKT. That being said, all of those jungle bans, I agree with the Fizz ban in this instance, because I think G2 may have even picked it right here, and it's not something you necessarily want to first pick with all the shielders still available.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Lulu, first pick for SKT, that's kind of obvious. Syndra was G2's last ban, so taking that one away is kind of interesting. We're expecting Karma, but the likes of Cannon, the likes of Rumble were left open. They'll actually first pick Orianna, though.
Seeing it this early in the draft is surprising. SK Telecom was not playing Orianna with a lot of their Twitch-centric hyper carry drafts. Anyway, obviously a very famous pick for Faker, but they showed a lot of top laners before locking in the Orianna. It's a Perk's comfort pick, and it could certainly still be double shielding from G2.
Yeah, and if they end up locking in this Karma in the next 4 or 5 seconds, it does give them most likely 2 pushing lanes, but they opt not to. Leave the door open for SKT to take it here.
And it feels like insanity, because the one team you don't want to leave up double support, Karma and Lulu flex picks to, is SK Telecom, because Bang is proven on the Twitch. He even has played the Kog'Maw so far this tournament. So we were talking about them, and we're like, okay, maybe against TSM you can leave up Lulu and Karma, but against this team in particular, it seems like a gambit too far.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like madness. They blind pick both solo laners as a red side team against SKT, who have some of the deepest solo lane champion pools. Guaranteed they're walking into mostly 2 counter picks. They banned away the one they were most fearful of in the Syndra, but still, what's Faker gonna have ready?
And look, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. The only reason you blind pick in the first round both your champions is because you feel like you have a practice strategy that can go against the field. Kennen wins basically every top lane matchup. Orianna usually may not have pressure, but can get through lanes. But it seems like a huge gambit if we're giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Especially looking at the SKT TSM game yesterday, where Huni destroyed Hauntzer's Kennen top lane. Different day, different players, different draft, but still pretty risky for G2.
You see the first 3 picks from SKT and you're like, all right, well, I don't even know what could fill out a draft to take it down. It's already Twitch being so powerful, so often blind picked without any sort of respect for Caitlyn's and other powerful bot lanes. G2 will respond most likely, I think they already have, with the Karma. So they do have one shielding support, but you look at SKT's side and you're like, it's not quite blind pick territory, but it's not far away from it. Doesn't really feel like they were hurt by the bans or pickaways at all.
I mean, both teams have actually quite a lot of protection for a hyper carry here. SKT, they've already taken theirs in the Twitch, but I think they took Kennen. kind of as a risk assessment saying that they won't take Karma. They get it back here, but what they maybe give up could hurt. Elise actually now going to get banned by G2, so starting to attack more junglers from Peanut.
Yeah, and that's actually the coolest thing about this draft. As many risks as G2 have been taking, and as much as SK Telecom look like they're getting blind picked, something where they're not getting it is in the jungle position. Quite obviously, that's now 3 jungle bans by G2 alone to push Peanut down in this pool.
Makes you wonder if it's going to push to, say, the Rengar. That was a kind of a very fluctuating pick for Peanut. It was just one of his lowest win rates. He dropped 4 or 5 games with it during the regular season. And it's also, of course, a slower ramp-up level 6 jungler that suits Trick's style, because he's very often a level 6 jungler himself.
And even that gets banned away. So, I mean, I think we can see where G2 is going here. I think they want Caitlyn and Nunu as their 2 picks is what I'm most likely expecting. So I would not be surprised to see a Caitlyn ban from SK Telecom right here, but they're discussing which carry they're most fearful of with the double shields and a potential Nunu.
Just saw Koma talking to Bank, so I think he's maybe discussing potential matchups there. There's Caitlyn, though, exactly as you kind of expected. And if that was G2's plan, all right, they have to pivot very quickly here in the draft.
And here's actually something we didn't track. They didn't get a ban off for Kha'Zix, so scratch the Nunu thing. They're still going to have a hyper carry, but getting Kha'Zix as a 9 pick is much higher value than picking Nunu here.
And now you wonder where Peanut will go, because he had a pretty narrow pool throughout the course of LCK Spring. He played maybe 6 junglers all season, and 4 with any seriousness. All of them accounted for in this situation. You might start wondering where he'll go.
Yeah, we call it a narrow pool, but I mean, that's just the jungle pool.
Sure.
Was Peanut's pool, and at this point, you're almost beginning to reach outside of that. We saw some, random Zac stuff from certain players, but what's Peanut's pocket pick going to be?
He's a fighter. He's a skirmisher. We saw his attempt at an Ivern game, and it left a lot to be desired. It was very desperate from the level of play we've seen on other champions.
I can see Olaf here, because they have the Lulu. I was trying to think of when you get pinched or if you have weird jungle pools, what could you pull out? And Peanut had some tremendous Olaf games internationally at Worlds last year, especially when you have the haste of something
And he debuted at Worlds, if you remember, Jack. We finally saw it very late in that tournament. Never played it this year, never played it before Worlds. So certainly, it's going way back in history with Peanut. And for once, he's not going to be on a comfort like Lee Sin this tournament. Plus, we get Faker on Ahri, which makes you pumped, and it is that Ahri versus Orianna skill matchup in the middle.
And that's the thing, really safe, very respectful from SKT here with something like the Ahri. We could also flex the cannon, which is the other thing I was trying to get in before.
Oh, man.
It could be AD cannon for Sven. I mean, we've seen Europe do it quite a lot. Looks like it is last pick Shen for Expect.
Oh, man. That's something right there.
Jack, are you all right there? You need a second.
I don't like it at all right now. And obviously, it could work and you can be called a fool later, but you have the Karma Orianna, so generally speaking, you want to set that up for a really good scaling marksman. And yes, some of them were banned away, but you can still even put Ashe with that and have strong laning phases. The Kennen doesn't guaranteed win that lane against the Twitch, and now they don't have the scaling with which to throw the shields onto.
Now, if it was GIGABYTE Marines, you'd go glass half full with Levi's Kha'Zix, but giving Trick the same respect that he can be a secondary carry with all that shielding is certainly not something that really behooves you, given what he's shown in the tournament. Plus, Shen, just as a pick, if you count his win rate in play-ins and the main event here, or in the group stages, sorry, it is 25%, so it is very much on the lower end. He can be pushed in hilariously by Gallia.
And it is a comfort pick for Expect, so maybe the thought is here, giving Kennen to Expect just doesn't feel like a strategy that you really want to employ, so maybe they take it because they need to deny away from SKT, but Sven's like, all right, I guess I'm playing this now. I mean, a lot of interesting stuff in this draft. I think SKT keeping it simple, which I think is what you expected, Papa Smithy. G2 mixing it up a bit, but maybe too much.
Yeah, I mean, what was I expecting? Kennen flex pick for a European LCS team. Of course they're going to do it. And they did, in a sense, trick SKT to thinking they're having Galio versus Kennen, but it's not like Galio versus Shen is magically a terrible match for Galio.
I know this is a terrible pun for a G2 game, but Who Trick 2 may actually be the sub-story of this game, because they have certainly flexed, they have surprised, but where it's left up is ultra comfort for SKT outside if G2 can actually attack Peanut, who is not on comfort on the Ola.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. We're out onto the roof for the first time here in the MSI group stage, day number 5. Not many games left to play for a lot of these teams. G2 will face SKT one more time. It looked okay for the first 10-15, and then, as very typical for SKT games, it goes downhill quickly.
I mean, you say okay, I think it was good. Honestly, it was the first game of the tournament. SKT came in already kind of crowned champions of the mid-season invitational, and G2 took it to them until they made a big macro mistake in the mid-game, which lost them all their early reward.
And the start is already better for SKT in this game.
That's true.
In the first game of the tournament. Faker as Orianna was in the brush that Perkz ended up putting his Orianna ball in. So no first blood pre 1 minute in this one. And in that particular game, G2 did still get demolished in the mid game, and that's one of the most devastating things that can happen to a team, have that good start and then take some very bad map plays, because then everyone feels bad about the strat.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Sven on the cannon this time around. Have to double check if he's played in the EULCS, but of course you look at Reckless in that region, there are a ton of players on that champion.
It's fun to think about and start theory crafting. Seeing more Galio, and you're like, okay, where does Galio fit in? Who will he be ulting is kind of the big question, because that heroic entrance is such an iconic ability. You have to feel like if SKT can push up top lane, which you can almost plug and play, almost certainly against the Shen, Olaf can go pretty damn aggressive and have Ragnarok and also the heroic entrance to back up counter jungle.
That's exactly the thing that I think SKT would be banking on, is if Peanut can get ahead in this early game, as he has many times on the Olaf. His ability to run people down and having the damage reduction from a Galio ultimate as well as that backup makes him even scary.
Top side of the jungle is definitely going to be his friend, so he might actually start contesting. Maybe around second red spawn, when the Galio ultimate is available, he can play pretty Rambo, and it's not quite a Twisted Fate from the mid lane when it comes to backup, but the heroic entrance is right up there with it.
Yeah, just a reminder, Olaf gets a lot more attack speed the lower he is on health, so that's why Peanut went so low on blue buff and is staying low. It's a bit of a mind game as far as arrogance goes with the Olaf, staying low and not thinking you're going to get counter jumped.
But it is also one of those things where you give over a bit of information about jungle pathing on your Olaf, because it's pretty predictable for an Olaf to start blue, even if it's not necessarily the most obvious path. It's not likely to be a Raptor start with the Olaf. It's likely to be blue. So even though G2 haven't put down deep vision, you can kind of make an educated guess just from the draft of Olaf.
Well, just looking at the minimap right now, Trick is going to go ahead and finish off this blue. Looks like he's backing up towards the different camps, so a lot of early jungle farming so far. Other than that, though, sidelines for SKT pushed right up. So Peanut's kind of getting covered here if he is kind of farming it out a little more. Perkz does have some traction here in mid lane. Trick might be looking for something here.
I mean, Kennon's strong laning phase is actually more related to the Hurricane and, of course, laning against melee champions in top than in the bot lane. When we had Kennon as an AD carry many moons ago, he had longer attack range, so his actual laning phase is actually pretty static. He doesn't have AoE, really. He's not going to be diving into the minion wave to clear with an EW. No lightning rushes offensively, so he's actually going to be pushed in by Twitch, which is a very strange scenario.
Exactly. Twitch and Lulu can wave clear fairly well. Kennen not matching Twitch, whereas Lulu more likely to match Karma. That's why that lane can be pushing. Not to mention, Bang and Wolf just play more forward in their lane by style than G2 have this tournament.
I'd argue that if you think of any meta AD carry, even Ezreal, Kennen probably pushes less than Ezreal because it doesn't have the long-range auto attack and attack speed. The Mystic Shot is the trades are looking pretty good for SKT, and Peanut is around bot.
Yeah, Ignite for Wolf as well, so this lane could get aggressive very quickly. Looking at Ven holding onto their summons. Peanut looking for a recall, does cancel it. No one going in just yet.
Yeah, notice how Peanut saved his smites for the latter half of his jungle clear, so he was then full health in order to go to the river. He was mainly just sitting there in case Trick was there for a counter gank. A little disappointed that actually he was there because Trick had just been in that brush about 20 seconds prior, and it's very rare for a player to re-gank a spot in 20 seconds after doing a clear like that, but didn't lose much time and was generally there for safety, so a fairly SKT style play, taking a very small negative play for preventing a larger one.
Baker takes not the best trade. We have a bit of breathing room in the game as the jungles are kind of recalled. I want to talk a little bit about Twitch, because we talked about Bang being very much favoring the Twitch ever since the final. That was the first time he had taken out this season. One of the reasons why I think SKT is that much better with Twitch than basically any team in the world is even in their losses, which game there was only one this tournament, and the early games where they've been a bit wayward, SKT always have jungle pressure. It feels like even when they're 5,000 gold behind, they're trying to pressure in, steal away jungle camps. It never feels like SKT are only dealing with the dregs of a single Raptor camp, for example. They're always able to push stuff up. And whenever you have map control, which for SKT feels like 85% of the time, the threat of the ambush, how aggressive you can play and how much you have to respect around a Twitch, not even taking into account the ultimate and the late game team fighting, makes Twitch just that much more of a headache to deal with.
And to add a little bit to that as well, Huni and Faker are such threatening solo laners that apply so much pressure. Twitch, when he's at his worst, is getting focused and camped and resources are going to shut him down. But if you do that against SKT, that means you're no longer committing resources to shutting down Huni or Faker, and then they will generally thrive in the solo lanes.
Well, having a look right now, Perk's actually doing a nice job getting aggressive in the face of Faker, was consistently pushing him back into that turret. Faker has back now, should have time as he picks up the lost chapter to get back to the wave, but Perk hits level 6, he's going to try and shove it out. We'll get it back there as well as expect. Taunts on the Huni, bit of damage back there, but a nice Justice Punch into the Winds of War. Just trading back and forth. I don't expect too much to happen here in this 1v1.
Yeah, but I do have to credit Expect right here actually having a slight minion advantage over Huni. He did expend his teleport to get it, but he'll get back his global presence at level 6. And in a lane where Shen is completely outpushed, it is good to not be denied CS and now has itemized some magic resist to make it difficult to push him out of it.
It sounds like a weird scenario to talk about, but the skill of last hitting now that the nerfs have come through to the Q specifically on Shen when it comes to minions. Not talking about the pushing war that we know Galio will win. The last hits are relevant because at the end of the day, on the Galio, you're a bit like a Victor when you get Hex Score. You're kind of eating the wave and you're not always going to get everything. You're going to get the backline minions, you might miss out on some others, so it's very much about trying to push in his Faker.
The worry here is whether or not he can roam. Faker's going to ult in and so is Galio.
Give her a charge. No, doesn't get a point blank. Perk doesn't pull the trigger on the ulti though. Respects the flash from Faker, but lives the ult in. Oh, ulti's back. Perk's looking for the kill. Gets it down, but here's Galio and Peanut surfing in as well. SKT commit a lot there, but Perks gets out easily.
Yeah, Perks did very well in that instance. He didn't get hit by all of Faker's spells in the all-in because that was kind of the strategy, is Ahri deliver the Galio to the Orianna. That didn't happen, and then to add insult to injury to SKT, Huni had to ult defensively, so that hurts both of their solo lanes. Look at this, G2 actually outlaning both Faker and Huni early on.
I mean, whenever you pile in resources and get no gain, that is net gain to the enemy team, when in this case is G2, so big for them as already does profit from the fact that a control wall was put down. So they do have that top side control we were talking about. You know, pathing around top, but not realistically looking for a turret dive. But yeah, SKT, they have been largely keeping it simple, but the execution does go wayward on that.
Yeah, and unless Huni can poke down Expect, that dive is actually really difficult. The auto attack blocking that Shen can do by pressing his W really limits the Olaf's diving potential unless they send 3 people up there. So actually a very controlled early game, all things considered, for G2.
That's why really the strategy for SKT, I think, is to control the enemy topside jungle like we mentioned, because Galio's going to auto push, it's going to miss minions like we've already noticed. Very new into the meta, very difficult and haphazard to get the auto attack in when you're largely under turret anyway. So it's really on Olaf to profit from the fact that top lane will be perma-pushed into Shen's turret.
And we've seen a little bit of that already. Cooney moving up, getting wards deep into that side of the jungle. Peanut did steal away the red as well, so you can kind of see where SKT are putting a lot of their pressure. Other than that though, CS lead looking great for Perks in the mid lane, actually 20 up on Faker right now, and no first blood given just yet. Gold nice and even. G2 happy to play a nice controlled early game and looking strong here. Might even get something. Actually, Trick jumping on a Faker. Faker trying to get out, but Perk's going to follow through. The ult procced. Bang here as well, though. Faker taking a lot of damage, but G2 so much respect to this. Bang, here's the TP down as well. Peanut also getting in, but Sven trying to start him up. Good two-man chocolate. Gets on the Bang, but it's not quite enough damage. Perk flashed up for Huni, gets a 4-man taunt. I think it might have been all of them. There's a little multi. First blood's down already, and then chasing it on for Trick. Wolf getting low with Sven. Tries to chase him out. Expect. Gets a kill back, but Trick does go down to Galio. Huni now caught out 1v3 versus the rest of G2. Can he get out of this one? He doesn't have his ultimate. He's going to get stunned by Sven. He seems to try and run out, but a good block on the Justice Punch. Damage is massive, though. Galio doing so much in the early stages, but I think it's enough. There's the taunt. Sven gets another kill.
How is Galio already a raid boss when it comes to tankiness? The snipe away to get the second kill as well. Huni's Galio yesterday was monstrous against TSM, and the lead he's got already after a bit of a haphazard laning phase is going to really reward SKT.
Yeah, timing on the teleport gives him the 2 kills, but G2 was able to get 2 over, so we were nearly in a standstill before that, and we're mostly in a standstill after. We're going to watch this one more time, though. The big thing is Bang's sneakiness getting in the lane here, because you start the fight by chucking Faker low. I was actually expecting a Shockwave early on to try and catch Faker, but they're respecting his flash. They don't want to blow Shockwave onto nothing, but it's Bang who surprises them, and then Perks without summer spells can be run down.
I really respect them for actually pulling off, expecting Bang to come in, but Huni's teleport, and then getting basically everyone on the taunt into the wild growth. No one has health bar or really resources to follow up on it, so it is very much a solo mission, so it's actually relevant that Huni snipes away the second kill. Otherwise, SKT would have traded down in this scenario.
Well, bit of early action, but teams kind of in a whitewash. SKT technically up on goal, but 500 isn't too much here. Drake, the Mountain Drake still up. And of course, Tao's feeling pretty healthy on both sides, so everyone's just chilling out for now. First exchange, though, very neutral.
Yeah, and I do want to point out Huni's itemization on Galio here. I feel like his item choices are actually almost always correct on any champion he plays. He's played 2 Galio games before, and in those games he's built Ninja Tabi, Sunfire Cape, Iceborne Gauntlets into Thornmail. And those are games where he's dealing with a lot of physical damage threats. Here, even though Kennen will do physical damage, it's a lot more magic damage, and the only real physical damage is from an assassination character who's never going to be hitting him. So he's going Spirit Visage first, and most likely Mercury Treads after that one. I really love the choice.
Bagoon again, 2v2 starting. Shotgun hits Peanut, but he holds through it. Now Trick caught out of position, just has to run him down and try and get a sniper. Faker gets the kill. First 2v2 win, SKT.
Yeah, really close skirmish there, able to back away in the bot lane. Also some trading, but trading up is SKT. This time Faker does actually hit the skill shot to pick up his first kill of the game. The Orianna Shockwave, he really didn't contribute much, just a DPS onto the Olaf because the ult was already popped.
Yeah, and there's much more tankiness on the side of SKT, not to mention in skirmishes like that, the Ignite can actually turn the tides when the levels are very close. So notice how Faker jumps in, doesn't even get both parts of his Q, and misses his charm. So that's why G2 feel pretty confident, but they didn't quite focus right. And now Perkz is without Summer Spell.
It again, Perkz trying to get back to his tower, but he's got no chance. Faker nails that charm and gets the kill.
Yeah, first charm he hits, but of course got the previous kill. And now that really tilting strategy of having to walk to lane, the walk of shame, the second time after you die, after a repeated gank, and Faker pushes up. Trick's taking a bit of free damage.
Another charm. Might look to dive. No, not yet. Just damage on the turret. Great sniper. One more. Peter lines it up, takes down Trick.
The Lee Sin mechanics coming into the fore on the cube, but Trick didn't need to walk up. We've seen too many junglers this tournament get disrespectful walking up to line skill shots, and Trick plays the ultimate price.
Situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. He backs away, they give away first turret to Faker, but because he could not dodge the Qs from Peanut or the charm from Faker, he falls. So gets outplayed right there, and that's an 0-3-0 hazard.
And now you have to adjust your emotions because G2 were playing very well through their mid lane, but 2 deaths and the turret going down when they were behind the goldest bot lane.
2v2 going to be a 3v2 right now. Here's expect with the stand tonight. Look at the whoop and a great knock up there. He's going to deny that now. Bang turns around, but gets exhausted and stunned.
Damn.
Wolf talks about it's hard for supports to make highlight plays. That's about as highlight as you get on Lulu. Interrupting expect mid-taunt.
Oh no, this just feels so bad for the mid laner. Peanut's gonna run Perkz down with the ultimate ticking away. Actually ulti there by Perkz, but it's just not enough. Perkz, no tower to get to. Here comes Galio. Peanut, low on mana, might actually save him, but Huni is gonna chase it. He's got flash. Perkz gonna have to go towards absolutely no one. Teammate's not there, but might just run away far enough as the blast cone should get him out.
But Trick walks into a Galio.
He's a charm now as well. That's a mistake. Just as much for the knockup. Gets out, but Faker's got more than enough dashes for that one.
Trick's not really acceptable to die in that manner. Back to back, you have to say largely. Perkz did so much work. Sidestepping skill shots will get out, but his jungler just sweetens the engage for SKT.
Yeah, about to give Perkz credit for dodging those axes at close range, which he deserves, but then Trick just throws it all away. By trying to walk straight into a Galio when his mid laner was nowhere to support.
Yeah, 0-4 and 0 stat line for 13 minutes. I mean, these players have very different stat lines. They've been playing different styles of champions, so the DPM stats that, for example, are floating around are misleading, but Peanut has been on the top, and it's another one of these wayward early games for Trick.
Yeah, unfortunately for Trick, he falls towards the bottom of almost every statistical jungle category in this tournament. Low kills, low damage, low KDA as well. But watching this one...
Why does he walk up?
He's trying to get a good trade, but he's just not necessarily paying attention to the map. They try to go on Bang once again.
Bottom again, 2v2 starting. Bang low. Here's Ben trying to do the damage. He already got Polymorph. They're going to try to back around that damage. Disgusting as there's one for SKT. Midney might make it a second as Wolf is looking for the slow. Flash Kidderlands gets it. Now going to lay the autos in as Trick down here to try and turn it around. Midney grabs the flash, but here's Perkz down as well. Flash out from Bang is TP'd up from SKT. Peanut forces Perkz flash on the other side as G2 back towards her outer tower. Peanut, is he going for a dive here? G2 getting real far back.
Now it feels like every lane on the map is collapsing for G2. The mid lane was what was the bastion of hope. The 2 ganks and then the turret going down really removed that. Now Orianna will be roamed on very comfortably by Faker. You know, so little Expect can do in the bot lane, and even in the top lane, sorry, and bot lane is already also feeling the brunt of the pain.
And these are the disaster early games you hope to avoid. Expect was holding up in the top lane for quite a while, but Huni has made such a large impact on the rest of the map. Since then, you're seeing some of the advantage, and also outplays by pretty much everyone else on the SKT lineup.
And that's kind of been the thing for SKT this tournament, has been the casual sidesteps on skill shots that we don't necessarily see with any regularity from other teams. The interrupt from the Wild Growth also. So we're going to see a replay. This was once again G2 opting. They wanted to have a pressure point. They wanted to be winning in at least a single lane, but Bang turns around. We know what Lulu can do, and a crit comes through from just the Brawler's glove, and that cements the first kill.
Yeah, even though G2 were the ones to engage that, they weren't even close to being able to win that fight. So that was definitely one of those situations where they really felt the need to make a play, and I think we're hoping they could catch Bang without Wolf there. But Wolf was in Fog of War, I believe, and surprised them.
And now it feels like we kind of have to take a step back, because we have to remember that, okay, G2 probably penciled in this game as a loss. SKT came in heavy favorites. To me, the real question is, can G2 stabilize the rest of the game? Even in a loss, they cannot have a scenario where Trick dies another 5 times in the next 10 minutes. They cannot have a scenario where lanes are just trying to make individual plays and lose sight, because they have a must-win game coming later in the day, and its stabilization, even if the result won't stabilize, is as necessary for G2, given the context of the tournament.
Well, not looking great so far. 7,000 gold up for SKT and 4 turrets to nothing. I think Perkz has to feel so frustrated because Ari, despite being behind, has made so many other plays. I mean, Faker's Ari is pretty good when you have Peanut as your jungle backing you up and Huni as your Galio coming down from top lane. Stuff like this happens where Huni and Expect are trading, and Expect, he's not winning.
He's got no pressure. There's nothing he can do to push up, and of course the lanes have kind of disintegrated already, so Bang is there looking for a kill anyway. There's no good decisions left, really, for anyone on the side of G2. It's just what SKT leave up to them while they make plays around the map.
Yeah, and is this what SKT looks like when they're actually angry? Because they did drop that one game, and this is now a 7,000 gold lead at 17 minutes, one of the biggest in the entire tournament. Peanut, in particular, continues to just add to his stat line. As far as stats within the first 15 minutes of the game, Peanut has only died a single time this tournament, and now has 28 kills in those, or sorry, 25 kills in that moment. So just incredible stats.
And we can even widen that stat line, Jack. He has 48 kills now in the tournament, most of any player in the group stage, and he has 10 deaths, only 10 deaths, and now coming up to 9 games. He has the least deaths and the most kills. It's just insanity from the jungle, a role where often you might be second or third most deaths on the team.
The SKT stealing away the red buff. I did notice the Mountain Drake is still up, and that's just how much SKT have been playing in these skirmishes. No one's going towards the Drake. SKT, we're taking the towers without them. We don't need it.
Yeah, and another thing that's a little surprising to many about SKT in this tournament is how low their ward numbers are as Faker gets jumped on clearing a ward.
It's okay, Faker just use the ulti, gets out.
Yeah, it's how low their ward numbers are, but I do want to point out their trinket choices. In almost every single game, Faker is going sweeper. Almost no other mid laners are going sweeper, and as a result of that, his wards are extremely low. But also, he's not buying that many control wards. You can see he's sitting on his refillable potion this late in the game. You can argue that SKT is so pushed up on the map so often and recalling so infrequently that they're just buying fewer control wards, but also they're almost always with triple sweeper because the name of the game is denying vision rather than acquiring it, because they're human wards later in the game.
I mean, what was our storyline for Peanut in 2016 on the Rock side? It's the battle ward. He was warding by being in the face of the enemy jungle. Well, they've got about 5 battle wards, it feels like, right now for SKT, so they have at least been afforded to be a lot more conservative with their ward usage, which means all that gold lead already around 8,000 is put into damage, and that's why it's time for skirmishes at any point.
Well, G2 hoping for something optimistic perhaps in the top lane. 3 people just sitting in that middle brush in the top lane, but Wolf getting some wards done. I think hitting the plant, making sure they have enough vision. And G2 might be here for a long time, hoping a customer comes through, but can hit the recall button and not get anything out of the play.
SKT doesn't need to go there. You know, they don't need to go there. They have some information about what brushes were crossed, so they may have an idea what side of the map the enemy is on, and that's why you can see Faker already popping the sweeper, already shooting his Q through brush, because why give over anything? That's what they were probably criticized for so much yesterday, was what they gave away, and today was about tightening the fundamentals going into the bracket stage.
Yeah, they also had the buddy system right there. Wolf was hanging just far enough back, and that's kind of what he was doing in the bottom lane with Bang there that allowed him to turn the 2v2.
Well,
here we go though.
Play starting stage united on this event, but Faker looking for the 1v1, going to be a 2v1, no, 3v2, SKT of course there first as Smithy's going to join and try and save the teammates back. Look for a shockwave, barely gets Wolf, and Spence just gets annihilated by Peanut, the Wild Growth, keeping alive through everything else in G2. Every
Bang's waiting!
going wrong, and here's Bang. Monster flank here from the Twitch. Expect does get the taunt down as Perks does take out Wolf on the other end, but Bang's firing away, looking for Mithy, but here comes Trick Bang. I think a little too far forward, does go down the Trick. Now Bang is dead as well. G2 finding some kills. SK2's aggression will cost them. Pina turns to fight, but he's dead also.
Homa will definitely leave this game with at least one replay he wants to draw his charge's attention to. Very sloppy play, given that Galio clearly was not going to be grouping in. G2's actually going to stop Baron.
Yeah, it's do or die for them. It's 20 minutes. They want to do Baron. They just killed 4 people. They're still down 7,000 gold, and there is a very big Galio about to disrupt this.
That is not the teleport I expected, but Sven's actually bottom lane, can't join the 4v1
G2
right
really
now.
want to try and get it in any way possible, but Huni is going to disrupt.
We're going to take down Perks. G2 have to pull off Baron. Huni with a great TP, despite not joining the fight, does get G2 off Baron.
Still a big mistake there by SKT, over pushing. They've had so much success taking odd-numbered fights when they're this far ahead. Let's watch this one more time. Sven is able to survive the initial onslaught, and that's key.
Yeah, they open up against the Shen ultimate, but they had 2 people coming in and also the Twitch ready for stealth. So you understand the start. Sven is delayed, and you're like, okay, SKT have a big gold lead. This is fine. Bang sets up for an engage, but actually gets very low value. So it comes out of stealth, starts the ultimate, expects taunt hadn't been used. It's used effectively, and look at how many auto attacks Bang loses out on. He actually puts out relatively little damage in this fight.
Yeah, exactly. Bang was hoping for the amazing flank behind them, but G2 actually pushed up beyond that point. If Bang opens up in a different position in this fight, I feel like SKT actually wins it if he opens up on Perks' Orianna, but he chose an area very close to Shen, didn't expect to still have taunt, and he pays the price.
And it's one of those also little situations where to be a fly on the wall on why Huni never teleported, because you'd have to imagine he got a call from his team to just take the turret, don't worry about it, we'll get out, or we'll trade up. Either way, a call somewhere along the line seemed to be wrong, even though he did get the bot lane objective.
Things at it again. Ulti going to be propped on Sven. Perks here to try and protect him. Too much damage. Burns there for the poison. Bang. Yet another one.
Well, Snowball looks like when you have the extra items.
Running in again. SKT looking for a tower dive. Actually, Perks no flash. Does shock with on a faker. Time going to miss, but Peanut's going to run for it. Ragnarok will not be stopped. There's a shutdown.
You're afforded to make mistakes like SK Telecom did 3 minutes ago. When you have an early game like SK Telecom did in this game, they can get away with mistakes. Will they be able to do in the bracket stage? That part is up for debate, but given this early game, they're still going to be comfortably in the league. Almost 10,000 gold.
Absolutely insane here for SKT, and that Bang's Twitch again getting aggressive. Sure, it cost him in the last exchange, but SKT's control just serving him so well. And he's a 23-minute Baron.
And I love the vision toggle because, again, you see the pressure that's on because they also have to deal with the fact that Twitch has stealth. There's so many things to respect, and they have so little map control.
And Trick just had to jump away over a further wall while they still don't have vision of this Baron. He's back in, though. Would actually have a chance to steal with that vision.
Oh, not quite there. Trick needs to get back in, but this Might's already down, and now Trick's just caught out of position. Faker almost with the ulti ready to chase SKT. How far do they want to go? Faker, instant shove, takes down Trick, and they get a pick for their trouble after the Baron is Bang. Still chasing, wants revenge on Mithy perhaps after the last exchange. No Shen around this time. Mithy running back towards his teammates.
And they're going to take this quick trip back to the base and maybe try and prep themselves for a final push. 1-3-1, they have the Galio that can join the other lane if they decide to dive. This size of gold lead at 24 minutes you actually don't often see, so SKT going to try and push this
And
fast.
you can't even say words like the outscale word or anything for the side of G2. It is Kennen 80 carry. We did scrutinize the comp when they went for the Shen last pick, saying, well, in the mid game it could be oppressive if somehow Shen is massively ahead, if Kennen's massively ahead. But that was literally the only real win condition, barring catastrophic mistakes, that you just aren't really assigned to SKT.
Exactly, and the bot lane Kennen is still about the split push. It's just a different way of trying to get there instead of throwing him in the top lane. And when you fall that far behind in the early and mid game, you just never have the opportunity to set up the split push and never get an advantage in any of the side lanes.
And in general, just the amount of time SKT are out on this map, these are long shifts for these boys. But just putting in overtime and Bank stealthing forward again. He's like, got actually no team behind him, and he's still confident going in, maybe looking for a pick. Actually opens up on a Perks. Faker on the other side hoping they take the bait, not this time.
It was really fun watching Bang's movements because it felt like any two was golden. He was, when they saw the third person roll in, he was like, okay, maybe I'm going to step back. But this is the same Twitch we saw in the grand final, walking up to a Malzahar in a mid lane and being like, well, I'm going to be fine. I got QSS. I'm going to get a double kill. And when you're that far ahead on Twitch, it's why teams have been banning away the Twitch, because map control plus something like this, a hyper carry that can come from stealth, is just the biggest headache ever for G2.
Well, pressure continues. Peanut just slaying people, staging at it. It's not quite going to be enough. Peanut barely into a fake it, just nails Bang with a Q. Here's Galio now going to knock up Expect, appeal for the rest of the team. SKT might turn it back around, knock up onto Expect. He flashes out. G2 still defending, but SKT playing with styles and so much aggression.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut just beast modes right in there onto Sven.
It feels unfair when Peanut's this far ahead just running at your carries. I mean, what can you do? They have a Shen ulti, and it's still not even close to enough with Faker there.
And it's on the Olaf. They targeted him so hard, and yet he still found comfort on a pick he hadn't played all year. SKT want to finally break the base.
And it's broken. Bottom in, even a turret down. Bottom in here will follow shortly. G2 running back towards their fountain, hoping something happens. But SKT still complete control. Will maybe end the game before the next Baron spawns.
Yeah, and I mean, Pacer Time, you asked what can G2 do? And I'll say play for late game, but that's the next game. TSM is the late game at this point because they know that their way in, there's still ways into the back stage with the victory over TSM.
Ooh,
so.
Flash, my team, alive, no back flashes forward! I think it's gonna cost him his life. Bang! Bit silly, Trickle taken down.
I saw your finger wave there, Pastry Time. We were right there with you. Unnecessary mistake, but again, not going to be consequential. You'd have to imagine the context of the fight. Peanut's 2 levels up on the enemy AD carry. He was up, levels up on the mid laner as well for the majority of this game. Clean up the kill. Peanut gets out.
I am surprised that Sven waited so long to flash. Peanut was going to have to take time to clear onto him. The taunt would still technically be able to reach the Olaf.
Speaking of Olaf, this is the replay, right? Peanut at it again here. Actually, 1v3 running away. Good shockwave there after the Ragnarok wears up. Peanut goes down and says, all right, starting to get a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, they're just having fun, it feels like, at this point, SKT. It's reminding us of SKT versus the GIGABYTE Marines first round match where they opted into a death match because they could. You can say, though, that G2 picking up these kills is going to be raising spirits. Just picking up a kill when you're on this stage, when you know that your biggest task is ahead, it is that match against TSM. Picking up kills on the names that you know and love is big for the G2 members because they need any semblance of confidence. But remember, they are 0-3 if you include the 2 games from yesterday in a row, absolutely. And they really need to pick up. It's a must-win game later, so any sort of steadying influences from inside the game are welcomed, given that, again, we still aren't really crediting them with a chance to come back 12,000 gold behind.
It definitely depends on the team, the way they can recover from victory and the ways they would preferably lose, right? Because we actually had a pretty big discussion about this. Oh, man. In the catcher pit, and I think there are very varying opinions about, well, you'd actually rather win fast. You really don't want to be winning and then lose because then you're going to be more tilted after the loss. But so much of it will depend on the individual.
If Perks it off there, that would have been sick, but he dies instead to Faker. Just dashes forward. I was smelling a play there for Perks, but not a mind reader, and Bang just playing so far up with this round.
Yeah, they're not playing 3 lanes. Of course, the super minions are pushing in bot. They just want to break the base in a second spot. SKT just want to finally put the icing on the cake, which is the victory in this game.
Exactly. We also have to note a win walks SKT as the number 1 seed.
Surprise, Peanuts in again. Here's the Galio ultimate to follow through, but that is diving through. Quite on 3 men there, and the ultimate from Zed, I don't think he's going to cut it. Huni still chasing him down. There's a couple dead already. 2 pull for G2 as expect. Is it going to be the next target? Huni grabs the flash to the fountain, gets the taunt back down as well. Faker still guiding forward, just skirting around the fountain laser. Expect flashes back into his own fountain just to not die.
I don't think you'd ever heard those words play by play at Pastry Time, but that's what had to happen. They're waiting for the minion wave. They're looking to finish the game. SKT are in rare form.
Game looking to go down before the next Baron spawn. Got about a minute to do it. Faker finds Perks to lead him off the map. It's the right next to Turret's gonna fall. Faker looks for a second time, doesn't get it onto Minty, but Peanut and Wolf are doing the business they need to do. Huni zoning them away. The Nexus exposed at SKT dominate G2 to lock in first.
In under 30 minutes with just the 1 Baron spawn. They did even look a little bit sloppy in that victory towards the end, but that's just the expectations SKT has set for themselves and the fans. Now 8-1 in the MSI group stage.
Every other team in the world wishes they could be scrutinized as closely as SK Telecom T1 is. Every team wishes that even in a game that they did not look like losing after about the first 8 to 10 minutes, people will criticize them for over-engaging, for having a bit of fun, for diving in for KDA. But that is SK Telecom T1, a team that has won every international tournament they have competed in ever since Worlds 2015. and they now locked in as the first team. And whichever team finishes fourth, and there could certainly be a lot of headaches to work out who that is, are going to be very scared about the proposition of a best-of-5 against SKT T1.
And like you said, we just have to look at the little things. I mean, to be fair to SKT, it's not just us that have to scrutinize this team so heavily because they are otherwise so good. You know Coma is going to be in there, especially on that engage towards the top side, saying, what were you guys thinking? But apart from that, they're the best team in the world for a reason. They can afford to make some pretty horrendous mistakes at times, and it just feels like it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. This is actually the first game Huni has played Galio and not been the most damage on his team. So he's been so dominant on that champion. Still another super strong game from him.
We're still finding little things to be hyped about, little things to criticize, because the big things, the big picture's looking damn good for SKT.
Yeah, there's remaining the gold standard of how you play League of Legends. Teams look to them to try and learn, and that's, funnily enough, one of the reasons it's so hard to beat them, because you're not going to do SKT better than SKT.
Well, we'll see what happens here, but for more on SKT's win to secure the #1 seed, we're going to take back in with Tash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, Papa Smithy. That's exactly right. The picture is looking good. The big picture looks good for SKT as they lock in that first seed, moving towards the knockout stage. For G2, though, in a game that actually, in those opening minutes, looked to be going very well, especially if we put a spotlight on that mid lane, all of it fell apart within that 10 to 15 minute mark, and we saw the classic SKT kind of just stranglehold onto the game and run away with it.
Yeah, 100%. The first 7 minutes, I'll say 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes looked great for G2. You know, you look at the composition, you maybe start theorizing late game, maybe it goes a little bit wonky because of the Twitch, but this is kind of where things started to go sideways. Oh,
Yeah,
excuse me, no, this still looks good.
It started out well with Perks getting initial CS lead over Faker, then he forced Faker on a base, and then Faker answered with an immediate ulti. Perks replied, he gets like a jungle attention, he gets Galio ulti here, so it looked like Perks was definitely in this element, and even later in the game started playing well. But honestly, this was the crucial phase of the game where it turned around.
Yeah, I mean, for G2, it just felt like to me, like their first fight around mid lane when Perk was already way ahead was just not necessary. The SKT bot lane had the shove, was going to respond first, and you know, they didn't need to go for as much of a commitment as they did.
Yeah, and then it just collapses all on mid lane because it makes sense. SKT want to hit them there because they don't have the TP anymore. It was Huni who teleported into that fight into the river, so they don't want to compete with the Shin teleport down bottom, and so they just throw over and over Peanut and Faker time and time again into that mid.
And then we have to talk about what our expectations were coming into the day. G2 was on the books they were going to lose anyways. It's only the manner in which they lost that was important to see maybe how it spells out what's going to happen in the rest of the day. So for me, I'm actually not too fussed with this result because Perks was playing out of his mind. He's going up against Bjergsen later. If you play against TSM, the one man you have to keep down at all times is Bjergsen. And there will be less pressure, hopefully, for Europe, that is, onto the jungle because Trick, you know, playing versus Svenskern or Trick playing versus Peanut Faker is still a little bit different.
Of course, it's massively different, but you do have to be a little bit concerned that it was a 6v4 because Trick was playing for the other team this time. I mean, he like single-handedly lost this game, it felt like. And I was super disappointed in his play, like consistently choosing fights that he didn't need to. You know, not only just choosing poor fights, but then mechanical misplays within the fights consistently. And it was really kind of frustrating for me to watch because Perks is playing so damn well, and you want to see him rewarded for that. But it felt like every time Perks does something amazing and, you know, they get a little edge from that, Trick is going to do something even worse that just gives that away.
Yeah, even the bot lane was taking some poor trades on the all-ins. It felt like after the initial fight where G2, they had a minor lead. They said, you know what, we'll put all the chips in the pot. Let's go all in. They lost out, and they were pretty, for me, tilted afterwards.
Yes and no, though, right? Because we did show that replay where they go for the fight in the river, but we don't see all the summoner spells blown. For example, Sven, right, coming in with the Kennen ultimate, decides to hold his flash till after his ultimate is down, as opposed to just capitalizing on top of the Twitch, zeroing someone out. As well, Perks, with that chase of Ahri down that river, didn't blow his ultimate for the kill, and you see some of those mechanical decisions bite them then once the Galio comes flying in.
I don't know necessarily, yeah, 100% like there were some mechanical missteps there, but when I watch G2, I don't hone in on like mechanical mistakes. It's kind of like miscommunication. Like sometimes they're just not all on the same page about what they want to do.
That has been their flaw in Europe. They're really good against opponents that they've analyzed. Like if you scream the team all the time, they know how to react, they know all the basic situations. And they know how to play the playbook that they've written. The problem is when things rapidly change or teams play just a little bit better, G2 do not adapt well on the fly, and it's very apparent in Baron situations usually.
And to me, that's a problem. If you can't actually just analyze,
that's a problem as well.
You know, it's like great, okay, you can beat teams if you scrim them all the time, all year long. Why can you not learn that from VOD review, from watching these games, from analyzing all these games that you're seeing against these teams? And you know, if you're saying you don't have enough information on SKT, then there's something going on.
Yeah, there's plenty of games of evidence about how they play. But more to your point, Krepo, about G2 looking towards TSM, I want to take a look at one more replay. This is actually a one fight for G2 in the top lane, 4-for-1.
Yeah, and this is just, for me, at least, while they're down, we still get a display of skill for Perkz, and is what the Europeans like to call cocky movement. You know, he goes into the fights. Perkz has a habit of juking forward. He's consistently been dodging axes. Later on, I think he'll dodge a charm in this fight, and he's been a large presence even while G2 was down in these team fights, and that bodes well for the match later on.
You do have to say, though, Bang, he's on a little road trip here. I don't know what he's doing. Surprise. Going in the back line, 1v3, doesn't use either summoners before dying.
Right here. Oh, yeah. So, like, Side says both, gets a kill, he chases Faker down. Let's forget the little mishap that Bang had. Sometimes you need a little help.
I love that we're both looking at different parts of this replay. Azael's like, what is happening in the back half? You're just like, Perkz, no, yes.
Right, but
I mean, Perkz was great.
But I think that's where, again, as we say, coming into the day, the assumption was G2 drops the game here. All eyes are on that TSM versus G2 matchup. And again, to your point, all right, you push Peanut on to his 4th, 5th, 6th champion. The guy still goes crazy and massacres your team. You're probably not going to have the same performance out of Svenskeren. We'll see. We've seen some pretty highlight plays out of him in the past, but at this tournament specifically, hot and cold, as has been mentioned before. We do have to step away for a quick break, but when we return, TSM and the Flash Wolves take to the stage for Game 2.
Getting low with Sven, tries to chase him out, expect, gets a kill back for Trick, does go down to Galio. Here comes Trick back, I think a little too far forward, does go down to Trick, now Bang is dead as well, G2! Finding some kills, SK2's aggression will cost him Peanut, turns to fight, but he's dead also.
But so much of it will depend on the individual.
If Perkz had also, that would have been sick, but he ties instead to Faker. Just dashes forward. I was smelling a play there for Perkz, but not a mind reader. Next is exposed that SKT dominate G2 to lock in first.
Welcome back to day 5 of the 2017 Midseason Invitational. Up next, it's TSM versus the Flash Wolves, and both teams are within arm's reach of the bracket stage. For TSM, a win here does guarantee them at least a tiebreaker for the bracket stages. So while G2 might be focused on Game 4, TSM can't do that just yet. They got to worry about getting through the Flash Wolves first. Let's talk about these two teams. I want your predictions here. Let's discuss why it might fall that way.
I think I'll kick this one off. I'm actually going to wait more so on TSM this time around. Even though it didn't look too good from the first time they played the team, the thing is this time around they're going to be on blue side. And if you look at TSM's red side, they're banning Karma Lulu almost every single time. You know, it didn't work out for them when they tried to play the protect the turtle composition. They needed to take away those shields. This time around, though, they're going to be on the blue side. Much easier to start sculpting out a good jungle matchup against Karsa and priority pick a power pick for Svenskeren.
Yeah, I actually want to take the other approach right there and say, you know what, let's look at the advantages that a red side pick Banface can bring here. And I think if you can get the third pick in your red side pick phase to be a mid laner, you ban out the counters, you can get a fine matchup for Maple. That leaves you with a counter pick. You know what, put that counter pick on a safe tank for MMD. The only caveat right there is MMD's tank champion pool big enough to deal with Hanser? So to complement that, and then we go in-game, I would love to see like an early invade Karsa topside. Go for the vertical jungler. We've seen top lane matches be able to kind of be screwed over thanks to vertical jungle in this tournament. I think those two steps could prove for Flash Wolves to win, and therefore my prediction goes to the Flash Wolves.
I'm going to say, for clarity's sake, Flash Wolves, if they go through Champion Select properly. Isaac, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at TSM, and once again for me, as always in this tournament, so much has just come down to the draft. I think that a lot of the games TSM's losses have come from drafts that haven't really fit their playstyle, haven't really fit the way they're trying to play this game. I will say that MMD has not really looked impressive to me at all this tournament, including in the last game against TSM, where Hanser, was manhandling him in lane, but the rest of the map kind of collapsed. I do think that as long as they can get Hanser on an advantageous matchup, the edge should go to TSM.
All right, well, there we have it. 2 votes for TSM, 1 for the Flash Wolves as we head towards picks and bans. Swordart says his team is coming into day 5 confident and ready to play.
因为我们在第3天的赛程的时候，我们连输了2场嘛，然后我们在第4天赢下了 SKT， 对我们队伍的士气来说有很大的提升，所以我们在最后一天的时候也会以这个冲劲去拼最后2场。
Welcome back, everyone. Let's start game 2 by looking at our starting roster, ready to get straight into this one. On the blue side, it's TSM. Looking to win out the day like a lot of teams here in the bottom 4. In the top lane, it's Hanser, jungle Svenskeren, mid Bjergsen, bot lane a Wild Turtle, support Biofrost, and Coach Pard.
On the red side, it is the Flash Wolves. Top laner is MMD, jungle Karsa. Mid lane, you know him, it's Maple, 80 carry Betty, support Swordart, and Stake is their coach.
Yeah, and the first time these teams met, Flash Wolves did win relatively convincingly in the late game, even though TSM had some slight advantages early. And both of these teams, as the analyst desk have mentioned, have been trying to adapt as this tournament has prolonged.
And I actually like the grouping of TSM and Flash Wolves just as teams, because it feels like both of them struggle from not being able to play through their bot lane. It feels like neither Betty nor Wild Toad is going to be jumping on the Twitch, going to be jumping on the Kog'Maw. And although Betty has been an upgrade on NL in the previous meta, now that we're with hyper carries, it feels like he has the same sort of champion pool gaps, and it kind of narrows the effective strategies for both TSM and the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and it's so interesting when you match up these teams against each other. Just looking at the stats from this tournament, Maple and Bjergsen, normally the super hyped mid lane matchup, who's going to outshine the other. Neither of these guys have actually been performing in team fights. They have the lowest damage per minute and the lowest damage share of any of the other mid laners here at the tournament. So Maple and Bjergsen not necessarily performing at the level you would expect them to.
Well, solo lane ban starting off for TSM on the blue side here. LeBlanc and Rumble banned away by them. Flash Wolves starting, I think, where we expect. There's one top lane ban in Kenna, and then Lulu banned away as well.
It doesn't feel like Flash Wolves can opt into too many top lane bans. We've seen in yesterday, for example, 40% of all bans were top lane. I feel like if Flash Wolves start opting into top lane bans, the effective champion pool gets so narrow that MMD is just going to end up in one of those unadvantageous matchups. So honestly, they need to stay away from top lane to allow MMD to breathe, because we've already seen ban enough tanks, blind pick Fiora like SKT, and MMD just doesn't have champion pool to deal with those scenarios.
Yeah, and I feel like this is interesting because TSM has gotten rid of the Fizz, even though Hanser did have a good game on it. It prevents the flex pick from Flash Wolves later. I think that's what we saw SKT do,
yes.
What we're going to see a lot of future teams do. But I feel like Flash Wolves may have missed an opportunity here. They're so scared of the Kennen, and they're so scared of any of the shielding champions. They trade 1 for 0.
Yep.
And this is something almost no teams have been willing to opt into.
Let's get a Vivone as well. That's our last ban, and pretty easy first pick karma here for TSM. So we'll see how the Flash Wolves want to respond. This would be quite priority. There's Syndra first pick for the Flash Wolves, and maybe a Lee Sin or some sort of comfort for Casa. Yep, going to take Lee Sin for himself and away from Sven. These two champions actually do both of those things.
Yeah, and those are the two champions they had when they played their game against SKT. So I can see why they want that priority so early. It's also two of Svenskeren and Bjergsen's best champions. TSM, though, very quick, going with meta picks.
Yeah, it's proactivity for the side of Flash Wolves. They want to be the early game focused game and actually find themselves a lead into the mid game. So I think both these teams kind of play that way. Largely fairly standard meta, and then just try and take over in the mid game. But it feels like Flash Wolves are going to be very happy with this draft. Honestly, the draft from Flash Wolves so far will be ultra standard if they opted into the Ashe.
Yeah, and here's another interesting thing. Normally when you see the Syndra, you expect an echo in response, and that can get banned out by Flash Wolves now in the second ban phase. But TSM needs Turtle, they feel like, on a safer marksman. He's had good games on Caitlyn. He actually had a 0-death game on Caitlyn in which they won. And then as far as junglers are concerned, Svenskeren has looked very poor on junglers not named Lee Sin or Graves this tournament.
Well, he's on Graves at least. There's a Renekton ban for Flash Wolves. Kled responded in kind for TSM, so that pool is shrinking real quickly.
It feels like Galio, for example, is really shooting up as a priority pick when it comes to just top laners that are available. Gragas and Galio, the two obvious pushing top laners that can be selected, and any more top lane bans, and it may just be one available to Flash Wolves and maybe force someone like Hauntzer onto a carry. Something like a Fiora is looking like it could be very valuable because we're getting to basically the tank pool, and even then, only really the dregs of the tank pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised to see the Gragas ban, unless they're trying to force a Galio ban from TSM because they don't necessarily want to trade tanks against them. But now I'm becoming more and more curious about what MMD would play. At this point, he would be Galio because they didn't ban it.
Galio and Nautilus, I guess, are the obvious tanks that kind of fit here. Shen has been played a lot this tournament, but going to be not expecting it as much in the spot where it is. And Fiora is a really interesting pick against MMD's effective champion pool, so that's why they're flashing it. And maybe they're just opting into it, because I had the privilege of talking to Huni early in the tournament, and you remember when they played the Galio, they banned Fiora, and this is one of those tricky matchups where we remember Fiora as the tank killer. We still haven't seen it on the Rift, but this is said to be a matchup where Fiora can do some dirty things.
I mean, Malzahar was the last ban there for TSM, so still targeting that support pool. I think Haunter might just opt into a tank matchup because, I mean, look at what he's done. On bruisers like Renekton and Camille before the nerfs, he was looking good. He looked good in a lot of tank matchups as well, and on something like Cannon. But a super hard carry like Fiora just doesn't feel like something Haunter's got practice just yet. So there's going to be Shen, and this could be a flex, a support highlight here for TSM.
Yeah, it's absolutely what they're doing. Potentially Flash Wolves could have saw through it as well. That's why they would not ban the Echo for the Syndra matchup. It's another one of these flexes for TSM, and it's a callback to the team composition they played day one against the GIGABYTE Marines, where they put a Lulu mid lane and still had the Nami support. A lot of eggs in the Wild Turtle and Svenskeren damage basket, and that did not work out for them before, and with so much on the line in this last day, that's what they're going with again.
And again, the pick you scrutinize, I guess the ban you scrutinize is the Malzahar in the spot where it did. You were talking about, okay, Gragas ban, are they trying to draw out, say, for example, the final ban of the Galio? No, they went for the Malzahar. They noticed that Syndra, Lee Sin, a lot of roaming pressure mid-game picks were being selected. They foresaw a Malzahar, but the end result is that we once again get this Galio versus Shen matchup that will go one way. Galio outpushes and then some Shen, and that lets Karsa...
Oh, they didn't go Nami, sorry. I thought they locked in Nami, but they switched it to the Ahri right at the end. So the whole flex pick thing I just said, throw that out the window.
I mean, it is a possibility. Bjergsen's got a famous mid lane karma.
I'm sorry. When did they not lock in Nami? All right, they switched it right at the end. They tricked me.
I think you looked away seeing the Nami and then they flipped it.
I got two lost in conversation.
You're rattled, Jack. Come on, stand by.
Totally different story here.
Deep breaths. We got this.
And think about what we just saw from Faker and his Ahri. And despite struggling in a lane matchup, and I think Bjergsen will also struggle versus Syndra, even though it is a very skillful matchup.
Yeah.
The amount of things Bjergsen can do, the amount of plays he can make is incredible. That's, I think, why Ahri is such a strong mid laner. But that's a lot of pressure on Bjergsen, who's been having kind of an underwhelming tournament for an otherwise international superstar.
I mean, the theory of the Ahri is to, again, in a skill matchup, get ahead, and then is a stronger 1-3-1 champion than the Syndra. Try and rotate around the Syndra's inability to hit a side wave as safely as an Ahri. But the theory is there putting it into practice, and again, a lot of the late game team fight damage needing to come out of Wild Turtle. It's still harkening back to that strategy that TSM struggled with.
Yeah, exactly. But the big difference is that Ari still has side lane presence and can be the second threat, which buys time and doesn't put everything in the Wild Turtle basket. That requires Bjergsen to actually go in and be aggressive and be a distraction, something that I feel like Bjergsen hasn't really done a lot of this tournament. He's done a lot of not being the one to be blamed. He'll sit back in a lot of team fights around full health and not maximize his damage. Oftentimes that's because of the chaos of the game and people getting picked off, but he has to do better for them to make it out of group stage.
I mean, the person who I think's really put their body on the line is Svenskeren. If he gets that brush, will certainly be putting his body on the line.
This is incredibly dicey. They're hoping to do some type of cheeky steal, and Hansser would have been spotted right there, and they can probably run him down. He's got to be so careful, and he's going back.
Yeah, this is the bad time. Now finds MMD, sees 2 more, and now he has to book it. We'll see if he levels something. Does get taunted over by the Galio, exhausted down as well. Haunter still trying to run away. The rest of the team's coming there, but Mabel lands a cute cast against it, and that's first blood. Leads in.
Letting the Lee Sin get the first blood means that jungle item will come early, and the pain can certainly be felt in other lanes. TSM do use this time, the inevitability of Haunter going down, to get some advanced vision. Seem to be making a play on their own, which maybe go unscouted by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, you have to criticize TSM for their early game, though. This is the second game where they've suffered a death before minions have spawned. They were trying to make a very aggressive move into that jungle, but you can do that with 5 people, get a ward down, and still have time to make it down to the bottom side, and that would leave them open for wards on the other side, just getting too greedy with their level 1 strats, and again getting punished.
Well, see a vision there, at least on the current buff, so TSM will have info, but I saw a pretty quick ping for Flash Wolves onto that blue, so I believe they have at least a good idea of what's happening, but Sven, for now, is going to steal away that blue headshot there onto Betty. Good poke by Biofrost, keeps coming in onto the Ash. I mean, we talk about shifts of power here for TSM. This is a game where Haunter sacrificed a lot in this draft to get them to this point, and that means Bjergsen and Turtle have more power, which has not been how they've won this tournament.
Yeah, and also Sword Art exhausted Hansser for some fairly unknown reason, because maybe they were thinking that he was going to be able to get away after he already skilled Q. That really hurts their laning game. It hurts their ability to all in and only increases the chance that TSM pushes them in early.
Well, Turtle being level 2 and getting the first trades. A little point, you know, we're talking about mid laners who will put their line up, who really will be aggressive. It feels like Perks has been one of the few this tournament to really try to take over a game from the mid lane position. If you remember his Fizz game earlier in the tournament where he really walked a drop and allowed G2 to get to late game, to allow Sven to get to late game. I think Perks deserves a lot of compliments in that regard, because especially Maple and Bjergsen, 2 players we know can do that on the international stage, have largely been pretty conservative so far this tournament.
Well, you can see Castle looking for an invade, but he's not going to get this. Red Sven able to take it down. Castle losing the double off means that he kind of might be a bit lost here.
No,
looking for a bot lane gank potentially.
That's what I thought he was doing. I was hoping to go into the bottom side, but then Wild Turtle and Biofrost immediately fell back. So even though they didn't have a ward, when that type of action happens in the bottom lane, Flash Wolves can only assume that there was a ward somewhere on Karsa. So I'm almost certain that Karsa thinks he was spotted in a ward there.
Pinged out also we saw on the mini-map. So the 3 buff will come out, everything being equal. So Karsa will have gold, but not necessarily the experience lead, given that Svenskeren was able to get the 3 buff.
Monster unfortunately was again the sacrifice. First blood over to Flash Wolves, but Svenskeren feeling good. Level 4 right now, farming pretty efficiently through the jungle, and nice to see some safe play there from the TSM duel, and they play quite aggressive in a lot of the matchups. This one no exception, but kind of knowing they have to play back a bit more, respecting Castle, and I believe taking up the blast cone as well with some pretty good vision. So totally going to clear this out. Things going to proceed as normal.
I mean, Haunter will not have priority in top, and we know on standard lanes, we've said it all year, how big pushing lanes are in this meta. To me, it really needs to be Bjergsen actually getting kill pressure onto the Syndra, because if Syndra is able to have kill pressure and push in and potentially take down the Ahri, plus Shen is being pushed in, that's when there's a cavalcade of pressure over to the Flash Wolves, really heaping it onto TSM. So I think a lot of pressure is on Bjergsen, who could have gone for the Karma mid lane, actually going for the Ahri. He needs to make it work.
Ow.
Yeah. Definitely ow, and the timing of the stun as well means Bjergsen misses out on the cannon. I would definitely not say Ahri is a counter pick to Syndra whatsoever,
matchup, right?
But it is something that can be played into the Syndra, so you're willing to do it. Still going to be a difficult game here for Bjergsen.
Back in to take some early losses, I think, but we'll see if Sven can help out. Ahri's got incredible gank assist. And Sven should have the damage to back it up, but right now, Maple pushing the lane in, does have a good CS lead, but Sven continuing to counter jungle. His bottom lane is pushing up, a little dangerous with Maple fading towards the right-hand side, but Sven actually looking pretty good on a lot of these early counter jungle attempts.
Yeah, he had pretty good counter jungle timing against SKT, even though they got obliterated later in that game. So for all the times that Sven Kaskarin gets caught out in the jungle for what seems like a really bad invade, he does have some good ones, and he's clearly not dissuaded continuing to go for them.
I think his level of play has actually increased as the tournament has gone on as well. His first 2 days, certainly a lot of scrutiny. People were making all sorts of memes and innuendos about Sven being replaced, but I think his last 2 days have been solid. At worst, you know, honestly, he's had some good games himself, whereas people like Trick, for example, have been struggling as Bjergsen.
Oh, gets cancelled.
That's really tough because Maple is looking to hit level 6. It's going to potentially have the cannon minion wave be missed out for Bjergsen, so should have been a little bit farther back before that recall.
And then D roam down as well, because again, we expect Galio to be pushing in that lane pretty much 24/7. Birgo playing it safe, double drones, and now a Negatron cloak, so respecting the threat of Maple and MMD or Caster coming in. And now Sven snuck down to the bottom lane, but a nice ward from Flash Wolves does spot him.
Low percentage gank as well, given that there is no real assist, barring a W from Biofrost on that Karma. Back to Korean. Caster uses the time to clear away Raptors as well and try to catch up on some of that experience that was lost on the 3 buff.
Yeah, Maple definitely asserting his will in that mid lane as the Syndra. Getting that extra wave with the recall interrupt, helping his case there. He should have a more favorable back as well because that gold able to complete his lost chapter and then get the Negatron. Much better than just an extra Doran's.
Well, Lucy Bjergsen should feel a lot safer now. Still has sums up, and now his ultimate, so any all-in likely going to be avoided if Maple and Caster go for it.
Yeah, and aside from just the items that give stats, Maple's got 2 control wards. He can control one side of the map and then stay in lane, wait for it to get cleared off, and just replace that. So the river control that Maple is actually going to provide for his team with those 2 wards is very high.
If they can get the double control ward down, then the Ari's win condition, which is getting a gank, like you said earlier, Pastry Time, hitting the charm, the gank assist is strong, because Syndra will often be clearing and harassing under turret. Double control ward is down, the kill pressure goes away, and it's just basically a one-way traffic for the Syndra.
Here's that dangerous invade coming in.
This could be a bit mistimed here for Sven. Does have Smite, but Caster does not. Might look to take it down quickly. Bjergsen did pretty quickly push the lane in to make sure this happens. Sven, they're going to get caught. Does get the Smite down by Caster. Oh, nice ulti out from Sven, actually. Caster did not have kick there.
He was not level 6 because Sven Kaskarin has been stealing away that side of the jungle. That's risky right there. Burns his ultimate, saves his flash, but does deny Maple the blue buff.
It is remnants of the early game, though, and that's the thing you can say there is okay. There's definitely been times in the regular season where Sven Kaskarin doesn't have priority in mid lane and recalls. He steals Raptors and dies, but at least there's an element of risk-reward there being evaluated by Sven. And he comes away with the buff, and he's trying to just provide some sort of early game pressure, given that top lane, you see it on the minimap, it's going as expected.
Yeah, and I will say that with Sword Art moving over to the blue buff, that gave TSM a window to harass Betty even further, so probably not worth the risk, but Sven Kaskarin did accomplish something with that invade, and TSM get a minor benefit. Flash was still in a lot of control though after that first blood.
Indeed, shoving in top side as Caster invades onto this side of the jungle. Maple joining up as well, so Hornsa thinks Snitch that is getting dive, but this should be an early turret for TSM. Graves joining this means he should get the turret first. Good arrow though onto Sven. Shield there from Biofrost, and that turret's dead. Sven quick draws forward, and there's first turret gold to TSM.
And if it was a multi-step plan, as you outlined, Jack, actually big ups to TSM. Remember, they also had Stand United. So that's the reason why Flash Wolves couldn't really walk up to contest the last few hits onto the turrets. They do give up first turret blood. As you can see clearly on the screen, it'll be answered, but it's TSM on the front foot, which, given that level 1 was an abomination, is still heartening to see.
Absolutely. Now the question for Flash Wolves is going to be, can they do anything with this top lane priority they have acquired? MMD has had the shove on Hanser for most of the early game, hasn't made successful roam plays, and now the map is open for him. He can leave for much longer after shoving in the wave because it takes much longer for the minion waves to crash into the second-tier turret.
And it does feel like Flash Wolves can kind of echo how SKT played the first match of this tournament with their Galio draft, because they do have 3 ranged auto attackers to play one side of the map and Galio to wave clear on the other side. So if they can force any of these mismatches on side waves trading turrets, they should very clearly trade up, and all TSM can hope for is turret dives with the Stand United, because obviously the wave clear mismatch between Shen and Galio that we talked about so much already today is inherent.
Well, great little blue steal there by Flash Wolves regardless. Sven tried to snipe it with his ultimate, but didn't quite get it. And you can see just how much pressure MMD's been putting up in top, but good vision from Flashwords as well. There's a control wall just to the left of the mid turret that's been there for a long time. No one has passed through it yet. And that's the ward right there. I mean, it's just one of those spots that you rarely ever check as a jungler.
Yeah, that and the ward right behind the red buff are some of the best spots. TSM, though, turning for Drake on top of the ward, but Flashwords is all in recall patterns, so it should be going over to TSM.
And again, smartly playing the map here for TSM, kind of using their strength where they find it. Honso keeping pretty even in CS as well, so that's going well at least as far as the Shen goes. I mean, maybe didn't expect to win bottom lane this side, but Turtle was up 20 CS at one point. It's kind of dipped back down to 10 or 15, but Bjergsen playing safe when he needs to. Now as a Hextech and an extra Ruby Crystal, looks like Proto Belt next, and Turtle laying in the Betty Ace in the hole, going to chunk that health all the way down again.
The thing I take away from this tournament, specifically the last couple of days, that once again, just like last year's Worlds, TSM are a very well-drilled team. It feels like they very often know what to do when they're in standard situation. When they're 5-6 kills down, sure, the cavalcade will come through. But when it comes to, okay, I see two people recalling, I know where there's pressure, I'm going to take a Drake. Those sort of plays from TSM, the 1-2-3 plays, have been very clean.
Yeah, and the struggle now for them is their lack of vision. They just ran through the river mostly blind. They're trying to get some vision down and get the control wards out. And if you're talking about what to do in this drill, they just win bottom lane with Caitlyn kill the turret. You want to move that up towards the mid lane or the top lane and push. The struggle is Syndra and Galio have such amazing wave clear that it's very hard to transition up and actually get anything done.
And given that Galio has pushed in so far, you also have the heroic entrance kind of being the headache as well, because when you try to play the mid lane, it is actually a lane close to the Galio. It's very much in range of just a small roam. But they're going to pick up the Glimpse of the Void as well, and maybe it goes on to the Lee Sin. I'm actually unsure who you give it to here, just because Galio does so much of his work from range.
I think the general choice being Galio, because it's real tough. Sure. This guy's sticking in his side lane, he can roam away. Seen a lot of Galios pick this one up here. And it is funny to see how many Rift Heralds have been picked up here at MSI. But I mean, MD was already having a good time in this matchup. The CS being even is about all Haunter could have asked for.
And let's not forget, this tournament is kind of a love letter to the current Glimpse of the Void, because the big changes on the PB and live now on the patch means it's going to be different mechanics when it comes to next season. So enjoy it while it's here, folks. This is the last hurrah of the Glimpse of the Void.
Enjoy the Glimpse of the Void that lasts for 20 minutes and has low impact for those 20 minutes. But it does have impact, unlike the very high moments of the current turret killer on the live servers. But for MMD, don't underestimate how much damage Galio does to turrets now, because that thing by level 18 stacks up to 270 extra damage on the first hit after it's charged up, and Galio also gets to use his passive on turrets. So MMD will actually be a turret destroyer with that buff.
Throwing a nice one gauntlet, and we're chunking turrets, so that's something fun thing to look for.
Well, Sunfire right now, in case the push wasn't enough there, Haunter with just his teammate and his Shen, so things are going to get tricky. TSM did attempt to steal the blue, but again, showing respect without vision there. Flash was doing a good job defending it. Maple does get yet another one. So Bjergsen been struggling a bit in the lane, but again, he's also trying to keep that CS up, and maybe we can question some of these lane assignments here for TSM, but Total at least is guaranteeing that he gets some farm. He went Cull here, despite the lead that he's got, and he has boots too and a pickaxe. Like, this man is just trying to get to that late game.
Standard as standard can be, it feels like, this current phase where TSM would love to creep to the mid lane, take that turret, but Karsa's been covering it, the control wards are down. It's very difficult for that next step, and something like a Cull is a small victory while everything else is drawn out around the map.
And I do have to say, if you're going to play passive for the first 15 minutes, Flash Wolves is the team to do it against. Flash Wolves, of all teams, have the fewest kills at 15 minutes of any team of the MSI group stage so far. So this game is an example that both these teams have actually had fairly passive early games. Go with the Cull.
Oh, that was a sick combo. Bjergsen not going to get stun combo. There's the ultimate out, and Karsa collects the credit.
First game-breaking moment of the game, it feels like, is at 14 minutes. They used everything on Bjergsen. We'll see what that means for the mid lane, as also Flash Wolves have this priority with the Glimpse of the Void and the Galio on the top lane as well.
Also not having fun time at all. I mean, just couldn't use his Shen ultimate, even if he wanted to, because MMD's got so much pressure. Flash was now actually looking for a dive here onto the low health Haunter, but all of a sudden they did alleviate mid lane pressure with Spencer and now Turtle moving in, but they're going to lose something here on the top half. Blue buff once again over to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, 15 minutes about to crest. That's the end of that passive early game for Flash Wolves. Do have to point out that Bjergsen has Exhaust instead of Cleanse, which a lot of mid laners will take Cleanse just against the Syndra, let alone the Ashe. So really getting punished right there as the fairly long-range Ash Arrow does chain the stun onto Bjergsen and give him no way of escape.
I mean, the only way the exhaust makes sense is if it's about playing through the mid lane, looking for those kills, and then rotating to the 1-3-1. But the cleanse also kind of does the double duty, so you really start checking the checks and balances, and it maybe cleanse just outright wins, all things considered.
Yeah, the theory behind the exhaust as Ahri is if you're ever trying to all-in a Syndra, you get to close range, you get the exhaust, you make it so the Syndra can't ult back to turn the trade around, but a cleanse would be the more defensive option, and if Bjergsen is trying to be in an aggressive mindset, you can see the exhaust coming through, but punished for it right there.
Yeah, great little combo there for Flash Rolls. Picks themselves up a second kill here. It's been a very macro and farm-oriented early game so far. TSM keeping the gold respectable, but Flash Rolls with that lead now. 1,000 gold up, turrets are even. First strike did go to TSM, the next one's an Ocean, so it's not really going to prompt too much action. The Flash Rolls are a team that we know does power up from this point onwards. Starting to kind of hit some item breakpoints. Blade there for Betty, Abyssal Scepter there for Maple, with the Lost Chapter moving into what I assume is the Morellonomicon. I mean, Total's really still farming for it. Looks like IE first. There's a lot of work for TSM to do, and Flash Rolls should start turning it up soon, as good cleanse from Maple going to get him out from under the charm.
Charm hit, but instant cleanse means that nothing more will happen. TSM has kind of the advantageous lane assignments because they can send Turtle in the mid lane and the short lane, and potentially move Ahri to the bot lane. And Syndra obviously not as adept in a side lane, but for now, it's all kind of being negated, so ends up being standard as standard can be. The scouting report was that these teams are very standard in the early to mid game, and even that flashy kill onto Ahri didn't really reap any extra reward.
And they also both kind of defaulted back to the tank in the top lane. MMD has had the push advantage this whole time, but hasn't really made any of the big roam plays because teams haven't necessarily forced. They know that both Shen and Galio can lead to a lot of disruption in fights, and most of these teams are just kind of opted for farming or very slow setup on the play.
Pasta kick Bifrost back in, but Stand United there. Great flash from Bio out of the Ash Arrow, and now Sven Skaren gonna maybe see if that TP completes. Bjergsen looks for a pick, does get sorted, no needs a little bit more, moves forward there, now gets to kill Galio ulti very late, trying to get himself out, and MMD is gonna be safe now. Turtle actually backing onto MMD, but he's kiting out of the Idol of Duran. TSM actually get a kill back there.
Casa deep in enemy lines, but he'll back away. Really nice turnaround, and specifically sidestepping all the engagement. They could actually pick up the kill and get out. We saw kills traded on both sides. Will TSM actually be able to get an objective?
Yeah, every time I've talked about a passive game, they immediately spring to action. MMD goes again.
Turtle get a stun. Should not be standing at MMD. Starts with a flash on, and Maple finishes it with style. Hansa gonna try and clear this out. Flash was getting good priority, but that should mean the Drake is there. Sven was there, and Turtle just a little too far forward.
Still pretty short death timers here, but because the respawns have come through for the Flash Wolves, and because TSM expended so much on that initial kill, Ocean Drake, after the long exchange, goes to Flash Wolves, as you said.
On the upside, Jet, at least now we know the trigger word to get the action going, so we'll be judicious. We don't want to overuse it, but at least now we know they're talking about passivity gets the action. So, again, it's been very few objectives separating the teams. We will get the replay. It all started up with the attempted insect onto Biofrost.
Yeah, Vision Denial, the name of the game, but the Ash Arrow misses both Sven and Biofrost. And then, because Sven used the ult to escape, he gets a lot of damage on Sword Art. Bjergsen uses everything just to get about 50 damage as the last hit comes through. Note Betty also flash healed in that to try and save and didn't get it. But when that taunt ends, just back up, be behind your team. Again, Turtle caught out of position, and it cost TSM the Drake.
Turtle wave clearing away. Does have Infinity Edge now, so seen a lot of different Caitlyn builds, I feel like. Seen a lot of Phantom Dance this tournament. Definitely a Zeal Adam be next, but I think PD versus Hurricane's an interesting one. Kind of curious on your thoughts here.
I actually don't mind the Infinity Edge just because it can kind of turn it into a pseudo pick comp where an Ahri charm hits, and if you get an Infinity Edge crit, you can actually burst down one member. Usually you go the Hurricane, that's kind of the percentage build, but TSM not focusing on the wave control. They do have Graves and Ahri to help, and Karma even that matters. So it does work in certain ways, but you give up other things at the same time.
That's the biggest thing. TSM has not been able to siege turrets. If they now immediately run up to turrets, try to wave clear fast and get there, you can criticize for the Hurricane. But right now, wave clear not the priority. Instead, hoping someone steps on a trap and you get that huge Infinity Edge crit. And honestly, it's a small point. It's minutia because 2-3 minutes from now, he's going to have a Zeal, and at 25 minutes, he'll have the Hurricane.
I think that's the thing. Turtle has actually had a very good start to this game. Still 20 CS ahead of Betty in the lane there. And again, just farming up. TSM playing pretty slow but confident in A. Turtle start to get things done. And we did see Bjergsen, despite actually a very significant CS deficit, making plays. I think it's very interesting to watch the top laners here, because although Haunter is continually getting pushed in, when he's finding spots to keep pushing a side wave, you can kind of see how different the globals are. MMD has to walk pretty far to get his ultimate in there, or use his teleport. Haunter can either TP or just use the ultimate wherever he is.
End result is that it feels like the game is being won and lost in the vision line, just because that's the only thing that really allows the Galio to push up or the Shenari to push up. However, in mid lane, TSM get a few shots, but again, it's only a few shots, and otherwise it is this very even line of scrimmage before both teams.
Just trying to open up a little more space, I think. Haunter again, double globals at the ready, so he's getting things started in that bottom side of the map, with that other Ocean Drake just taking it down. Next Drake is Infernal, by the way, so the teams are trying to be encouraged to make things happen a little more in the mid game. That may certainly cause some fireworks. Maple, nice stunt onto Bjergsen also, but he's now kind of fully committing to playing this side lane, and if he can do it safely, should be a lot of extra farm, and Maple's just not going to be as good in that spot.
Yeah, and still just an incredibly close game. You can look at the jungler's gold and itemization. They're actually even in gold right now. The next time Karsa goes back to base, he'll be able to pick up the black cleaver as well. The big advantage is actually opening in the mid lane, where Maple Syndra is 1,000 gold above Bjergsen. That's traded with the marksman gold. So the points of power a little bit more on TSM side for Wild Turtle. Not the most promising thing to hear if you're a TSM fan, but they do have the shielding to help him.
And this doesn't really feel like Flash Wolves have found a way to play through Maple having some good item break-even points. It's largely been wave clearing against a Caitlyn or just answering an Ahri split push. They haven't really been able to get the ward setups for there to be a pick comp, which obviously is a lot more straightforward on Flash Wolves given what they've drafted. So the end result is that gold, sure, it's been put into items, but not necessarily into kills or further snowball.
Yeah, and when we've seen this type of game from Flash Wolves, it is a little bit reminiscent of when they played SKT. They don't necessarily blow you away at 21 minutes, but they will slowly get vision control, at least when they're playing well, find that one random pick, it feels like, in the jungle, and then just steamroll through to a Baron. So Flash Wolves has been able to play from here for victory so far this tournament.
All right, this is actually a nice play here from both sides. TSM going to move it to the top lane. Sven and Bjerg working on this, but Maple's like, I'm just going to gank this split push lane and at least try and get a turret. Haunter, again, incredible amount of respect, backs all the way up, actually bases, just gets a shopping while he can. So another turret trade, and we'll continue the theme of this game. It is so even.
And in these long trades, you have to look at the mid lane, see if there's any wins. We can see very much there isn't, arguably. Wild Turtle getting CS over the enemy jungler is something small, but I feel like we will get to the point where Galio will have the auto push in long lanes and perhaps the playmaking ability, but it still feels like that point eludes us. We still are very much at 22 minutes.
So I do actually feel with the Bami Cinder and the Tiamat, Haunter can push lanes relatively quickly. I think the main wave clear advantage that MMD had was earlier, so TSM getting out of that point of the game a little bit here.
Looks like Hurricane next for Turtle, though. Did actually go back and spend that gold. Zeal completed. Rico ready. Not going to be able to quite insta-push this mid lane, but he's back in his little fortress right now. He's got two pink clouds on the other side. Plenty of neutral vision in the river there. And again, if the plan is to kind of play through 12, at least moving into that mid and late game and be confident in their team fighting, everything's going to plan for TSM, but Flash Wolves are happy to play this as well.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves has that minor advantage as far as item completion points. They have two major items on their top lane, Tank, Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet. That is really going to hurt TSM's chances if they fight a Drake, because Turtle and Svenskeren haven't even completed two items apiece yet. And also, you look at Betty, with a Phantom Dancer completed, Wild Turtle gets to complete his Hurricane, Infernal Drake being up in 30 seconds. Unless TSM can get back to base and complete some of those items, in a heads-up fight, Flash Wolves would have the advantage.
Flash Wolves again looking for a pick. Do stun. Sven Karsa barely clips him with the Resonating Strike. But TSM moving through, do clear out all the vision, at least the River and Turtle again pushing so aggressively, forcing Beta to stay back and giving TSM priority as they're trying to look for a fight here.
A lot of the actions being played around the jungle support, ward clearing. Obviously the easy objective is this Infernal Drake, which does have high priority. Right now TSM have a lot of defensive warding in the area, but no one kind of has offensive wards to make the Drake safe to start.
And this may be the Drake fight that really breaks open the game for either team. We've seen a lot of even trades and skirmishes. But again, TSM trying to play it very slow. You cannot afford to make mistakes. It is an important trait that teams do want it, but if a fight goes wrong here, it's probably going to go horribly wrong for the rest of your map.
Yeah, and it's time to use the trigger word again. Passive game so far, but with everything coming up towards the Drake right now, control wards are down. Very well could be a fight soon.
And I feel like the crowd also feel that the Thundersticks were in action here. Loud, resounding cheer. They know that the Infernal Drake might actually be the first flare point in a very quiet 25 minutes. It started.
and it's very hard for TSM to actually engage the fight. They're mainly a counter-engaged team, so Flash was having his own control, make it incredibly difficult for TSM to contest.
Bjergsen actually looking for a flank. He needs to maybe find a pick onto a carry. They're actually going to go in. Svenskeren looks for it, doesn't get it. Mikasa maybe now caught out of position. He's going to get CC'd up in the Galio ulti. Not quite enough. There's one pick for TSM, but needs to get a little bit more here. MMD forced to flash away. Betty and Sorta, Maple all funnel through the choke. There's a good little stun's going to disengage it.
And it feels like, given the current pace of the game, one kill for Infernal Drake's very happy times for the Flash Wolves, because we've seen single picks, Ash Arrow taking down Ari earlier, another trade kill not be turned into objectives, and there's still good wave clear here. Can TSM actually take down a top?
That's an arrow lands on the Sven though. MMD taking a lot of damage forward, actually top from Honza. They're going to look for the dive, and Galio takes so much damage. MMD's going to live through the onslaught. TSM, little low on health as Maple gonna get the ace in the whole tank by Betty, still pushing.
The courage of the Colossus shield, so clutch right there for MMD as he lands the top. They're gonna try and take this turret down as the TP comes in.
Not enough damage. I don't think Bjergsen fishes for a charm on the left-hand side, but doesn't get it. MMD does burn the global to protect the turret. And again, it's somehow an even trade. I said that could be the fight to break it open, but the team's still playing it safe.
Catch the replay here. TSM wants a hard commit, but Svenskeren doesn't get the smite off. The play here from MMD, I think, is a little bit sloppy. It feels like the hero's entrance is late and largely going to be just not worth it when the Lucian's already so low in health. And from there, of course, there was no extra objective, so it was just a clean Infernal Drake for a single kill trade. So advantage Flash.
Flash was also getting a good counter push off in the mid lane. We got to see a glimpse of the way TSM can maybe start team fights, and it's fairly inelegant. It's an ulting in Ari with the Shen ult, getting rid of so many of the spells they generally want to protect Turtle as they get to the later and later game.
And of course, it's the targeted nerf Shen change, where because you're ulting proactively, you're getting much less shield onto the Ari if she's the one making the engage, rather than if you're using it more reactively. So it does mean that Shen will join you, it does mean the first CC will come in, but the turnaround onto Ari is certainly possible from Syndra.
Well, Hurricane Turtle starting to storm through mid lane. He's still ready with the wave clear, and it should be even easier. So Flash Wolves, at some point they either need to force an objective, maybe Baron, maybe the next Infernal Drake that's spawning as well. But a lot of inaction here in this game and some close moments, so still waiting to kind of see what happens.
Look, it's a tense game. It's very important in terms of standings, but what we're looking for is the vision wars, because it feels like they've been so defensive so far. We're not seeing Maple cast a Sword Art, do their three-man rolling in and actually make deep plays with vision. We're not seeing jungle supports necessarily find windows of power. It feels like the best teams control an area, then play around an area. Here it's more defensive lines of scrimmage, and thus just piling on items for late-game fights.
Haunter would be in trouble here though. MMD looking for the taunt, does snag it. Maple here as well, but Haunter's pretty tanky with two defensive items. Haunter just gonna buy some time for his team. What can TSM done for MMD? Getting aggressed on there by Haunter. There's a good stun from Maple. Great flash show out of the Justice Punch, and Haunter dances around everything.
Yeah, being able to get the Syndra ult out for the expense of his flash shows how that split push does alter a little bit. Grasp for Haunter versus Courage for MMD. The extended trades, Haunter actually does drain tank a little bit if they're fighting for a long time.
What I'm looking at is what is happening with the other four members, because no one's coming down to help Haunter, and yet they're not getting a ward advantage. Karma decided to go for a recall, maybe it was out of wards, I wasn't able to tell. TSM is not trading up in other areas of the map where they have a man advantage.
Ton of Baron Vision is about all they got. They might look for a play here though. Chang gonna miss for Bjergsen, looking for Maple. Kaza gets Bjergsen back in. Dancing over, there's the Ash Arrow as well. Svenskeren trying to find out. It's a massive answer. Finally makes it in, and that's a Galio ultimate MMD to join the rest of his team. TSM needs to play this carefully as MMD eats a trap. Turtle does have last twist, but he's gonna need to shoot a lot of bullets into this Galio to kill him.
Unbelievable amount of shields coming through right there. Bifrost also has Mikhail's Crucible completed, so can kind of bail them out a little bit from CC chains, but that was nearly disaster for TSM.
Well, we finally see one of these outer turrets go down. 28 minutes. Feels like I'm back in 2015 Azir vs Seraph days with the mid lane turrets never dying. Flash Wolves, though, will start clearing vision around the Baron.
Yeah, so many cooldowns were burned right there, so Flash Wolves can get the vision. That's the difference sometimes between Flash Wolves and other teams, is when they get a small edge, they gain vision off of it.
So risky with TSM counter pushing that mid lane, looking to bust it open. Bjergsen back with full health. Both teams still waiting on some cooldowns here, but Flash Wolves just retake Baron Vision. I think that's about it. TSM gonna go back to those lane assignments. Haunter already back down towards the bottom lane.
And getting the mid lane turret for TSM finally allows the Ari to go for the 1-3-1 that we alluded to, that we expected. Gives you so much more inherent vision with your minions pushing in. but it's just been the stalemate, and it depends who's going to be picking up the CS. Earlier it was Caitlyn, this time it's Betty on the side, so they're just trading farm, and this may be one of those games where because of inaction, because we're not seeing counterplays when we actually see some rare action, it might just be a 50-minute team fight where the death timers mean that another team fight win and the game's over.
Well, Haunter, I think, gaining traction in this lane, if nothing else. We saw Maple already go down there, try and get a kill, which was not successful. I mean, we definitely saw TSM not do too much other than get Baron Vision, I believe, but that play happens again, especially if the map's a little more open, and TSM might have that avenue to try and win as well. It is at least impressive to see Haunter actually moving the side lanes up rather than just kind of making them neutral.
But we can remember games where Haunter, big on the Fizz, for example, against Rumble. I believe that was actually in the same matchup. Yeah. He had kill pressure, and we were always like, okay, he's getting 3-4-man ganks. What's TSM doing on the other side of the map? On that day, it was very little, and on this game, the one time we've seen it, once again, it's very little. So we need to see the jungle support largely make plays around the map when Haunter draws aggro.
Yeah, and right now TSM is trying to get the damage on that mid lane turret because they want mid lane priority before going towards the Infernal Drake. This is the source of conflict. Push mid, go for objective. Push mid, go for objective. Currently, TSM has the push, which makes Flash Wolves would have to come in for a steal.
Well, they've got vision with the Scuttle Crab as well, so something's going to start. Infernal Drake low, they should be able to get it, but as the fight's up, Bjergsen gets out from under the ultimate with Spirit Rush, and TSM are just bailing.
And now the question is, can Flash Wolves get inside track on the mid lane? TSM went all the way around the Infernal
so
Drake.
far away right now, so the answer should be yes, but it's going to be another 4 or 5 seconds. Yeah, it looks like TSM are seeing this. Finally an out of turn will go down.
From Sven, not enough to kill the pesky cannon minion.
And this game is all about the waves right now. As Flash Wolves made the mid lane push, TSM basically decided they couldn't defend it. Haunter goes to push out the top side and get pressure that way. Now, if Flash Wolves decide to go and catch that wave, TSM will try and push into the mid lane, and that's what Flash Wolves would want to get a team fight. So it's a huge bit of mind games, and what can you avoid and what can you get away with?
Now, just pushing a mid lane gives Flash Wolves so many options. You can get that control ward onto the Baron. You can start baiting engages with your pick comp because you actually have the ability to end the short laning phase in the mid lane and actually gain pressure in other parts when you run.
Well, Haunter was working on the bottom side turret to get the wave all the way pushed up to the tier 2, and Bjergsen with a death cap now is going to annihilate these waves. So TSM, turret might be long if they can take it. Haunter wants it. Yeah. TSM going to even the game back up again.
That's exactly the extension we were expecting. Flash Wolves sent both solo laners to side lanes. TSM delayed their recalls in order to get that push. So now they have the pressure back over to Flash Wolves because TSM is now in base and Flash Wolves can get wards around Baron.
Oh boy, this seesaw. It's been not necessarily the most explosive seesaw, but it has been a clear one. And Flash Wolves now actually trying to go for something really big in the context.
TSM stayed a really long time. In 32 minutes, the Baron goes down extremely quickly. TSM not in position to stop this.
We didn't use the word, but it's happening anyway. Flash Wolves straight onto the Baron. It is so low on health. And that's going to be Baron over to Flash Wolves Sven. Not in time to steal them. Bifrost going to be the ulti. Bjergsen going to try and start a team fight, but there's one already dead. Bjergsen moving to the stranglehold. There's Betty flashes in towards him. Haunter is going to join the fight, but Sven forced to flash away. Haunter, I think maybe sacrificing his life and trying to get a counter kill, but he just doesn't have it. Betty takes him down. Castle still chasing on the Sven. Going to strike him down and take him out with the Tempest. TSM lose Baron and 3.
Yeah, TSM did not play the seesaw game properly, and one trend that has been happening throughout the MSI group stage is they don't know when to call it quits. Baron's gone. You lost. Don't fight. You can see the Baron call up, but after the Baron goes away, everyone continues to funnel. And look, you get a global Baron call up. Biofrost still flying in despite the team not being in position to fight.
Exactly. The synergy not there. The first pick comes through, and again, Flash Wolves, they understood that TSM thought they could push an objective, back away, shop, all those other things, and this was the first moment where we see that controlled aggression, making a play without perfect information. This Flash Wolves did not exist at Worlds. Many games this tournament, they haven't been able to pull the trigger and have the killer instinct, and this is a good sign to see on a must-win day for all these teams.
Well, once even game is now very lopsided in favor of the Flash Wolves. 5,000 gold up and counting. 2 minutes of power to play with this Baron and do perhaps irreparable damage to TSM's base.
And that's the thing. Haunter has been winning a split push race against the Galio, but he can't match him right now with the Baron minions. He wouldn't be able to clear them fast enough. Maple also freely hitting these side lane turrets. This is already a big Baron power play, and it's still got 2 minutes left.
Looks like the VOD review for TSM after this tournament will be very clear when it comes to when they have pressure, when Haunter's drawing members, making things happen elsewhere. And it's not like the Flash Wolves have an A+ in that category, but they made the one proactive move that's divided the teams in 35 minutes.
Well, see just how much Flash Wolves can get done. Usually the gold standard for Baron is breaking one of those inhibitor turrets, preferably an inhib to go with it, to line up your next objective, but they'll be happy to just break the base here and really just put the stranglehold on this game. Already very far ahead on gold, but it's pretty late into this one still. TSM, some game left to play, but this turret's looking a little unhealthy.
And what Flash Wolves want here is for Karsa, Maple, or Betty to find the right target. Because of the Mikhails, it's difficult to just do it off an Ash Arrow, which is why they either need to chain stuns into a priority target or have Karsa go in and make a kickback. If they do that, they potentially win off that play. Bjergsen goes in.
We're going to make a really big play there. Actually, now goes back into the Betty's down. He's going to find that kill. Now Maple wants to flash out of the way. Good kick from Karsa into the grasping roots, but the ace in the hole. Trunks one down. Total flashing in for Sword, and he's going to get it with 2 crits to the back.
Sometimes the Hail Mary is exactly what you need in TSM. The second time this game, put the shield on Bjergsen. He'll make a play, and he did it.
And that's the danger as Flash Wolves when you are trying to really punish with that Baron and get Baron empowered minions in every wave. If you aren't ready to disengage a hard commit from one team, then you're going to pay the price, and TSM force it very quickly right there.
That was the big moment for TSM this game. Now, of course, it's not a Baron. It's not in any way equitable to what they lost. But they have this push priority. Karsa being sneaky. He's not spotted.
Oh, doesn't find Total. That could be a mistake, but Gallo going to ride in as well. Bifrost a little low there. Maple's all he's going to take him down. Haunter, he is here, but it's just not enough to save the support.
And that could have been a lot worse for TSM. Bjergsen wasn't even there as they were making that push. We're going to watch this one more time. Bjergsen doesn't get the charm, but Betty still has no flash, so very few ways for him to escape. Bjergsen ulting right into melee range, so Haunter can guarantee the top.
And look, he was the one who demanded the Ahri. It could have been Karma mid, it could have just been the Nami drop, but he took the Ahri to make plays like that. In the replay, is it elegant? Not necessarily, but just the aggression in a game of passivity caught Flash Wolves off guard and bought some breathing room for TSM.
Yeah, and track these flashes, because Turtle flashed forward for 1 kill on a support without being able to take a map objective afterwards. Much like when TSM pushed forward to get that mid lane turret and then took very late recalls to give up Baron, that could have huge consequences down the road, because we're about to see Elder Drake come up. And TSM, while they have the extra Zeal completed for Wild Turtle, he doesn't have flash. Maple, Betty, Karsa, any of these guys have a higher chance of punishing Wild Turtle now with no flash.
And we complimented the 1-2-3 plays from TSM in a macro case, but in a position like that, where clearly the call was, we're going in, or we have to go in, we have to engage now, suddenly they do make incorrect plays like that, flashing in for a single kill, because in that situation, there was just no realistic massive objective they would gain off it. Certainly 1 kill on a support, the gold's not going to be worth it. And like you say, they may make the right macro play and then Total will be caught out with no flash later.
Still a pretty big Baron power play for Flash Wolves. I think close to 5,500 gold. Flash Wolves straight in control of the right-hand side of the snap onto the Elder Dragon. Haunter not even splitting right now, so looks like top wave is going to cause some additional problems as well for TSM. I mean, Haunter, I think he feels like he has to be here for his team, because they know, if we're going to win, I think we just have to go for it.
Exactly, and TSM know what they have to do. They know how hard it is to control Elder Drake. And Flash Wolves are good as well. They know that both TSM carries are without flash, so they're just looking for a pick on anyone. They catch someone, the game is effectively over.
So many wards into the back of the Drake pit does give them temporary vision. They spot Betty there as well. There you can see Maple. Very dangerous. Karsa going to block that ace in the hole. Maple does not want to take unnecessary poke.
Amusingly, the haste in the hole felt like vision for Tide. Obviously, the damage was certainly not going to do anything.
Karsa wants one over the wall.
Really good positioning there for Karsa. Arrow into Total. Gets out instantly. That was a tight Mikhails there from Bifrost. He does not have QSS.
Mikhails is down. Still lots of CC left. MMD has flash taunt. They're bursting down Elder Drake.
TSM have to go for something here. The Drake is low, but not too much damage being taken here for Flash Wolves. Haunter in the front of the pit. MMD looks for the play, but Johnson finds his block. Bjergsen onto the backside, looks for the carry, but gets exhausted. Sands United is going to try and one in, but Turtle already got kicked out. Bjergsen on a rampage, but Turtle's already dead. Transparent chasing out Karsa, but they need a little more Benny. Still alive, Haunter trying to chase him down, but Spable does go down. Haunter tries to Benny on the other side, and now Svenskjaeren's going to get chased down. Karsa, oh, he's going to find Svenskjaeren. He's going to get the minute back to House. Not going to get it, but he does go down for a trade. 4 for 3. Flash Wolves barely ahead.
So fitting for this game that it ends up a 4 for 3. It looked like a 3 for 3 on first glance. Bjergsen dancing around in what was a very extended fight. You expect there to be a lot less items for the first big fight of the game, but we're already 40 minutes in.
And Betty did an exceptional amount of damage towards the end of this fight, but watching it again, the initiation doesn't actually stick for Flash Wolves. Bjergsen ends up getting a lot of damage as he goes in initially, but watch Wild Turtle, no flash. Karsa kicks him back, he's dead. No chance in that fight, but Bjergsen still does damage along the backside, and now they're two-manning that Baron Nashor because no one could take down Betty at the end of that fight. Watch Hunter try, but Betty kites him back.
It felt a lot like they were just trying to pad a fight. They thought they'd want it after picking up Dash.
Did he ult in?
Did he go for it? They go for damage. He's going to look for it. Tries to steal it. Oh my God! He steals the Elder Dragon!
Team solo mid. Gets it through their mid laner. He does it in big style. Bjergsen this game strapped his team on his back on the Ahri, going for those big Shannon plays. And my goodness, he did it again.
And that's just one of those moments. Flash Wolves have two people that can take down the Elder Drake. Neither of them have sweepers. Neither of them have smite. Biofrost throws in the redemption. Bjergsen gets it with the steal and can ult right back out.
But it's hard to criticize Flash Wolves when a play around Baron was made in a similar tenure and got them a big lead. This time, they feel like they're caught with their pants down. These are the trades you make when you try to make an educated game, play the game on the razor's edge, and credit to Bjergsen, he made it work.
And track the cooldowns. Flashes back up for the TSM carries, not up for Betty. So this time, if Haunter can get a taunt, Betty can go down very early. So the tides have shifted, especially with the Elder Drake buff.
I mean, Haunter especially, he was already getting a lot of work done in the side lane. Everybody's going to struggle to fight him for the next few minutes as TSM positioning for this Baron. A ton of wards just hanging out through the left side of that pit. And Haunter's getting real pressure now.
I like the itemization from MMD going for the Knight's Vow. I feel like it's been underbought this tournament when we've actually had a relatively large amount of tank top laners, so no GA for MMD, but you know, if he dies through all this armor, then certainly the GA is not going to be a big factor. So we'll see if Betty having a little bit of damage reduction will at least be something.
Yeah, 432 armor for MMD right now, and it's not Bjergsen who's hitting them, so only the damage dealers that are getting to him are physical. They're rushing this Baron down. It gets warded.
No control ward on the Baron there from TSM, so you would have to imagine they were only starting it to turn. I see you shake your head, Jack.
They don't have space for control wards.
That's a good point.
They've decided to build all these cloth armors, and the argument is probably not worth it, but at the same time, if they're ending a fight at very low health, you can make that argument. They're not going for vision denial right now, that's for sure.
Had sweepers that didn't get deep enough into the back of the pit, was afraid of maybe Flash was being behind it, so now they'll get advantage over the Baron as many snapshots are snapped, and they're going for a Flash will do a lot of damage.
Seen this before. TSM's going to try and rush in.
All right, Bjergsen's already there. You can see them. Can he steal it again? He's going to go in for it. Looks to try and take one down, but the Baron does go over to Flash with TSM. Going to start a fight. Bjergsen already got altered there by Mabel. He takes so much damage running into the pit. Stranglethorn, 3-man knock over Betty. Shuts one down. They need to kill the cow, but he just does too much. Turtle, though, does finally take him down, but here's the GM. Haunter, is he going to time it properly? No need. He's got no flash. Shut down there for Turtle.
Mabel having to flash out of the fight so early meant the damage wasn't there for Flash Wolves, so MMD being the first to go down as the hilariously tanky Gallia. They just didn't have the damage to reiterate, and even though it was free firing from Betty, the Baron buff is answered by a lot of kills for TSM.
This game is on a razor's edge. Svenskeren only able to try and steal with his ultimate, but then Flash Wolves are caught in the pit and not able to really retaliate as much because TSM did go in together.
Now, if they had the flash on Ashe that we talked about quite a few times, both flash out the back, you maybe get 4 Baron buffs, one person has to die, one single tier, and you end up ahead. But giving up quite a lot in that scenario because they made the bold play. Once again, getting the Baron with the bold play, but definitely picking up some casualties as well.
Well, unfortunately for them, dying just kind of decreases the overall Baron duration. Only 2 minutes 20, and Flash Wolves still aren't out on this map getting things started. The longer TSM can delay, the better it is for them. And we're almost 45 minutes in this game. We're at a coin flip teamfight status very soon.
And it's definitely been a coin flip kind of game. It's been 2 teams playing very similar game plans with not a lot to separate them. It's one of those games primed for an MSI moment, primed for something that will be remembered for a long time. There are stars on both lineups that have made massive outplays before. Will it be Karsa with a kick flash? It feels like one carry going down. This late in the game might be decided by that single outplay.
Absolutely, and that's why we're seeing stuff like Guardian Angel trying to come together on the tanks. not necessarily happy that there is no Knight's Vow anywhere in Hauntzer's late game build, especially when so much is built around Turtles. That damage reduction can come in super clutch when you have a shielder as well to try and keep him alive, but that only increases the difficulty level for Turtle trying to stay safe in these very hectic, high-pressure late-game fights.
And it feels weird because they're kind of, again, they weren't fully committing to protect the Turtles. Not all the eggs in his basket, but it's a lot of them. But it's certainly not Sven, where he had 800 redemptions and everything to help him out. Here it's really only the Karma, who might be the first to die, that has a lot of team utility for Turtle.
And the thing with Turtle, look at this item build from Turtle. He is leaning, he's trusting Bifrost with his literal life in this game. Full damage, full aggression, that's the wild Turtle we know and love, but if he gets caught, the fight ends instantly.
Yeah, Mav Malmortius, his only pseudo-defensive item right there. Looks like a sword. It's pointing in one direction. It's all fiery. How is that a defensive item?
When you see double Randuins, how much liberty do you have to build any tankiness? I think you have to largely just invest in your teammates being on point, and that's why, for once, you have to kind of scrutinize Karma's positioning, because if Karma lives, a lot of utility avails. Karma's first to die, then it really is just Turtle, right for the pickings.
Zony is now finished with Bjergsen, so these inventories are fully stocked in almost every single lane. Maple's actually working on his own zonies, and without a flash, he might be vulnerable until he can get that item. But I think the big thing for me here is Flash. Sure, they got the Baron, but did almost negative damage. I'm very curious to see what this Baron power play looks like, because they got almost nothing from this.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that happened is Elder Drake disappeared from the map. The team that took Baron immediately disappeared from the map. So we've been very excitedly talking about the prospects of this game, but we are in a bit of a rest and reset phase. Everyone is trying to get their items, get their cooldowns back. There's no major objectives to fight over. So they want a random pick with an Asher, and that's what Flash Wolves have the threat of. But for the most part, it's just all about setup until those objectives start coming back online.
Yeah, Baron to Baron, Elder Dragon to Elder Dragon. Otherwise, everything remains even between Flash Wolves and TSM. 5,000 gold lead that's starting to rapidly mean very little. Infernal Drakes on both sides, so really not much to split the two teams.
Look at that little Baron power play. 329 gold for the Flash Wolves.
That kind of game, pastry time.
Maple just trying to stack up Syndra's orbs. The reason Syndra's do that is because the ultimate will be much more punishing if you have a bunch of orbs already on the ground. We're just hoping someone on TSM steps a little bit forward and they would get that game-ending pick, because they are getting control in the jungle right here. TSM would make a big mistake if they tried to regain that, because the opportunity cost is not worth the reward.
The awkward spot is you can't really move with your vision like most plays are made when you have this sort of map pressure, because you can't really control ward two brushes. It's not item spots for there to be control wards on multiple members. So it feels like the vision from TSM is largely sticking, and Flash Wolves can basically plop that control ward down and really just hope against hope that someone walks in, because otherwise there is always that chance of standing in a ward and the game might go the other way and end off such a brush.
In for the long haul here still. I think Papa Smithy said looking at about maybe a 50-minute team fight. We're getting later than that at this point. And TSM, they do have Haunter playing these sidelines. What we've seen, when they don't play right, it falls apart quickly. I mean, if that's what TSM still want to do here in this game, they'll have to be careful.
It does feel a little bit like a metaphor for the tournament, that there's nothing to separate these teams when there's 4 teams already in the standings, 3 and 5, and really trying, or 3 and 6 for one of them, but still really trying to separate themselves from the pack. This is another game where the difference between TSM and Flash Wolves, it's minute at most.
Yeah, the 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead means nothing. You can see actually maxed items on the first 4 members on the TSM side, and just the chain vest for Karsa would need to be completed for him to reach max items as well. And at that point, it's just the supports who have kept spots for control wards. Incredibly late game right now.
I mean, the smallest advantage you can say is that at least TSM have a true global, whereas the Galio does not. So having a true global in a game like this, where it's not vision, where you're not likely to be collapsed on, can actually be a factor. So where Galio can go in this game, because the channel time on teleport is too long when the game might be decided on a single pick, is actually a little bit limited compared to where Haunter can go.
Well, looks like we're back at it again with the Baron. 50 seconds until it spawns again. TSM first to the area to get some vision down. Elder Dragon's also respawning, which is a pretty rare sight. And a minute 25 for that one. Turtle pokes. Castle blocks it with the Banshees.
Yeah, and right now, the value of your sweeper is so high. Notice how Bjergsen switched over to a third sweeper. So TSM is making a bet here that the blue ward would be less effective than being able to sweep. So that means they have to get position early. If they give out condition, they don't have a way of getting it back.
From Lance, got to get shots. Actually a lot of damage already. Does flash and Sleep got away, but now Bjergsen moving forward, trying to find another pick.
This could mean TSM onto Baron if it's not with
He takes so much damage. She gets down already. Svenskeren isolating Sorta on the right. Redemption gonna reset. Everybody's dead. TSM in a 5v4 now.
Single charm onto Karsa won the pressure game for TSM. They could turn onto Baron very confidently. Karsa's recalled. TSM for now, though, aren't forcing anything.
Yeah, that's when TSM had to make the pick, though, because they had no way of getting vision back if they concede that territory. The vision denial for now pays off, but they don't make a play right off it. They had a window. Karsa was super low, and they'd had the kill, but they decide to play it safe.
Getting a pick like that at 48 minutes and not getting anything. Of course, no space in inventories for wards, but not even pushing up with the Sightstone to get wards down is unbelievable, honestly.
Hugely disappointing. They go catch wave in the bottom lane. They go back up. Still 30 seconds with MMD, but Karsa, Banshees fail up. Going to be trying to look for a steal, and the controller's not deep enough. It doesn't see the ward.
No sweepers out, so we could be in 50-50 territory. Karsa gonna line it up. There's the first Q. No flash for Karsa. He needs to do this. So TSM wait it out, very patient here.
The tournament could be decided on this.
Bergson looking at this as well. Honto actually trying to block it out. It's the Toto's team. Oh no! Maple stole the Baron. Svenskeren just didn't use the smite.
So much wrong about what TSM did right there. Biofrost needs to ward deeper in the pit, and also we've seen a lot of teams try and evolve the way they do Baron. You keep it at about 2,000 health, and then you arbitrarily pick a time to burst. They don't do that. It's down at around 1,000. Now they just keep going, but now it's a 5v5. This is a panic move by TSM. They're trying to fight their way out.
Ninja can't be there, though. There's limited members here for Flash Wolves.
I can see him now. They need to make a play with the Elder Drake. MMD caught a little out of position. Betty's so aggressive. Flash Wolves just trying to make time for Maple and cut them off.
They're trying to get turrets right now. I mean, Maple's got a free push in the bottom side. Flash Wolves can't actually fight them. They're trying to at least open up an inhibitor.
Running back in, Maple should be able to get this, but I don't think you can get the in-hit. TSM very defensive, but they didn't have the vision this late into the game. 51 minutes, inventories are stocked. Maple backs off. He actually didn't even get the... Oh, he did barely get the turret in top lane as it falls.
Smart from Flash Wolves. No reason for them to keep contesting. They back away and respect TSM. But as you say, Jet, a lot of mistakes here. Watch this. The W kills it. 11.
That true damage from Syndra's W at max rank.
Crap. Wow. That's just insane stuff.
I guess I can't blame them for missing it, but that sucks for TSM. What a great steal by Maple as Flash Wolves with a brutal-looking siege.
But again, Flash Wolves would not have been able to do that if Biofrost control wards deeper in the pit, where it would actually matter.
And they can't double control ward because there's only one control ward slot on the team. So they have to get it right in that scenario. And that misplay, which we've seen before in this tournament, again, this game is so central to both teams' chances of making top 4.
And now it's all about trying to get an initiation onto Flash Wolves.
Big play, Bjergsen taking damage, but he's Zonies is through. Honza gonna re-drum in MMD with a defensive ultimate. Actually taking a lot of damage. Flash Wolves goes down to Honza. TSM gonna fight their way out of the Baron of Flash Wolves. Ready. Ace in the hole, does get the kill. Carries down for Flash Wolves. MMD onto Honza, but he's dead. 5v2 for a long time.
When you allow a game to go this late, maybe this will just decide if TSM is going to shove down mid. They still have Elder Dragon Bar.
They have to escort their minion wave to get rid of the backdoor bonus. Hanzo kills the fourth. It's just Karsa alive.
Charmed up by Bjergsen. He's going to buy all the time TSM need.
Yeah, Bjergsen trying to stop Karsa from proxying waves. They're ushering in this minion wave. 40 seconds on Maple. He's the closest. I think TSM's done it.
Buckler's patience might cost them. They didn't get any in here, so they never had access to the pushing. Hanzo now going to take it up. One Nexus turret under fire. 30 seconds or more on everyone else at Flash Wolves. There's one. TSM. We're going to turn the trick again. Bjergsen finishes the ace, and TSM will keep their dreams alive. A 50-minute game. Take down Flash Wolves.
And we have to take a moment to catch our breaths after that ending because it was so much back and forth and back and forth the entire game.
And it's a sort of situation now where in the end TSM make the larger errors, but because we're at 52 minutes, they make the picks, they get the kills, they end the game. And you might say, okay, what does this mean for these two teams going forward? It's about getting top 4, and then you actually have the latitude of 4 days to watch VODs and actually make it through the bracket stage, and not 4 days to watch VODs while you're back home.
Yeah, I would say TSM had the macro plays wrong, but the team fights right.
Agreed.
Every time they needed to get the Shen-Ari combo to start a fight, they were able to, and that was what decided it in the end.
And we came back to the old point of what's Flash Wolves team fighting in the late game like. Again, you could scrutinize the fact that they lost their first game of the regular season, won 28 in a row, and then dropped a single game to AHQ. There was some late games, but there wasn't that many for the Flash Wolves over the course of the LMS, and it did feel like when the fights needed to be won, it was TSM.
I'd like to officially welcome Bjergsen and Honza into the tournament, because I feel like that is one of the first times this event where you have seen both the carriers of TSM show up. You could see it in Bjergsen with that Drake, you could see it in Honza there with that taunt to try and end the game. It's not pretty, but you have to dig deep and play with heart, and that's exactly what the carriers did.
Yeah, it was just such a back and forth game, and you have to be mentally tough throughout those games. 2 Barons going over to the Flash Wolves throughout the course of that game. 2 Elder Dragons going over to TSM through the course of that game. Elder Dragon steal by Bjergsen, Baron steal by Maple. They were trading punches, but it's TSM who comes off the top in the end.
Well, certainly a long one from TSM have somehow started their day with a win. Jash and the gang are standing by to tell us a bit more.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. That was stressful to watch. I can only imagine how stressful it was to play.
Great for me to watch.
Oh, please. Well, as an NA caster, I was like, ah.
Knew they had it all along. Fantastic ending, and at least collectively as a desk, we were right in our predictions. 2-1, the average is still for TSM, so I think we're doing quite okay.
I think you're doing great, Crepo. Do you feel good about the prediction, though, even if you get it right in that situation?
I mean, not really, because I think it's. First of all, you know, I thought that they would win in a very different way if they were going to win, right? I thought it was going to be much more about Hauntzer. They did, like, I didn't like TSM's draft in particular. I thought that there was a lot of kind of strange choices there.
But you don't have to play a carry to carry. And Hauntzer, for me, he carried that last fight super well.
And let's go ahead and take a look at that final fight then. The Acer-deserving replay that ends the game for TSM in victory. Spotlight on Hauntzer, as you mentioned here, in this final fight. Crepo, take it away.
I mean, it's just, this is the turning point. Flash Wolves, they stalled and stalled and stalled. They weren't efficient. Things just to watch for in this fight is how he finds Maple here. His next taunt, I believe, is going to block the Galio, and then it wasn't really shown during the game, but then suddenly he finds another pick deep while the rest of TSM is protecting the minion wave.
And there's really no way for Maple to actually react to that at all, because it's a taunt flash. He even taunts away from Maple and then flashes towards him, so there's no chance that he can react, and plays like that can really turn a game.
And you know, I will toot my own horn a little bit here. Yes, I thought that the draft would be sculpted, like the victory would come out because they'd be able to control Karsa, but ultimately it did hinge on the fact that Hauntzer and Turtle and Biofrost were actually just better in side lanes than Flash Wolves, and that's ultimately what won them this game. The fact that their side lanes were stronger than MMD and Betty.
Well, let's go ahead and pull up that pick ban and take another look at it just so people can have a reminder of where this game started to begin with. As was mentioned, we have the Galio going over after a Syndra blind pick in the first rotation for the Flash Wolves. A lot of people were looking at the Echo. Where was it? It didn't come out. Ari is the pick for Bjergsen.
Yeah, and it was really strange. I do want to kind of highlight this Galio pick because we were talking about it beforehand that it looked like a flex Galio. You know, the gauntlet has been thrown effectively. Like the Fior is open, Hauntzer. You can take it, but if you do take it, Galio can flex into that support position, and maybe we have something that can deal with you in the top lane. But I think you actually go for that. I'm actually really surprised that Hauntzer pulled his punch and went for the Shin. It worked out, but it was very scary.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am in agreement. I feel like that would have been a nice way to go, but at the same time, you know, just because we think that they should maybe play around Hauntzer in this game, they were obviously focusing the draft more around playing around Bjergsen. You draft Shen, that synergizes so incredibly well with the Ari. He can go very aggressively forward in a lot of these fights, and they did find success through that combo. So, you know, they were obviously looking for a different direction, and in the end, it did work out.
Yeah, drafting a little bit around Wild Turtle and Bjergsen, it looked like Flash Wolves recognized that, went mid lane plenty of times. Crepo, I know you really enjoyed watching the layering of CC and the communication that must have been there from the Flash Wolves in order to execute some of these kills onto Bjergsen. We'll take a look at a couple.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all enjoyed it right here. Just this QE that's going to come out from Maple, and then the arrow seemingly out of nowhere comes flying in. But it also highlights the fact that if this 4-1 composition from Flash Wolves doesn't do exactly this against a very mobile Bjergsen, they will start suffering later on.
And this was, I mean, this was a little bit disrespectful from Bjergsen. The Q is on you from Karsa. You know this guy is one of the best Lees in the world, and you're still walking away from your scheme. And honestly, this was game-changing that he survived. He was incredibly lucky to live there, because I think if he goes down, Flash Wolves could have forced around Baron, perhaps taken a fight there,
Or just
and
momentum.
that might have been a big game changer.
And the other thing to really look at in all those fights is how dark the map is for TSM. We kept saying it over and over again, you know, where are their wards? Where are the control wards? Whereas everything was lit up for Flash Wolves. They had so much more information to make those pick plays like that.
I mean, if people are buying cloth armors instead of purchasing pink wards, I got a little trigger right there. I had to take a break. We look at the Flash Wolves. They constantly come back, you know, 5 pink wards, 8 at one point in their inventories. They use them decently well. Still props to TSM for stalling, but a few key objectives did fall to the Flash Wolves because of the lack of vision.
Exactly, so let's go ahead and take a look at that first Baron that Flash Wolves were able to pick up. I mean, this is off of TSM seeing them clear the ward in the pit.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it was TSM having some pretty bad base timers, and then after they realized the Baron is already gone, they still decide to fight.
Yeah, I was just really going to echo that sentiment of not staggering their back, so it's really disrespectful from TSM.
You know what? I agree.
There it is. 3 backs at the wrong time there spells a Baron over to the Flash Wolves, but then we have to remember that both mid laners coming up with big steals, one on the Elder, one on the Baron, so this game had plenty of ups and downs for both squads.
It definitely did, and to talk a little bit more about the vision, I do think part of it was kind of the composition, not only how Flash Wolves played, but when you have your only person who can essentially face check and kind of help you clear vision in the Shen, and he's in a side lane with Galio, Flash Wolves with this massive amount of pick between the Zyra and the Syndra, the Ashe and the Lee Sin, kind of are able to more boldly check forward, and they also had an almost full tank Lee who was able to kind of clear the way for them.
I'm honestly shocked that Betty did that much damage with the GA and Ninja Tabbies comparatively to like Turtle's like full damage build.
Well, that said, Turtle had a moral reminder the whole time. A little nitpicky thing, would have liked to see the LDR. I know you would have too, Azale. We've still got more League of Legends coming your way. Up next here in Rio de Janeiro, Team WE take on the GIGABYTE Marines. We'll see you in just a bit.
Book it. We'll see if he levels something. Does get taunted over the Galio, exhausted down as well. Haunter still trying to run away. The rest of the team's coming there, but Mabel lands a Q, casting it, and that's first blood leads in. And that's going to be Baron over to Flash or Sven. Not in time to steal it on Bifrost. Going to be the ulti. Bjergsen going to try and start a team fight, but there's one already dead. Bjergsen moving to the stranglehold as Betty flashes in towards him. Haunter is going to join the fight, but Sven falls to flash away. Haunter, I think maybe sacrificing his life and trying to get a counter kill, but he just doesn't have it. To go for it, they go for it. Definitely he's going to look for it. Tries to steal it. Oh my god! He steals the Elder Dragon!
Nice. Get up. Here's arrow too.
Very patient here. The tournament could be decided on this. Bjergsen looking for this as well. Haunter actually going to block it out. It's the top 10. Oh no! Maple stole the Baron! Through Haunter going to rejoin with MMD with a defensive ultimate. Actually taking a lot of damage. Flash shot. Maple goes down to Haunter. TSM going to fight their way out of the Baron up. Flash was ready. Ace in the hole does get the kill. Carries down for Flash. MMD on the Haunter, but he's dead. TSM will keep their dreams alive. A 50-minute game. Take down Flash Wolves.
今天的比赛对我们意味着就是复仇之战吧，因为输给了越南队，然后就导致国内的观众们就是很失望。就是今天的话，我觉得我们一定要先把越南队给拿下。然后 SKT 的话，我不希望跟他5-5开，就是他们要么他们爆炸，要么我们爆炸，就是我要跟他们打个你死我活吧。
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of MSI 2017. On stage, our team WE and the GIGABYTE Maroons, who are still looking for a spot in next week's bracket. With a win, GIGABYTE Maroons secure at least a tiebreaker for 4th place, and WE can lock down 2nd if they win here and avoid SKT.
That's kind of a win in itself, given the SKT that we saw earlier today. WE, again, confident to predict them, but then you remember the GIGABYTE Marines ran over this team, and they're going to want to recreate the early game that allowed that big advantage.
Yeah, and Team WE felt quite embarrassed after that one. They do not want to lose this team again, but that's the thing. GIGABYTE Marines has been running over a lot of people in the early games. It's just a matter of whether you've been able to come back in the late game. Can WE control them in the early game, I think, will be the big question for this match.
Well, looking for some revenge here. Let's check out the squads lining up on the wrist. First off, it is representing the LPL, it's Team WE. Top laner 957, Jungle, Condi, mid lane Xie, bot laner Mystic, support Ben, and Coach Om.
And on the red side from the GPL, it is the aforementioned GIGABYTE Marines. We have Stark in the top lane. Will he draw a Gragas and a Kennen is the question. Levi in the jungle, Optimus in mid lane, Slay the AD carry, and Archie the support.
It does feel like the water cooler moment with this team is the pick ban. It feels like everyone has 3 champions you ban against GIGABYTE Marines to not have the same effect that they've had on basically every team. And I imagine there'll be some disagreement about it. Feels like the Gragas certainly in there. There's Ziggs, and it's kind of, is it Lulu? Is it Kennen? There's a lot of different arguments, and it's so fun to see teams, come up with their own concoction of how to stop GIGABYTE Marines from playing their own game, and GIGABYTE Marines one-up that, have an extra champion, and still play the same style.
Yeah, because GIGABYTE Marines' meta has been a little bit different than others, but it's not like they only play carrier, assassin, mid laners. They've played Lulu mid and been able to win a game. I think the bans that at least you and I have settled on, Papa Smithy, that we'd like WE to have is Gragas, Kennen, and Ziggs, because those are the 3 more unique champions for their style.
Also, because Team WE are on blue side, if you get the Lulu with those 3 bans, you can take it away anyway. So completely agreed, Jat. As long as the Lulu doesn't fall in the hands of GIGABYTE Marines as well, it's win-win.
Well, we've just come off the longest game of MSI 2017. Let's see if this one's a little more fast-paced. I at least expect that on the Marine side, as there's first ban Ziggs for WE. GIGABYTE Marines taking their time with this one, going to ban Kled away from 957.
Yeah, the other side of the coin, the GIGABYTE Marines bans against WE are a little more interesting. I feel like WE have been surprisingly most impressive in the early game with the sort of pick comps that we saw in our previous game, the Ashe, Lee Sin, Syndra kind of comps, where they've kind of looked strong, just finding priority through their mid lane. And Xie, a massive performance on the LeBlanc yesterday as well, so that's another one to think about.
Yeah, Xie has quietly been having a large impact in the mid and late game for these games, doing a bunch of damage in all those late game team fights. Also interesting, they're just taking the pocket picks away from Team WE. They pull out the Kog'Maw even when they don't have protection compositions, and they blind pick the Kled. So really targeted bans on both sides.
No one's playing around with those Karma or Lulu bans so far, so tracking them has sort of been narrative of its own at MSI 2017. No sign of the Gragas ban either. 1957 could play. We'll ban it away.
So that's going to leave Lulu or Karma or both, depending on what GIGABYTE Marines want to do. I have Genius Analyst, though.
Smartest analyst in the room.
I feel like they should ban neither of those champions. And then the question is, how do they want to target the remaining picks? If they want to get rid of Twitch as far as the hyper carry potential for Mystic, since they will be carrying with the Shielder, is one option, but they don't have too many great ways here to ban, so they just ban Ashe.
And it does feel like most people are on either the Twitch side of the coin or the Kog'Maw. And for Mystic, I definitely cement his Kog'Maw as the better of the 2 picks. So they're going to play with fire, potentially still see the Twitch come through. And speaking of first picks, though, will it be, to me, it's the Lulu, because Optimus has shown already that he'll play Lulu mid. So I see the priority of that pick over what the GIGABYTE Marines are putting out. And for now, at least, it seems like Team WE agrees.
Oh, for now, and then 2 seconds later.
Interesting.
Here's the mind game. They're daring GIGABYTE Marines to show their hand with the Karma or Lulu mid right away.
Or both.
Try and comp around that, because that's the thing. If they pick Lulu Karma here, they deny Team WE their support, and then Ben would probably play something like Malzahor or Bard, as Kreppo likes to keep bringing up.
And they certainly won't pick both, which certainly some teams would consider, and the priority on the Galio has gone way up. Now, he can sort of maybe live through the Fizz matchups, but of course the flex pick nature of the WE first peak Fizz, which, again, we knew it was going to be up there for the flex picks, but this is very early.
Yeah, I mean, they're flexing on each other because the Galio and the Lulu can also go into a number of different lanes.
Well, it looks like we're going to settle on an AD carry first. There's Caitlyn for Mystic, so kind of in a very similar vein to the likes of Kog'Maw, and even Ashe in some ways, so Mystic kind of stick to his personal preferences here. I can't say well where WWE don't pick Karma here, but it'll be very interesting to see what they want to select. But I think kind of like maybe they're just thinking through things and saying, you know what, let's make sure we have everything planned for the next phase.
But the question is, are you worried
I'm wrong.
if Lulu Karma comes through from GIGABYTE Marines? Because they don't play through Slay in that manner, and you almost think that it's going to be playing through Levi on maybe a more aggressive dueling jungler than necessarily anything. Now, they do take away the Karma anyway.
Yeah, but you were also seeing what was going through their head right there. They thought, if we don't pick a jungler here, then we're going to get pinched, because the Lee Sin is almost certainly getting banned in the next phase away from Condi, and Levi gets his pick of the litter right here. So the Caitlyn ban is the one thing that's at least a little confusing to me, because they could have just picked a jungler and support there and still had the flexibility of Fizz, but that just shows how much they wanted Caitlyn for Mystic, and they're really going to be trying to shove that bottom lane in early.
And a point that's kind of been overlooked, I think, because Levi has had so many great games. 3 match wins for GIGABYTE Marines in group stages. All 3 of those games on Kha'Zix, surprisingly. It hasn't been the Graves that we've seen great mechanics from. Those are actually the games where GIGABYTE Marines have petered out, and it's been the Kha'Zix that's actually held the 100% win rate. So very interesting to see taking the Graves in this spot. It's a denial pick from Condi and Source. They also do double ban jungle, but it's not the Kha'Zix that can line up with the Galio and the Lulu and go very deep into the backline.
Yeah, I always wonder if Condi's got an Ivern prepped in his back pocket. Not something he's played much of, but it's definitely a powerful jungler that is still on the board.
Peanut played his first game of Ivern at this tournament, so anything's possible. Condi hasn't played it either, so it's not respected as part of a champion pool, but you could certainly see it given where the pick ban is going. WE could recreate something like G2's comp, where they were running the mid lane Fizz that time, but that's still to be decided where the Fizz is going.
Looks like Marines are pushed pretty far down on the AD carries though, because 2 were banned by WE in phase number 2. We've seen some Jhin here and there, but that is going to be the pick from Marines. It's not a super meta AD carry, but I think at this spot it's fine.
Yeah, when you're pushed down your tier list of marksmen, especially with the Zigs being banned already, that does make sense. They're
like
hovering
the
it. They've done a lot of hovers that are logical and then switched off at the last second this draft, so they're trolling us. There it is, locked in.
Oh, look at it, Condi! Gonna make an appearance on Ivern. This is a champion that does not suit his playstyle, but he's saying, you know what, I think my team needs this, I'm gonna pick it. I'm gonna confirm, maybe support Karma here as well with Shie's last pick. His Tilly has been very impressive, and they lock it in.
Yeah, and as much as this is a protection comp because of the 2 shielders, it's absolutely a shoving comp that just tries to kill turrets. The Talia wants to unlock the mid lane and roam around, and the Ivern is, I feel like, the best jungler for actually setting up sieges in lanes that they can then outnumber the opponent with the Talia.
This might be one of the first games where GIGABYTE Marines won't have those pushing lanes that we know. It feels like there's a lot of pressure on the side of Team WE, so pushing in and then roaming with something like the Weave as well is an availability. GIGABYTE Marines do have access to Syndra as a last pick, so can potentially just try to delete GA from the laning phase equation and get power there. But it's not Ziggs Lulu bot lane, it is the Jhin who very frequently, and certainly against this lane, will be pushed in. And if the Fizz has kill pressure and Talia starts to shove, WE do have some interesting options as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating game as far as whether or not WE can get an early advantage or whether or not GIGABYTE Marines can force the pace of game onto Team WE. When we hear Frost Curran describe this matchup, he was expecting Team WE to be totally fine with it because Team WE is totally used to teams just throwing themselves recklessly towards them in the LPL, and they do fine, yet they definitely weren't fine in their first matchup here at the MSI group stage.
No, certainly not. If we're looking for WE to get things done early, there is really only one vessel that can be carried through. It is Condi, and he's on Ivern. But I'm just so curious to see, can he gank aggressively? Because yes, Ivern, good counter jungler, strong farmer. We have a lot of free time while you're waiting for your camps. And if Condi wants to go nuts and try and visit lanes over and over and over again, he can. I just don't know if it's the best thing to do on Ivern.
And even something as simple as Condi's pathing, because we've certainly seen Peanut kind of boggle minds with his early pathing on the Ivern, and Svenskeren go for a different tact in his game. Now we get to see another person with a new viewpoint on Ivern in another region where Ivern has been much lower priority than some of the LCS regions.
Exactly, and Team WE also preparing for the long game right here. They have the bracket stage already secured. Yes, they want to secure the top 2 seed with the win here, knowing they have SKT at the end of the day, but they have the freedom to experiment and deviate from the norm a little bit more than GIGABYTE Marines do.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Moving out to the rift as Condi skipping along, and Ivern even pops up the flare, so he's feeling good here for the WE's first game of the day.
Marines once again going for a bot lane carry who doesn't want to hard commit, doesn't really talk about positioning so much. It's much more of that long-range artillery. Not quite the Ziggs, but very much going to be Jhin out of the fight. But it's certainly not these double dive-in assassin comps with a Galio. It's a very different structure of Galio comp for GIGABYTE Marines.
They very much have to play, you'd think, more standard, sit back and siege and kind of have that disengaged game. Not a great way of starting fights. You have maybe Slay opening up with an ultimate and then hopefully Stark gets a flank TP. Not the same type of reliability as you mentioned.
And that's one of those weird situations where did you win the draft because you forced GIGABYTE Marines to go more standard and thus not go to their gameplay that they've played basically every time? Or will GIGABYTE Marines show us a new dimension of their play and answer some of the critics who say, if you're not going one way aggressively, then you're not the same team?
Yeah, based on on my subjective opinion, I think Team WE did win this draft because GIGABYTE Marines didn't get their primary choices. They don't necessarily have as many tools as we're used to in forcing fights. And Team WE also has the shoving lane. So that's so many things going in your favor.
Great early vision, though, from GIGABYTE Marines, making sure they track this Ivern early. WE snuck 3 people into the bottom lane, which is a little funky. Level 1 not quite working out for them. Levi, though, on the blue buff, going to start that one off. Optimus and Archie actually taking Raptors out. We're at it again. It's time for the GIGABYTE Marines patented lane swap.
Well, that's one way to get out of what is a Terra laning phase for Lulu and Jhin, but again, we've seen this so many times now.
Yeah, but I have to point out Ivern right now for Condi. He did not have intel at level 1. He's trying to do a steal. He's going to see that it is not to be, and that's going to slow down his jungle path a lot. Not to mention,
so much damage. Last shot coming in. 957 ignited. There's first blood again for GIGABYTE Marines.
He didn't skill E. He skilled too early at W.
How do you not prep for a lane swap against the GIGABYTE Marines? Team WE prepped their pick and bans beautifully and then forgot about it during the game. This is the 4th game GIGABYTE Marines have lane swapped, and not only does he not expect it, he skilled a spell before he saw an opponent, something you should never do in a solo lane.
But think about all the factors together, Jack. Remember, we saw at level 1, they went bot lane, they had no information at all. We could see from the Ivern pathing that they had no read on what was happening, and it's just all along the line, not thinking about the lane swap that, again, has been their dominant strategy so far.
And we talk about early games. Somehow, GIGABYTE Marines find a way. Not only do they get that first blood up in the top side, but also Condi's Ivern jungle path is ruined. He did a blind invade into the blue buff and didn't find a blue buff there. And that top lane is going to get interesting because 957 just came back lane. He still doesn't have
he's level 1. They're actually going to tower dive him here. Slay needs to come on board. Ignite is down. That's not going to be enough. Flash from Slay, and he missed.
He autoed and tried to flash away with his 4th shot, but hit a minion. And now he has level 2, so he's got his E. They can't dive this again safely.
Either it was an attack move or just a misclick, but really big mistake for GIGABYTE Marines.
There's playable tricks of a 957, gonna run them off this turret and try and get some CS. Still hurts though.
Watch Ivern.
Gonna land.
Ivern is here.
Big wraparound, but actually Optimus is up here as well. There's Talia. Shot not gonna miss, but Archie takes down 957 and Slade trying to get out from under the turret.
The pace that GIGABYTE Marines are forcing onto Team W right now, and the inability to respond to the lane swap, because we got to see lane swaps reach a very polished point about a year ago, and you can see that polish is completely gone for Team WE. They are not over pushing the bottom side turret. They're trying a little bit, but they've just given up 2 kills under the turret.
I mean, teams know how to play in standard lanes right now, just like how 6 months ago, 9 months ago, teams knew how to play lane swaps. And it's just comical that things keep going so well for the GIGABYTE Marines. This time Xia and also the Ivern was there to try and answer, but the turnaround damage comes. Xia has to back away.
We're still going. Condi not called by Optimus. Stark actually TP'd down. That's a very respectful flash for Condi, but I don't know what he was doing there.
Yeah, that was also one of the most GIGABYTE Marines things they could do. They had a Galio on the bottom lane that can wave clear and keep that turret alive, and they teleport him to the mid lane river at level 3. So they're probably going to lose this turret pretty shortly, or at least a lot of damage onto it.
I mean, is this just the 5-day schedule of the group stages of MSI, because there's going to be 4 days of downtime, but you would have said the same thing when we were prepping for TSM versus GIGABYTE Marines. Go back, watch the VODs, you'll learn. They didn't really feel like they did that. They lost that first match, and now we're here seeing that GIGABYTE Marines just keep returning to a strategy that they've done day in, day out, and teams still cannot be this surprised at the highest level and have basically no idea of what's happened.
Exactly. The mind struggles to find explanations a little bit here because clearly GIGABYTE Marines did prep for this team. They had the target bans that everyone was calling for, and it's happened so many times. You watch the other teams compete and you see a lane swap. What does your team talk about? Oh yeah, we haven't seen that in a while. Let's discuss what we would do in this situation to prevent this from beating us. Obviously, not very much has happened from that. 957 still level 5 over Stark's level 4, but it's the 2 deaths and the gold lead early on for GIGABYTE Marines.
Trading back and forth. We've actually swapped back to 2v2, but Jin's got an early kill and an assist for a quick serrated Dirk here, so certainly combat advantage looking good, although Karma equalizing that a bit with a nice poke there from Ben. I mean, I feel like WE did some prep of their own. That 3-man invade down to the bottom lane looks pretty rehearsed. They're expecting a very specific thing to happen, but getting no vision feels a little weird against GIGABYTE Marines, and they got punished. Only not much of a gold lead at all, but GIGABYTE Marines again, just how many times are we going to say, they won't do it again?
Yeah, and I will say the GIGABYTE Marines did give away a lot of the advantage they suffered early with that teleport into the top lane river. Stark gave up an XP advantage over to 957, and now 957 is actually going to be fine in that lane despite suffering 2 early casualties. And Mystic will have the CS lead over Slay since they spent so much time diving. So they did create a lot of space in which to play with, and they gave some of it back with that teleport.
Really interested to see how the Fizz versus Scalio matchup will continue to track with sort of even item timings or maybe even 957. I think as item spikes first, feels like a matchup we might see a lot moving forward today and in the bracket stage, and Spin 1 hasn't necessarily been visited too far this tournament.
See, finally 1v1, even on experience. 957 with his Ignite ready. Stark though with his flash, and no TPs anyway, because 957 did want to get back to that lane pretty quickly. Blue though over to Optimus, looks good there. Mid lane slightly behind in CS, but she doing exactly what he wants to do here, just power pushing this lane.
And in all the madness, nice control ward on the right side, and so much vision for WE down the bot side river with the pushing lane we talked about. Now that we're finally getting 2v2 is the sort of comfort that was expected come draft phase. There was that big curveball the first 4 to 5 minutes, but now bot lane in a great spot.
Condi here actually in top lane, good! Ulti and back flash from Stark. Condi looking in there, Talia's roamed up as well. 957, a well-earned kill.
Yeah, and that was the experience advantage paying off right there. He hits level 6 first, doesn't even need to burn his Ignite. They brought a lot in case Stark was able to dodge some of that damage. And I also liked how Mystic and Ben temporarily backed off from the bottom lane because when they roamed up, they saw Raptors were still alive, which then they could intuit that Levi was probably on the bottom side of the map. And once again, that's why they're recalling here, because there is so much chance of them getting dove.
WE, they've had a couple of games where the first 5 to 8 minutes, I think back to the game against G2 yesterday, our opening game of the day, where they've gone even or made some mistakes early, but it feels like 8 to 20. They make a lot of smart decisions when they have tools to try and execute in the early game. We were talking about pushing and roaming. We've seen that from Xia a couple of times already. And so far, it's like their macro play, again, with the big caveat of not expecting the lane swap at all, has been the WE we expected coming into this game.
Well, bottom lane actually pretty big lead. Also Mystic and Ben smartly recalling, but 20 CS and counting despite the early gold onto Slay, who's gone very swiftness boots for whatever reason. You can see the gold itself is actually even, but Mystic, if this is how the lane's going to go, he will grow an organic lead pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, I agree. The swiftness boots on Jhin was relatively common when Jhin was meta. A lot of it has to do with having the fourth shot and being able to get it onto an opponent. Because when people see you with that, they like to back off, and when you have the small movement speed advantage on them, you more than likely get it off. Or he just uses flat.
We'll see. Mystic just again shooting minions down. Double warlords actually on both these ADs. Jhin, I think very common to take that Keystone now. Caitlyn, I think Jury might still be up, but Mystic, I know he does love this Keystone quite a lot. Does use it on the likes of combo, which we saw yesterday.
Just by Grass, not a priority anymore.
That is.
AD nerfs. Archer takes a lot of damage.
Actually, out of poly mode now, so Mystic might look for something. Good flash for Lulu, ace in the hole ready, but Slayer should be able to block that. Might just use it for poke this turret again. About 40% health now, so the lead's growing in CS, but also this turret's taking a lot of hurt.
been convinced with some of the 2v2 laning for Slay and Archie yesterday. Of course, Slay dying to ignite after he flashed away. It's not the Ziggs, it's not this other type of laning phase, and it's not the lane swap either. And then just a pure 2v2. I don't know if that flash was necessary much.
Yeah, and they're just getting destroyed at this phase in the laning. And WE has recovered from the chaos of the early game, and now they're executing their game plan. You got to see the dive top lane, you get to see the strong ward control from the Ivern while they shove up, and actually the perfect timing on the rotation from the Ivern. The next wave, they can just walk in, throw a brush in front of the turret and take it.
Well, Levi's decided that a few minutes have passed and no one has died, so he's going to try and make something happen here in the top lane. Great ward in the brush, so he's going to spot it. Well, maybe a dive's getting started in. 957, pretty tricky to kill.
Yeah, this is about playing smart as well. 957 wasn't going aggressive in that lane while his jungle was on the other side of the map. So Team WE, aside from the tomfoolery that got pulled early on in the game, is recovering quite well.
Got drawn into the madness, it felt like a little bit, but have restabilized here. And Saka and Levi are going to hang around, but no cannon creep in. 957 alone, but Condi sprinting up towards topside to try and help him out.
Good mobility, could ult for wave clear, but just trusting that Condi will be there at the right time. Speaking of ult, though.
Yeah, Talia. Already onto Stark. Damage is huge from the Fizz, and there's Sheer to try and finish up the kill. 957 gets credit once more. Now Levi falls to blind. Optimus is here. Looking for 957, but it's not quite enough damage. Levi over the collateral damage. He's going to finish it off, and Archie's here as well, because why not? Ben also roaming up with the team, and now Mystic's thinking about joining as well.
1-for-1, Jin still in the bot lane, won't be responding. Caitlyn actually rotating, probably going to cancel going top lane, going to go to the mid. So 80 carries trade farm, and just a 1-for-1 across the map for WE and GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, and I like the beginning of this play, having the Talia to come in and get the quick execution onto Stark, but then they pushed pretty far forward and didn't necessarily track Optimus with his Ghost, get a trade kill back almost immediately. Cute little thing at the end of this, watch Optimus kidnap Daisy as he walks towards it. You can do this as Syndra and just very easily get the 50 gold if you want by throwing it on the ground.
Daisy is going to be very confused at the end of that one, moving about 4,000 units in that interaction.
Well, you see Mystic actually did manage to move away from his potential roam top and go mid. I think it's actually where he wants to sit anyway. Already taken the tower. Mystic pretty strong early on. Double dagger and a load of early AD is nice as Candy, no, Archie moves around it. It's actually can't take it anyway because Condi stole away the blue. See who managed to move in there. Maybe Mystic decides to take it, and you can see Shie already moving in towards top lane. Optimus is there, at least briefly. It looks like the full rotation is in effect now for WE.
Exactly. Keep moving that Caitlyn around the map and try and get turrets down. Executing this very quickly. They can even move them up to the top lane because it's all about Shie being able to turn the tides on any of those lanes they're trying to push.
Good little flash there from Ben, making sure he stays safe. Good combo started there by GIGABYTE. Trying to get the GW snap. On the slow land again. There's the root. Optimus flashes out of the way, but Essenhol's going to continue. Damage is good. She flashes over, and there's the shot. Ben actually. Credit for the kills. Now Stark going to try and turn it back around. Flash Taunt finds through, but Condi now knocked up with a Justice Punch. Damage still there, but Condi has so many shields. A 957 going to come in and try and win this handily. Oh, WE finds Slay with the fish. Levi though still fighting on the other side. GIGABYTE Marine's a little too low. Slay still fighting up, but she actually dies in the taunt start. He's going to go down on the other side as Mystic gets credit for those kills. Huge double empower. Mystic over the wall. Look at her, just clean it all up. Q's not going to find Levi though, and Slay now going to try and snipe one down. 957 takes a couple hits, gets out of the way. Good little trickster, and Ben takes the last shot.
Yeah, and when you count the corpses at the end of it, it's actually very close, even though it looked like GIGABYTE Marines were caught completely off guard. Slay's Butcher Swiftness wants it!
Condi says no! 957 threatens, and now Daisy's out for the 4v2. They get 5 as Mystic also putting pot shots in. Slay really wanted to take somebody down. The aggressiveness still there in the blood of GIGABYTE Marines.
Execution on both teams, I think, was a little bit off there. A lot of over-aggression, then pull back. Only a 1-for-1, I believe, over the course of all of it, but it was such an extended fight, there may have been another kill snuck in there. End result, though, will just return to normal, which has been WE slowly chipping down this mid lane outer turret as we do get a replay.
Yeah, and Team WE are running a low damage team composition with heavy shields that has a lot of late game scaling, and then damage reduction comes in for Galio, and he's a very tanky dude after he has his taunt on. The damage reduction, not to mention the Lulu, so that's one of the reasons the fight goes on for so long. With that being said, Team WE have the numbers advantage, so they want to continue on to GIGABYTE Marine.
And it's a big numbers advantage because one is already dead and Levi's kind of dueling with Mystic and then woefully out of position. So we return to the fight as the answering first kill. So it is a delayed 2-for-1 for WE, given that Syndra had already died right at the start.
Yeah, and Mystic One is so much more after the empowered Karma Q landed, but wasn't quite able to get any crits down the stretch. Got an Infinity Edge now, though, to help that case.
Well, also, you can see it in the replay, mid-turret did go down to WE, so continuing to use this strong Caitlyn. Infinity Edge already done for Mystic, working on a Zeal pretty quickly, and does have very efficient early items here. I mean, GIGABYTE Marines, for all the fighting they're doing, and as close as a lot of these exchanges are, if they just keep losing turrets, it's kind of not going to matter.
Yeah, the game has gone like we expected with the pushing lanes and actually being able to rotate. It's been clean from WE, again, in spite of an early game that perhaps can be adjusted with just a single VOD review and a single team discussion. Otherwise, it's been the WE that was expected to head to the Rift the first time these two teams met, and certainly not the GIGABYTE Marines rolling over WE in the same fashion as the first round robin.
Yeah, and I think the Ocean Drake is really good for Team WE right now because they have such good disengage and very good shielding on that team. As long as they don't actually die, their ability to stick around and continue to siege turrets is going to be really hard with GIGABYTE Marines to keep up with, since they have such low amounts of good initiation.
957 in a spot of bother, but again, playing safe. Nice ward. Swept away by GIGABYTE Marines, but does keep 957 safe. Mystic still mid lane here. Condi looking for a root caller, doesn't get it. Nice Ghostblade pop for Slay for the extra movement speed. You can see Shie down bottom with his level 2 ultimate, so WE trying to spread this map around. GIGABYTE did get a tower thanks to Optimus as the root caller hits Stark, so only 2-for-1 now in turrets in favor.
And WE are playing around their strong side. They had littered control wards on the bot side of the map, whereas all the vision of GIGABYTE Marines was around the Fizz, and 957 so far has had great top lane sense to back away whenever his team have been going on these aggressive missions on the other side of the map, and allows Shia to just free push and basically get them pressure around the enemy blue, which probably is the next objective they're looking at, and just have Galio there accountable for wave clear.
Well, looks like Shie and WE do have quite a bit of gold to spend at this point. They're going to cut somebody off. Stark can't get him off the wall. Ryan's in, looks for Archie, but he zips over the other side. Slay get a dodge the seismic shot. No dice on that play.
Yeah, slim margins right there. Being able to make it on the other side of the wall. Still would have had flash if you're Archie and he gets caught away. Appreciate the attempt by Stark to knock him off the Weaver's wall, but play doesn't quite materialize there for Team WE.
Something's happening every time. They get the control, they steal away the blue buff. No Drake spawning for a couple of minutes. That was the only objective. They were prepping all these control wards to claim, apart from Shia picking up farm. They back away, they reset. So far, they're moving with their vision line, which is exactly what you want to see from a contending team at MSI.
Great timing on the recalls from Shie as Condi steals away the blue, and he gets the candy right as he goes back. Shie, though, now with the Leandro's Torment finish, didn't have it for that last little roam attempt, but only going to get stronger as things continue. And Mystic parked in mid lane, just taking the farm as it kind of calmly sweeps towards him.
Yeah, and there's a good scaling component on Team WE as well, so they're very much a turret kill team, but that's in tandem with their scaling. They're doing a pretty good job of it so far.
I think we've seen like a lot of this style combo. We saw it yesterday with the, I think, Kled Fizz. It was definitely Kled plus Assassin with a Cogmore with not too much protection. So WE, they are coming with this kind of combo. Protection as Mystic got cut off by Levi. Condi flash shield to try and protect him, but Ben caught out as well. Galiotti coming in, and Levi back over the wall with a quick drop, but Archie already so low. Mystic snipes him barely with an auto attack, and now 957 tapped to the back and takes down Optimus Daisy. So troublesome for the rest of the team. I mean, Levi and Stark is busy fighting him, and now Shia is going to try and pick one up. Sharp again going to miss, but the damage is there. 957 dives back in, Stark just as punches out for the dash. Still got to be careful. Slay with a good amount of damage to Stark. Lines up the taunt. Has flash, but doesn't commit. There's a flash out top side for Levi getting out, but 2 kills there for Waterley despite the start.
And we mentioned how GIGABYTE Marines have such a hard time starting fights against this sieging team. Levi is trying to be so creative. He waited in that brush for what felt like 30 seconds, and for the fight to still not go over to GIGABYTE Marines, it's got to be quite disheartening.
And that's why we're complimenting WE for playing with their vision line, for moving their wards and playing around it, because that never really happens against the GIGABYTE Gigabyte Marines because they blitz you early, and then the map is in disarray and their assassin play works. That's been their game plan time and time again. Not many teams have had a consistent ward line and played around it, and that's why Gigabyte Marines have to make low percentage plays just to make things happen.
Team W want to go into Talia.
A little risky, perhaps. Levi already started. Archie going to get trapped in, but Stark's here as well. 957. Polymorph taking a little too much damage. Great double taunt for Stark to continue the CC chain. W there snares up 957, but Mystic just too much. Takes out Levi. Taro not going to last too much longer, but Slay keeping them out.
Slay so close to getting a lot of these last hits, but unable to finish it off. There's still Optimus down in the bottom lane, so that's why W was so confident trying to go for that play.
Continuing, no, WE going to stick around for just a wave, actually. Maybe a bit more damage. Mystic feeling an Ocean Drake regen starting to kick in.
Yeah, Ocean Drake, every time they're out of combat for 5 seconds with champions, and they will still have the shield when Gigabyte Marines try and re-engage.
Yeah, the maximum that can be here is 3 from the side of Gigabyte Marines, given that Syndra is bot and Levi was dead, so overtime, they will use their range to take down this turret. So percentage play from WE and
oh, great shove on Archie. Huge amount of burst.
Kills too.
Growth. Recall it down. Archie almost getting sniped up and stuck. Also pretty low. Slay gonna try and trick them there as a redemption goes down to reset it all. Syndra a little late to this one if he wants to make it. Levi coming up as well, but WE take the turret, look for a kill, but back off.
have all 5 members of Gigabyte Marines standing in front of you while you poke down their turret. You've got the game controlled, and that's what not many teams have been able to. This is Gigabyte Marines making such a low percentage play, camping a brush for 30 seconds, because so far the game has been controlled after that early craziness. The fight, it could only go the way of WE from the early gold event.
Yeah, Levi got 75% of Mystic's health before Team W was able to retaliate, and retaliate they did is the thing, so it's really going to be hard. They need to find more ways to burst Mystic as he gets stronger and stronger.
I mean, Mystic is accelerating very quickly in this game. 3-0-1 on kills. A second Zeal already built up with Hurricane and IE done, plus the tier 2 boots. I mean, he's had some good shoves here and there. His ganks haven't been that successful. He's not sitting on that much gold, and 957's actually built very defensively to start this game off. So it's kind of all on Mystic here to get things done in the mid game, and he is making it work.
And he's super fed. 3-0-1 with 10 CS per minute, on top of having some of the best support you could ask for from the Karma and the Ivern. I mean, Team W is absolutely set up for success. They're playing their draft, and you couldn't really ask for more out of your AD carry early on in the game.
Yeah, the battle between the burst and the shielding is being handedly won by the shielding. One of the reasons why we expected the shielding meta to come through is fighters in the top lane and shields being so powerful, there isn't necessarily the backline dive, the backline threat to damage through shields. And when the shields are ahead and also the DPS is ahead, there's very little options for Gigabyte Marines apart from control wards and getting a single pick.
And the only thing that I would potentially question about picking Ivern in this game is whether or not it was worth it, because the fact that a lot of people were questioning whether Ivern was in Condi's champion pool, you would want to surprise someone with the practiced Ivern strategy in a meaningful game. Wait until they play SKT again and try and get that Ivern off, but at the same time, they still want to make sure they're top 2 and they still want to have a good shot.
And that's the thing, is what if I told you that you could play Ivern and not have to play SK Telecom till the grand final? Was that a trade worth making? Because of course the single victory here does cement them second place, and thus eludes the tournament favorites for the longest time.
Well, you can see WE with a solid lead here at 23 minutes, about 4K up or so, and a lot of that's in Mystic's pockets right now. 2,500 gold ahead of Slay, which is a lot. It's really ticking up further. Infernal Drake was picked up by them. The next one's an Infernal, in case the cadence of the game was a little difficult for WE to understand. They can now kind of ramp up as the Drakes allow them. And again, splitting across the map, making sure Mystic always has the safe farm, and these turrets, or Gigabyte Marines, or both, are looking to fall pretty quickly.
Gonna rush onto this mid lane inner turret as well. No defense here from Gigabyte Marines.
Good fight, but a good shot back in onto Slay. Mystic just dish out damage. There's Stark though. Get a 3-man taunt. Mystic throws so many shields to hide in. Little low. Oh, Levi almost snaps him with the ulti, but still enough healing. The fish out there for defense. The turret already dead. And Shea looking for something here as well with the wall, perhaps.
Mystic was tanking the turret. Gigabyte Marines is super sad right now because they threw everything and the kitchen sink at Mystic, still lost their turret.
Yeah, the kitchen sink's not good enough at the moment, Jet. There's nothing that right now can take down Mystic. The item timings are not there. The standard color points like Caitlyn falling off in the mid game are not relevant when you're this far ahead of your opposing number. And of course, a lot of Jin's itemization has been nerfed over the course of the spring season. So WE close to being able to smother GIGABYTE Marines out of the game, but something like a Baron could certainly be a variable to throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, but aside from the lane swap, it does feel like Team W has been ready for everything the Marines throw at them. They keep Ben back to ward against the Baron sneak, and now they're moving towards mid lane. They might try and fight this. 957's got a teleport available. They instead take the passive play.
Again, and that's been a lot of how W have played this game, I feel like. Even in the item builds, you look at how tanky 957 is early, how selflessly GA is built because he doesn't have really any MR against the Syndra apart from the Merc Tres. Everything's kind of coming together to make sure Mystic could have a game that looks this good. And to his credit, he's got it now. 3 items finished at the RFC done. Mystic is set up to hard carry this game.
And I think it's worth tracking that 957 has had kill pressure, or at least lane pressure, on someone with superior wave clear with just a Sheen. He's been able to go tanky because he doesn't need the Trinity Force to have what he needs. What he needs not necessarily solo kill pressure, it's the doubt. It's the positioning on the Galio, and that part has been a big success. Plus he's tanky enough to team fight and tussle in the backline.
All right, not so much on that play for GA. Blast goes over, good stuff for Optimus, but TP down for GIGABYTE Marines will cancel there for Stark.
It was Shie who hit the blast cone over. It wasn't a teammate troll, right? So he only has himself to blame.
Well, oopsie on that one. Gonna flash back over, so won't have it for the next engagement, but settle things down here for W as they are at least doing a nice job wresting control of this side of the map. That's where they want to be. Drake's up for a few minutes, and Baron control, especially with the Caitlyn looking this big. Enough damage deals to try and get it down as Condi caught again. Shield's gonna keep him safe. Lock and burn, but Redemption's still up, and of course Lulu's got her ulti. You're gonna get through a lot here for GIGABYTE Marines to try and take somebody down.
Now you don't have to respect the Syndra burst because Unleashed Power was used to start things
Watch
up.
this again. Condi,
no!
Traitor. At least he shielded him after the fact.
Look at him, he's like, ah, man, that was a mistake. All right, fights on though. GIGABYTE Marines still running back towards their turrets. Mystic snared up. Not too bothered. It looks like a siege is the option here for WE. GIGABYTE Marines do not have their teleport for their top laner at 957, putting so much pressure at bottom and mid lane.
1 point there. Galio will rotate over, trying to make sure that heroic entrance is a possibility, but 957 grouping with his team, so wants to hold on to that teleport. All the other resources, though, will go the way of Team WE in the jungle of the GIGABYTE Marines.
Yeah, and they can still continue to set up these sieges. They're just being diligent about getting the vision control within the jungle and hitting those item power spikes with the Rylai's being completed on Shie as well. So no need for them to force something too heavily, and they also don't have the ability to force too hard. They need to be careful about the way they set up, get the push on the turret, take it down.
Look, very controlled hit. Good little wall there as well to cut off a couple members there from GIGABYTE Marines. Tower gonna go down, Brush goes in. Part of why it's so frustrating to play against Talia, Ivern, Caitlyn.
Artificial terrain of multiple types makes your job and your chances of making what is the low percentage engage even lower. So in the end, GIGABYTE Marines predictably back away, unable to claim anything. Another objective adds the stats of WE, and while it may not be a game-winning gold lead, does definitely feel like 6,000 gold, and just where this game is at suits WE to a T.
Even Last Whisper completed 27 minutes in for Mystic. That means Stark will not have the greatest of frontline presence. Only thing that would make Mystic stronger is if he had gone with Fervor instead of the Warlord's Bloodlust for the damage, since he has so many shields, but still has the extra sustain and healing from Warlords. And now, since they have some decent wards in the top side, they can just wait on Shie's ultimate cooldown from Talia and do the same thing with a second tier turret in the bottom side.
Gonna help with their game time, but it is the sort of methodical play that's got them back into a game where they certainly misscouted at level 1. So the methodical play is allowing them to cement a lead. There's just nothing GIGABYTE Marines can do. It does feel like they are being smothered out of the game, and Infernal Drake, to add to the earlier one, is perfect for the side of Mystic.
There we go. Make it double. Mystic himself actually picking up the Drake.
Closing in on a frame horizon of his own over his opposite number.
And one of the big things I actually like about the way WE drafted this game is this kind of comp just really prevents GIGABYTE Marines from doing the thing they want to do. And like, it's so frustrating to see them engage and not get kills, but that's exactly what this comp does. And WE back up to their sieging tricks again, and GIGABYTE Marines are like, hands on head, what do we do?
Yeah, and a lot of teams have tried to play this absorbing style against GIGABYTE Marines and counter their engages, but for the most part, GIGABYTE Marines engages have been too good, and they've had too many tools to pull off the engages, and they play too fast. But Team WE slowed down the game, took the tools away, and they're reaping the reward.
Oh, great little shot there. Slay getting low, has to flash. Hiroko just burst straight in front of it as well, but turret does go down 957. Looking for something here. Already used the pinch, and he's diving into the backline, stuck dead there as he can't quite get up from the rest of the team. GIGABYTE Marines in full retreat once more. Optimus again getting shoved in. Does have his flash, good stun there into 957 is going to keep things a little better, but Daisy's out. Siege going to keep going.
Waiting for the minion wave before they attempt to break the base at 29 minutes. Answering redemption.
Beautiful seismic shove there from Xie to get that fight started, and they cut off Levi temporarily.
Daisy's in. So I'm going to move forward, jump in onto a carry. Optimus is going to get polymorph, but he's going to dive into the backline. Xie takes out Slay with a shove, and 957 still living for a little while longer. So many shields missing, unstoppable. Takes one down. That's an ace for WE.
Frontline Caitlyn is enough to end the game, you'd have to imagine, for Team WE. 957's tankiness bought the time, and the skill shot accuracy from Xie won the game.
And Team WE just continues to scale up as this tournament progresses. They are destroying the Marines, and this will be a 30-minute win.
The Elder Dragon team is getting stronger and stronger. 35 minutes not needed this time. Make it about 30 of WE. Destroy the Nexus turret. Mystic far forward, shooting the open Nexus. WE clinch second and take down the GIGABYTE Marines.
Amusing thing about that reference, the Elder Dragon team, that was the scouting report on them in China. It's not necessarily been the scouting report on them over at this tournament. They've been much more controlled in the early game. Certainly one of the better early game teams, and so frequently they are getting these wins pre-35 minutes.
The vast majority of their games have been fast, and the big worry for this team and for fans of this team coming in was the fact that their early game would be weak. And they have completely devoted themselves to playing faster, figuring out how to end the game. And this, a very strong style for them. Mystic has been so strong in the laning phase. They get everything to support him, and they take it to a quick and decisive win.
Often the teams that are contenders are the ones who can adapt to a tournament meta. And it feels like so many teams haven't been sure what the tournament meta is. Some teams are trying to make their own tournament meta, like the GIGABYTE Marines. But it feels like WE, over time, has kind of scouted out. They've worked out that the early game power needs to largely be there. You cannot go fully late game or fully early game. They've worked around their limitations. They moved their vision so soundly that Levi had to camp a brush for 30 seconds to get the same sort of impact that he was getting on demand in so many of GIGABYTE Marines games. And you see the smiles from the WE squad. They're well-deserved. They're guaranteed second place. And maybe they finally are the contender we first anointed the Flash Wolves pre-tournament.
And I love Condy there, smiling, looking happy, waving at the crowd. First Ivan game, I believe, ever, at least for this season. He did less than 2,000 damage and had 12 assists only.
100% kill participation. And the most important stat, the win.
Yeah, looking good there. And with that win, Team WE has secured second seed in next week's bracket stage. Dash, tell me more.
Sure thing, Pastry. Jat's got it right. The most important stat is the W. They secure second seed for this LPL squad. Important to note, GIGABYTE's not out of it yet, so they still have the opportunity to strike back later in the day. Let's look at how WE crafted this victory, though. Starting in Champ Select, priority 4957, the first pick Fizz.
Yeah, and blind picking it. So really calling out Stark, saying that you don't have an answer there. They did go for the Galio, though. I like the idea with the Galio on top of the lane swap, just because Galio would be able to wave clear so effectively, but then they didn't use it. They lane swapped, they got 2 cheeky kills, and they swapped it back, and it just got crushed.
I think if you look at the composition that GIGABYTE Marines drafted, it's kind of a 4-1, right? And if that gets stuck against the Taliyah in the mid lane, I think it's a great way to keep these guys in check in the early game. A lot of their power comes from these roams. Like time and time again, we see like 5-man bot, like 4-man rotations here. And you can't really do that against a champion that can push you in so easily and chase you relatively safely as Taliyah. And he has shown throughout the tournament that he's such a great Taliyah player. So I think that actually was a key pick for Team WE.
I think it was, and I think another key pick for WE was the Jhin for the other team, because I think that this champion, it just doesn't work really very well in the meta right now.
Or their style, right?
Exactly, like their style was all about, we talked about it before, about pushing lanes, about getting the pressure, of allowing Levi to have access to the opponent's jungle, because they always have the pressure. Jhin does the exact opposite, and not only that, but when you're playing against a multiple shield team, you lose so much effectiveness on the ultimate because you don't actually get the people low with your original bullets, so you don't get the execute from your fourth shot to ever actually kill anyone. Like, the Jhin ultimates were hilariously ineffective.
But Azale, he got first blood.
Got first blood.
They
that
did
was
get
hype.
first blood. Frost, you got some thoughts here?
Yeah, and the fact that the shield comp was slowing down was the Ivern. The big thing is that was the first Ivern that we've ever seen from Condi. He never played it back into the LPL. I believe it was played by 2 junglers domestically, MLXG and Bengi, so it is not a pick for the LPL. And I love what the casters were saying, you know, this idea that over the course of MSI, Team WE have been evolving or maturing as a team. They are no longer just that Elder Dragon late game team. They now have this early game, and they now have more picks.
Absolutely. The growth for this WE squad has been tremendous. It's also been great for the Gigabytes as well, again, from play-ins to now. I want to return to that first blood, this lane swap that the Gigabytes have been continuing to throw out against team. This time around, starting with the Raptor, getting 2 early kills onto their bot lane.
Yeah, we have to find some positives for Gigabyte Marines, and sadly, this is probably like the only one in the entire game. It's quite cheeky, actually.
They had some good skins.
Yeah, they had some nice skins. Using the grenade to get to an early experience advantage, so even if the Fizz kills something, and here, this is a Fizz with Ignite teleport. He doesn't have flash. Usually skills early as well. Really great punish.
And I mean, Warlord's Bloodlust actually pretty key here in the chase down. But the big thing is, when you're playing against a team like this, has done lane swap multiple times, you have to realize that they're doing this and hold your skill point until you know what they're doing. If you held that skill point as the Fizz, you can Playful Trickster away and survive that.
100% agree. There's no excuse not to see that one coming. We'll say this, lane swaps almost never happen in the LPL. The only team that does it is
They don't happen anywhere.
Members.
For a good reason. They're bad when you scout them and you make the necessary precautions, like Azale is saying.
Yeah.
A single ward, suddenly this Jhin Woo is like trolling in the top lane, and you push for bot lane, you get a free turret, and suddenly you're 1,000 gold ahead.
Exactly. I think that's a very key point here. It's like, okay, the lane swap comes through, you get 2 early kills, and yet your ADC's being out CS by 30 at 10 minutes. Your top laner as well, because you swap him back when the wave is pushing away from him. So now you have a Galio who's staring across a Fizz who's got an experience advantage. What do I do at that point? It's not really Stark's fault.
Sounds like a nightmare. It's like, what do I do? I'm stuck in this lane. Then you try and roll, right? If you're the Galio, you try and go with the teleport, you know, with the ultimate. But it didn't work because they didn't have pushing lanes.
And they have no way to get the Galio in. You know, one of the things that I have been pretty vocal about with the Galio pick is I do like it as a pairing, right? Great with the Zed, great with the Fizz. You have ways in. Who's supposed to get the Galio into the backlines here? Is Graves supposed to like flash in on them or something? I mean, it just doesn't really work offensively ever.
Yeah, really didn't make sense as a composition. I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, Jhin, I guess, could flash in and just deliver that one for him.
I mean, that wraps it up then. Maybe let's just talk a little bit about the TSM G2 guys.
No, that's
coming
right.
on stage.
I'm going to shut you up because we're going to talk to one of the players. It's time to get some insight on that game, so let's pass it over to Shox. It's with WE's Man in the Jungle.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Condi, who has led WE to the next round and also now secured the 2nd place in the rankings, which means that they will be avoiding SKT at least until the finals. And Condi, because of that 2nd place and with what you know about the other teams, what do you think of your chances of making it to the final and your expectations for the semifinal?
就恭喜你们锁定了小组第2，然后出现了，然后你们也第1轮也不会遇到 SKT 了。那么想问一下你，你觉得你们进入决赛的机会现在有多大？
我们的目标其实现在就是去决赛的。我觉得我们现在进决赛的可能性非常大吧。只要我们能保持好现在的状态，我觉得是没有问题的。
So their goal in this tournament is to make the final, and given what they are at this moment, their condition, they think they have a pretty good chance of making to the final.
Yes, I would agree with that. And Condi, you and Peanut have been 2 of the best junglers in this tournament. And I heard you speaking some strong words before the show in a video about the WE versus SKT matchup. Can you tell me about what that matchup specifically versus Peanut is going to be like for you?
就是大家认为你和 Pina 现在是这个 MSI 里面最厉害的2位打野，然后你在赛前呢也放出了一些狠话。那么你觉得你在接下来这场和 SKT 对决中，你和 Pina 的会产生什么样的火花？
我觉得 SKT 感觉也是，就是 Peanut 在前期的带动点是比较强的，所以说，而且我们队也是，就是如果我拿到挺好的英雄的话，我们的前期节奏也会变得很好。我觉得我可能在前期的话会跟他产生一个比较大的一个斗争吧。
So he think SKT actually snowballed really well off Peanut's early game regression. So he think same for the WE, if they have comfort picks, they can really play a really good early game. So he think early game will be the key in their match against SKT.
All right, well, that will be a fantastic match to watch. I do quickly want to ask your opinion on the next match that come in, as it is a very important one for, deciding who will go on as well. It's TSM versus G2. What is your prediction and why?
那么接下来就是北美欧洲的宿命对决了。那你觉得哪支队会胜出呢？
其实我觉得 TSM 应该会更强一点吧。
原因
的话，因为我跟他们两个队都打过嘛，因为就是感觉就是 TSM 我觉得会更厉害一点。
So actually, they've been playing both teams already. So he felt like TSM has an edge over G2.
All right, well, we'll see if that comes through. Thank you very much, Connie. Congratulations so far. And we will be right back with G2 versus TSM. I can barely control myself, but you guys should stick around.
Not to be, and that's going to slow down his jungle path a lot. Not to mention,
so much damage. Last shot coming in. Number 7 ignited. There's first blood again for GIGABYTE Marine. Caught out as well. Galiorti coming in and Leva back over the wall with a quick drop. But Archie already so low. Mystic snipes him barely with an auto attack in our 957. Jumps to the back and takes down Optimus. 957 going to move forward, jumping onto a carry. Optimus going to get polymorph, but he's going to dive to the back. Let's see it. Takes out Slay with a shove, and 957 still living for a little while longer. So many shields. Mystic unstoppable. Takes one down. That's an ace for WE. Mystic far forward, shooting the open next as WE clinch second and take down the GIGABYTE Marines.
Well, TSM is a team that likes to play slow, and so do we. So, I mean, I knew that the first game was going to go to a late game kind of scenario. I didn't really expect it to go into a base race and so on, but I do expect our game against TSM to go very, very, very far into the game, because we are really, really trying to win, and I'm sure they are too. So both teams are going to be giving their best.
And welcome back and hello everybody. My name is Quickshot. Helping me close out the group stage are Kobe and Officio for what has become the most important NA versus EU game in recent history. Best of one. At least one LCS team will advance today.
We hold on to the small things right now. But yeah, I mean, that is very true, and it's very important, obviously, for both teams right now, especially G2, with all the pressure from all the past failures, but TSM's not exactly at the best international record either.
I mean, all of the pressure for this entire tournament for both of these teams comes down to this game. Only one, as you said, gets to move on to the next stage, and both of these teams have very passionate fan groups that have given them a lot of feedback.
Yeah, we'll find out which one that will be, of course, for Team Solo Mid.
If good at constructive feedback.
Yeah. Gentlemen, if they win, if TSM pick up the victory here, they will advance as the #3 seed and face Team WE next week in the playoffs, which is potentially a very surprising turn of events, considering how TSM started the tournament.
I mean, we have to just say that...
Thanks for that one, Officio.
I agree, Trevor. Great point. Now, overall, we have to just say that all these, you know, ideas coming into the tournament of, like, this team is going to be slightly stronger than that team, and then maybe Flash Wolves above them, like, that's kind of, it's all out the window. And it's been like that almost since day 2, I feel like, because teams have just been beating each other left and right. It's like 50-50 on who actually takes the win. And that just means now that it's everybody's game.
Yeah, definitely true. And I think the little shot that they had there with Mithy right before was really interesting, because something he talked about, he thinks it's going to go long. When everybody knows that it's just one game, they're less willing to make super aggressive early moves. So I actually do agree with him, and I think that this one we might see a timid opening until we get to these really explosive team fights.
I always get a little bit scared when I hear Mithy say, yeah, it will go long. We will also play for the late game, because whenever G2's been trying to play for late game, they've been falling so far behind. It happened against TSM the last time they played each other. Sven Skaren got like 5 kills early against Trick specifically. TSM were up almost 10k gold, and actually required better late game from G2 to get back in the game, but you can't always rely on that.
You absolutely cannot, especially when you look at how TSM won a game earlier today. They've managed to play relatively well around the late game. They were under pressure, managed to survive and bounce back against the Flash Wolves, who really felt in control the majority of that game.
And the biggest thing I look to in those super long games where it does come down, to those Baron fights or to the 5-on-5 at 50 minutes is the star players making clutch plays. Haunter and Bjergsen both stepped up very big in their game versus Flash Wolves to finish it out.
We'll find out. The Battle of Kings, the King of Europe taking on the Kings of North America. Undisputed in that regard. G2, of course, they still need to keep their tournament hopes alive. With a win here, they'll set themselves up for some tiebreaker scenarios. Fortunately for G2, they have a 2-0 heads up over Flash Wolves, for example, and the Marines just lost a game. So there are some stacks in favor of G2 if they can start by beating TSM.
Yeah, and that's why you don't think about all the, the next steps right now. It's the step #1 for both these teams is win this one game here, and then you can be super happy, obviously, after most likely, at least giving you a great chance of locking that playoff spot. Yes, lock it for TSM, not guaranteed for G2.
All right, I'm hearing that the players are getting ready for picks and bans. So, gentlemen, for the last time between NA and EU in the group stage, what are we looking at picks and bans? Why is AD carry Kennen for Sven not the most exciting in my opinion?
We're not going to see
that. But the game did not lose because of him. Trick had some problems.
I really did feel like that was almost kind of a bait and, psyching out for later in the day. To try and make TSM have to think about some extra variables.
It's next level, right? They knew they were going to lose to SKT. They were just going to psych out TSM. And Kobe's
That's the only reason why.
So last time we saw G2 try and kind of target Haunter a little bit, trying to expect a good matchup up in the top lane. They banned away Kennen as an example. They removed Talia, which is a champion Bjergsen can use to kind of snowball Haunter on a carry. Got rid of those in the first ban phase, and then Ivern obviously against Sven Skaren. And then they first picked Lee Sin. We don't want to see that because it's not great for Trick. obviously also TSM being on blue side, they can always first pick that Lee Sin if they really feel like it is so needed to win.
Yeah, the junglers definitely will be crucial to this matchup. Because we talked about feedback, and both of those men have been the first ones to receive it. But I am super excited actually about the mid lane. You know, Perkz and Bjergsen, best mid laners in their region, going head to head here. Perkz has stepped up in a very big way for G2, as has Bjergsen.
So, first ban LeBlanc makes a lot of sense on blue side when you play against, you know, players like Perkz, because you can blind pick LeBlanc, and there's very few counters to it.
Yeah, when mid lane is this important, you know, LeBlanc and Syndra and the flexible Fizz all are kind of floating around with high priority. And there they are, not floating around much longer, finding themselves on the ban list as well.
And I think it's debatable if banning Lulu Kama here from G2 is really worth it. Because TSM is not a team that plays well around protected AD carry comps, which is of course where these two supports here can really shine. Flash Wolves, in my opinion, had a great strategy where they gave over Karma to TSM and then they took Syndra Lee Sin in return. At least the Syndra will also be extremely valuable for G2. With these bans, like, if Lee Sin is open, that will most likely be the first pick. But obviously, I'm actually looking at Syndra as a very high priority pick.
Exactly, you know, no jungle bans are on the table yet. And both of these players have been targeted with so many of them.
All right, so what is the priority then? There's Lee Sin for Svenskeren, obviously Trick can get his hands on Graves. That could benefit both teams. First pick, what does TSM take?
I think you can actually take Syndra right here and just give Bjergsen his preferred champion, because you can get Lee Sin in the next rotation, seeing as Trick doesn't really play a good Lee Sin.
I agree. We haven't seen the biggest, you know, execution there from Trick on Lee Sin. He just had that one kick at the Baron Pit. I don't think they need to rush it.
Ooh,
and they're not even going to end up going with it, the last, you know, main shielding component here.
Yeah, this is risky. Graves, of course, is open for Trick. It is the only pick he's actually looked good on this tournament, which is perfectly fine against the Ivern. Now, Nuno is a specific Ivern counter, quote unquote, because you can eat Daisy. Like, I'm not really buying into the Nuno hype.
As soon as you say that.
That's actually how Nuno started getting played in scrims, was because people were using Ivern, and then people figured out, hey, we can eat Daisy with Nuno, and then we can try and counter it that way. They're actually doing it right now.
Oh, okay, is it time to disco? Do we put our shoes on or not? Because Trick on this champion has not looked good.
The taunting's already coming through with the Lee Sin and Graves hover overs here from Svenskeren. It's very obvious already what the entire composition from G2 is going to look like. If you first pick these two champions, there is no hiding anything in your composition.
Now, we scaling on the side of G2. TSM, they want to say, you know what, we can punish you in the laning phase. Zyro already locked in to guarantee a strong 2v2 on the bottom side. Funny enough, though, because you have Ivern on the side of TSM, you have the best scaling jungler as well. So you can also play a really strong late game comp.
I also do like that they're pairing Ivern with actually a damaging support, so that they will have, you know, a decent amount of damage in the mid game to try and push through before G2 can actually spike on this Caitlyn.
All right, do we get Syndra right now from Perkz? And if he's afraid of an echo, he can then ban it in the next phase. You can even ban Ahri, which was a champion that Bjergsen just used to win a game where TSM fell behind. Seems like it is not going to be the case, and they've sacrificed early game so much. I know they came back last time they played TSM, but they were 10k gold down.
Yeah, with this, you are banking a lot on Sven and his trading ability. He's got to be very, very quick to dodge a lot of the skill shots here from the TSM bottom lane. This is actually a pretty strong TSM bottom lane lock-in here.
Definitely is. So I like the Galio ban. I think actually Galio right now is one of the best top laners available, and we haven't seen Expect use it. Syndra first pick is still an option if it doesn't get banned away.
Now, here's the thing. Shen is, you know, another component where you could add the shield to G2 side as well. We would wonder if that would come through. However, then you do have to worry about the lack of damage. And as you are so fond of saying, Deficio, all of the eggs being put in the basket of Sven.
I actually only tweeted it. I don't think I said it on air, but that counts as well.
Well, let's see what G2 decide to round out the comp with, gentlemen. Phase 2, Ahri is the second ban from G2, removing that from Bjergsen, who had a stellar performance in the late game against Flash Wolves. There's one ban left for TSM. They've got Fiora taken away already.
Yeah, so once again, looking at Syndra being locked in here. If Perkz does not pick Syndra, it's because he can then pick Orianna as his last pick against it and be fine with that. Now obviously with Syndra banned, again, we're rerunning down this mid lane pool.
Orianna blind looks so good right now, with
I like
both
it.
Syndra and Ahri already banned out.
Yeah, I like it. Also, Ivan is not really gonna pressure the Orianna too much in the laning phase in terms of ganks. So I think Orianna here makes a lot of sense. And then last pick top for Expect. Unless you need that Gragas right now, but he can also play Nautilus.
I mean, Shen is still up as well. Expect. G2 have already surprised us a little bit with the Nunu. Do they pull a rabbit out the hat and maybe run a Rumble in the top lane? Something that Expect has run a whole
Probably
bunch?
AD here, yep.
The answer is no, because it's locked in alongside Jace for Team Solo Mix.
All right, so it is going to be a lot of siege pressure coming through, a little bit earlier of a curve for TSM. This can also get boosted very quickly by an Ivern. You talk about Nunu being quote-unquote counter-picked on because he can chomp Daisy, but there's no pressure that Ivern has to worry about here, and we'll see if TSM can actually have him meet up and get early turret pressure.
This is a champion G2 would have loved to play it yesterday, but they simply didn't trust Expect to play it after he failed to execute the Gragas early in the tournament. So they locked in Shen instead, got counterpicked by the Gragas and lost that top lane.
Expect has played one game of Gragas this year. It was a loss, an abysmal one, and in the most important game, he's playing it again.
And this is a really, really difficult champion with the timings on your ultimate. This could make or break the entire team composition. A good Gragas ultimate splitting up this high damage backline from TSM could make everything collapse for them.
Yeah, whenever you play against this much poke and also disengage from a Zyra and Ivern, the hard engage needs to just be spot on, because it's basically follow-up from T2. Like, once you land the CC from Gragas engage, then Braum can flash in with you. Then Orianna Ball can actually become a great shockwave. But if you miss that first engage, everyone just runs away.
Yeah, I think that Mithy actually did not trick you. He did not lie to Fischio. They are looking for that late game scaling, and TSM might want to push the tempo a bit.
Well, tempo is definitely a tool TSM can tweak. Rumble, Jace, Varus. You see the coaches on stage, Path and Youngbuck shaking hands. What could be the last time between NA and EU? Just as a reminder, at a minimum, at least one of these teams will advance. There is a few fringe scenarios where both could advance. For TSM, win, you take third seed. Going into the playoffs, you will face Team WE. For G2 Esports, you at least guarantee that tiebreaker scenario. NA versus EU from Rio. It's a mid-season invitational group stage. 3 games left to play before we close it out. And let's see who comes out on top.
Let's go.
So one team wants to actually play the first 25 minutes. The other team just wants to sit AFK for about 25 minutes and then finally enter the rift.
Oh, yes, but we really have to caution. So many people are like, yes, just the farm for late. It's so crucial how much you're actually giving up, because we've seen so many failures in the late game, giving up way too much early here, even if you are relying on farming until later. Bio, though, has been picked off for First Blood before, and Braum is definitely a champion that helps in doing it.
Good adaptation, not staying in the brush like last time.
Don't be that close to the cliff.
Yeah, just step further back. You will see them anyway, and then you run away. It is just fine. Ponza got his ward on the red buff as well, so just a little bit of information being traded.
Yeah, it looks to be about even, though. G2 maybe 1 extra ward in the TSM jungle. In fact, see what they do with that information, because, of course, Svensker on the Ivern, you can definitely have some shenanigans in those early game passes.
Looks like Nuno is starting here in the enemy red side jungle. They're all spotted on a ward.
Start is really crucial for these as well. Ivern is easier to counter jungle.
Place the ward. So they actually like this from TSM. They're like, we don't know where you are, and you have information of us, so we're not going to risk it. We're just going to step away.
This is actually a poor start here for TSM. All you have to do is auto-attack Ivern to try and interrupt here. Nunu should be able to win out on this start.
Yeah, I think Sven could have gone and just started on his blue side right now.
Bottom lane is going up there to actually help him get the channel off, just to even begin the jungle process.
All right, red buff is secured there by Svensker, and looking at the lane assignments, Sven and Mythy going to jump into this bottom lane. So a lot of shenanigans by G2. Doesn't feel like it netted a lot, though.
Well, we have to remember that G2 was also setting up for a potential trap when someone were stepping in to obviously activate these jungle camps. And that was avoided by TSM actually just stepping away and not risking anything.
Now with Nunu, you always do have to worry about him going back to your pre-channeled camps to then counter jungle you. He can take care of them very quickly. It looks like G2 got cold feet though, and I think we'll just go for the safer route. Svensker, meanwhile, is actually going for the red-to-red.
No smite yet from him. And channel, obviously on the red buff, and Smite will be ready in about 20 seconds time.
A lot of time to clear this out. The energy in the stadium here in Jeunesse in Rio is electric. The Brazilians are getting behind this matchup between EU and NA.
Basically, yeah. What Sven did right here was he prepped a red buff in case Trick invaded into his own red buff jungle, and we're farming there, so Sven could go back and take a red.
He has to go back, though, before the Nunu gets there to see it. It looks like it's already finished channeling. All that he has to do now is be able to click on it.
One out can get into range. Svenskaren's going to be running up. Takes a couple of trades from Trick. Manages to secure it.
But now it's about the laners roaming in.
Trick is taking a lot of damage.
Both of these side lanes here, well, these solo lanes for TSM are pushing in, so they have the priority to allow Sven to do this.
The hammer goes down, Bjergsen to the side! Knocks Perkz backwards! Team Solo Mid are looking for first blood! Perkz 100 HP, continues to run for his life, but he's running into TSM bottom lane.
Bottom lane is pushing as well. Perkz is going to go for the execute. Maybe he can find himself a little bit of fog of war to hide into.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mana here, and Bjergsen, another blast going to be taken by Perkz. Obviously can't use the base gate. He's recalling.
He doesn't go for the full execute. Will Bjergsen actually go up?
I think he will. He's found him. Bjergsen finds Perkz and secures first blood.
And right here, you see some of the problems for G2 Esports. Communication between Trick and the laners. Iron is spotted in the jungle, north of where Perkz is standing, and yet Perkz is actually still staying right in the middle of the lane, and not just flashing early when Bjergsen goes all in.
Meanwhile, in the aftermath, usually if you make that long of a chase this early in the game, you'll lose out on minions. However, Nunu is not very good at taxing lanes, and it's not beneficial at all to G2 there, so that definitely a big start here for TSM.
That is the least action-packed replay ever. Around the corner, kill that guy. So we have this problem now for G2 where they play scaling. They just gave up first blood to the Jace, not respecting the fact that Iron could just walk in behind Perkz here. Because what you can do is as soon as Bjergsen jumps all in and he flashes, you can flash yourself and you're fine.
Exactly. No respect there for the gank setup of Jace. And Bjergsen, with the exhaust, is easily able to get in place there.
Typically when TSM has been getting early advantages, they've actually been able to kind of play out the mid game pretty well and keep kind of extending that advantage and get quite a big goal lead.
And remember, from Champion Select, this is the pace of the game that TSM are looking for.
And of course, TSM's team composition is going to be terrifying in the next 5 to 10 minutes once Hornser and Bjergsen.
This vote here was actually 50-50, and then people saw the Nunu lock in and just went like, favor TSM.
We'll have to see who can hold this one out. 1-0 in favor of TSM. Teleport used by Expect up into the top lane, getting closer to unlocking that ultimate. A couple of control wards picked up, and just an early start. Sven's going to use the 90 caliber backwards, takes a lot of damage from Bio, though.
Yeah, and the pace of this game could get out of hand very quickly, so we should prep before things really start to light up here. The Haunter level 6 on Rumble brings so much threat. We already talked about this bottom lane as well, trying to constantly push here for Biofrost and Turtle. Ivan's one of the best at going and accentuating pushing lanes like that.
It is extremely good for G2 though that Cloud Drake is the first Drake alive here, so there might not be an early fight around it to kind of set up Haunter as well, and even losing that first Cloud Drake will not do a whole lot for the game right now, so that is at least a positive that obviously they couldn't prep for but happened.
Definitely true.
RNG a little bit in your favor. You're going to have some luck at times. As we see Perkz continuing to apply pressure on the Bjergsen. Perkz' Orianna earlier today was fantastic, establishing a lane kingdom. A fairly favorable matchup early on, at least, against Faker's Ari. This time around, though, Bjergsen having absolutely none of it. The shock blast goes just a little wide. Bjergsen continuing to stay even with Perkz at this stage of the game.
We sometimes see Jace get picked into Syndra where you didn't rush the Hexdrinker. You don't need to do that against Orianna. You're not under as much threat in terms of her all-in. So you can go straight towards that serrated Dirk, which is a much bigger power spike for you early on.
And even looking at where the assist for that early goal went as well for Svenskeren, he's gone for the stacking ring here. We get a little bit of a trade. All right, he's gone for the stacking ring. This is a little bit of money that will delay your support items, but AP on Ivern early actually is tremendously valuable for, beefing up the shield.
And of course, it just fits into the whole team comp for Team Solo Mid. A little bit of an earlier spike. Expect throws the body slam forward, gets roasted by Haunter's overheating Flame Spitter, and Trick continues to jungle. About to get access to that Absolute Zero. Sven Skjern is interrupted by an Ice Blast, and both supports are in the river. If you look, Frost and Miffy doing a little bit of a dance.
Yep, good reaction there from Trick. First thing you want to do is tag Ivern to stop the channel. If it completes, your buff is gone.
Well, he's sitting there now trying again, and he gets to complete it. So Trick needs to give this up again because it's the solo laners roaming from TSM. Bjergsen moving in. Perkz, who's behind, has to just sit on the tower.
Exactly. I mean, First Blood getting out to the early serrated dirt, extra mana regeneration for Bjergsen, easily able to allow the extra support here for the invade. TSM snowballing fairly well.
Now, people might wonder, why would G2, run this Nunu super defensive comp again? Well, last time these guys played each other, G2 fell behind, as we said earlier, like the 10, 11k gold. And yet they actually managed to sneak a Baron, win a fight, get back in the game, and it ended at that Nexus race where Nexus almost died. Let's see what happens bot lane, though.
Oh, Wild Turtle is going forward, flashes in for the Chain of Corruption. Equalizers burning down Stone, but there's not a lot to follow up. Miffy and managed to tag off Hornsa with that Winter Fight.
Big health chunk, though. They should be able to take down this turret, and then the decision becomes, do they still have enough priority to be able to take the Drake as well on top of it? They have forced the Caitlyn's back, but Sven should be back out on the field.
Well, I want to see if Hornsa can make his way back top lane instead of going for that Drake and see if he can actually defend tower. Seems like that is the case. That means now you get a tower in favor of TSM, nothing in favor of G2. And once again, G2 falling behind.
Trick is circling around, and Nunu plus Braum has a lot of chase potential.
No flash on Wild Turtle. He used it just before.
No damage from G2, so there's no follow-up. First blood to TSM. First tower blood to TSM. It's nearly 2,000 gold before 10 minutes. And remember, TSM's comp hits a much earlier timing on when they can look to fight and force G2's hands.
That play was just set up by so many different things. There were top lane advantage, Bjergsen roaming first.
And the timing you're talking about hitting is actually right now. TSM is in it. They've used the first equalizer there to try and gain some ground. G2 will strike back and actually get that Cloud Drake, the Fishu that you were talking about.
Small win again for them will not help them in terms of gold. And what you really want with the scaling composition is gold to complete 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. And then you really start shining. Even Infernal Drakes are not as valuable early on as just getting pure gold. But there's at least something, right? You get what you can.
Yeah, you can indeed. Trick's going to secure off that Cloud Drake. And talking about completed items, Ghost Blade in the mid lane for Bjergsen. Wild Turtle has already got his Blade of the Rune King. And he's just going up against components now for G2. So, G2, stop the hemorrhaging, play the wave clear game, play for 50 minutes. And hopefully don't put yourself in a scenario where you need to backdoor a Nexus to win the game. That's what G2 are looking forward to.
Exactly. G2, luckily for them, their farming is actually going okay right now. Yes, the big losses on the first objectives of the first kill as well as the first turret are hurting them. But as long as the CS numbers stay okay, they still retain hope.
That's going to be tough though now for Perkz in mid because Wild Turtle can push out this bot lane and then he can actually go towards the mid lane with the Jace, group up against Perkz, force him under his tower, then either hit the tower or go towards top lane and pressure that one. And then suddenly TSM might sit with 3 outer turrets down at 15, 16 minutes. That's something that's happened against G2 Esports multiple times this tournament. They lose the first tower, and quickly the next ones follow, and they don't get anything in return.
And that could be so problematic for G2, a team that has really struggled to find consistent form. Team Solo Mid, on the other hand, on an upswing. They have been getting progressively better day for day, and especially with that huge win earlier.
This move is actually very risky by TSM. They're swapping into a lane where there's some wave clear by Gragas and TP, and they're sending Hornsa alone to the bottom lane. This is actually allowing G2 to maybe make a play on the bottom side.
Bjergsen looking for a little bit of a trade here onto Bjergsen. Shockwave into the turret, though.
A lot of damage back and forth. Perkz and Bjergsen trading evenly down in the bottom. Trick is able to zone away Hornsa from the tower, and G2 are getting a lot of damage.
Yeah, Hornsa plays it defensively appropriately here. With the Daisy up on the top side, this turret should be trivial for TSM to finish.
G2 are trying to keep Hornsa out of ulti range, so he can't actually use the equalizer on the minion. That's why they're forcing him so far back. TSM, though, will trade for tower, but G2 will get a tower in the bottom lane, so it's not going to be the 3-0 we've seen so often.
Well, advantage North America. They get the tower before G2, and that means they can continue running down the top lane. Explosive cast used by Expect, and the damage is being chipped away at.
If they can get this tower, yes, then it's definitely an advantage. Expect needs to flash.
All right, already has, so that's an advantage. Wild Turtle takes a couple of tower shots, manages to get the trigger shield sealed. Well, shield, rather. Svenskeren and Wild Turtle back away. The tower survives to live another day.
Yeah, TSM should be able to retreat after that, though, even though they didn't take quite a large amount of damage from the turret. Hanser should be able to push on this bottom side, and TSM continue to keep the pressure.
So it's good that they keep the pressure. G2 Esports, though, with that play on the bottom side getting a tower, then we have to remember it was a trade, 1-for-1. One team is running the more early to mid-game comp that wants to really snowball. So G2 actually getting a tower is at least something for them right now. But obviously the problem is TSM only has that mid tower left, and if they can start grouping with the Jace, then it's hard to defend.
Right, the big problem becomes after the last outer turret goes down, that's when the flood of wards come in, the vision comes in, and you start to be starved of your income on your side of the map. G2 right now, though, making an offensive move up here into the blue quadrant.
All right, 3 members, Heavy up in the top lane, Biofrost making his way up to help out Hanser. And as it stands, G2 now deciding to reassign, at least thinking about it, looking at the minimap. Sven, Trick, Mythy, they keep running up and down that top half of the map.
Due to TSM aiming for that second tower, they obviously got to recall a bit later. G2 got back to their lane, push it out. So they're actually now forcing TSM to defend, which is good from Sven and Mythy. But it will only last for a few seconds, and then we go back to TSM having pressure.
Exactly. At the moment, every move that the G2 can make offensively to make TSM break up and not go for that mid turret, every moment they can delay TSM taking down the mid turret saves them some income.
All right, Expect has managed to find out Svenskeren. Svenskeren uses the root caller, flashes away from the shockwave. Daisy buying some time, but that's at least a summoner spell for the ultimate.
And it's another offensive move that are now forcing TSM to play a bit more passive, as Kobe just highlighted right now. And it's that small little thing of just trying to buy a bit more time, but now they gotta be careful.
Oh, gotta be very careful. Biofrost gets caught by the barrel roll. He's already flashed. Stranglethorns will buy some time, and so will Daisy. Everybody's knocked into the air. G2 Esports into try.
He ate Daisy counter.
Sudden Team Solo Mid are able to reply. That ultimate from Biofrost for just enough time. Man, you can cut the tension in the air with the knife. It's 15 minutes into the game. 1,500 gold still in favor of the early game team that has made early game plays. Team Solo Mid still maintaining a lead.
And remember, G2's last offensive move was into the blue quadrant, so they did leave behind a couple of scattered wards. And if there was going to be a play to be made, it would be in that area. Turtle currently is by himself up in that top area. Anything, though, that deep is a little bit too much. If we're talking about making offensive moves to delay the pressure on mid-turret, if you overcommit like that in TSM territory, that's where the big opening does come from.
Yeah, you don't really want to fight around, where Bjergsen is if you're G2 Esports, because then you fight against the strongest member right now. This Jace here with farming so extremely well on the lane. So if they can actually just try and fight around him, that's good. But obviously Bjergsen in the mid can move first, and he will be able to join a potential skirmish on the side.
Those skirmishes on the side going to get more interesting as Redemption is completed for Svenskeren.
And Drake coming up in 10 seconds would be a natural, lure to some sort of confrontation here, but it doesn't look like G2 are even positioning themselves for any sort of confrontation, as they've sent their bottom lane up to the top side, so TSM will be able to get the extra regeneration.
And there's way too few control wards from G2 right now. Look at the defensive vision from TSM compared to G2 with the red wards on the minimap. They also just gone back and they didn't actually get anything other than Mythy and 1 ward from Expect.
And I have to say, this is a very good Drake for a team that has so much siege. If Varus Qs, the Jace Qs, and the Zyra poke are all continuously going out under the turret, then they can just back up and regenerate after the siege. So that's not terrible. Even though you would love, Infernals for extra damage, Ocean is not too shabby.
All right. Now, there are 2 plays here for TSM. One is that you use Wild Turtle and his support to push out a side lane, invade the enemy jungle for vision near that lane you just pushed, and then see if you can threaten Perks in mid to get some damage on the tower. The other option is you take Bjergsen and put him on the side lane because he's the strongest player right now in the game, and use his one-on-one pressure to just kind of push in that lane and see if maybe you can then use him to roam around the map.
And I think there still is the possibility of bringing to brunt all of TSM's offensive tools that are just hitting their peaks now. This is a level 11 Rumble that's just itching to use Equalizer. If they could converge on the mid lane and pry the map open that way, that would be a very big victory for them. A lot of defensive vision for G2 though, trying to see it coming.
They went with option number 1 on the side of TSM. They used AD carry support to push out the top lane. They're going mid now for the poke.
Gigantic shock blast, tags Perks. That means he's forced to back away. Shockwave to try and clear out the way. Wild Turtle is tagged up, takes a lot of damage, and Daisy's chunked down. Dashes away from the chain of corruption, but the tower loses 50% HP.
And you can keep doing this if you're TSM. You got plenty of time still where you have some insanely strong poke. Wild Turtle back to the top lane, push it out again, past the river. Then you can move down the river where you have your defensive vision, and you can get to that mid lane before G2. Because remember, someone from G2 has to always stay in the side lane and kill that wave. You just push towards them.
As it stands, we're getting closer to 20 minutes. The lead still in favor of Team Solo Mid. Trick has been power farming like a monster. Still even on gold with Svenskeren despite being a tower behind and an assist behind. And there are some first items being completed for G2 already. Nomicon in the mid lane, Spirit Visage, and look at this pressure here mid.
TSM should continue pressuring.
Ben cannot afford to get caught like that. He's burning down, stays alive, but Mithy does not. Biofrost takes him down.
I'm pretty sure Svenskeren just landed a trigger seed from over the wall that kept him in place, and he's dead now though.
While Svenskeren gets bounced backwards, the tower shot takes him down with the help of a love tap by Perks. The tower falls in favor of TSM.
Yeah, and this is still a fine trade for TSM because they get the tower. That's the important one. That trigger seed though from Svenskeren kept Sven in place, I think, on the Equalizer.
Have to be very careful about giving extra kills over when they go for these objectives though. TSM, they had so much of an advantage. It cost them very much to actually knock that one down. Here's another look at the Equalizer on Sven, and it was Biofrost who was able to keep him there.
It was his root, and then it was Trick who got hit by that.
Meanwhile, Sven actually going the super dangerous route around here, and he gets heavily punished.
That was a good combo by Expect though. He actually threw out the ulti and then body slammed, so he stunned Svenskeren while his ulti was already in the air. That's why Svenskeren couldn't flash out in time.
And I'm going to go back to something that the gentleman mentioned in Picks and Bans, that Sven needs to be on point. He cannot afford to get caught by CC, cannot afford to be locked down. And he ate that grasping roots from Biofrost, which allowed TSM to just knock over the tower.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back to pick bans. I mean, G2, part of their pick ban strategy is to rely on TSM mistakes in this mid game. This is where they're looking for them. This is where G2 are looking for the extra farm and the extra couple kills that they're able to snag away as TSM take these objectives.
Need to see G2 get rid of some of those Dorn's rings right now. Like, you need to just stack control wards because TSM are gonna push the lane, take over your jungle, and if you can't deny some of that vision back, then you're gonna just play TSM's game.
Plus, TSM coming up on some more spikes here. Svenskeren Redemption had already been completed. As soon as you combine that with Locket, it just becomes a very overwhelming team fight force. And the grouping from TSM would really be hard to deal with for G2.
Well, G2 going to have to find an answer. It's a reminder, if Team Solo Mid continue this trajectory and close out the game, it will secure that third seed in the playoffs. G2, on the other hand, win here keeps their hopes alive. However, it will set them up for some tiebreaker scenarios, and then we need to refer to the rulebook and the records to see how far G2 can go.
We're gonna see that play, you know, invade into the jungle from TSM, get vision. Baron is your objective, not really tier 2 towers at this point. You just want to force G2 to play without any vision.
Exactly, that's step 2 part of the process that we talked about when focusing the mid lane, then going into the jungle, and they're doing it here. Little bit of a move to clear out some of the defensive wards that G2 have set up for their secondary turrets.
You don't have any control wards in return as G2. Those wards for TSM are going to stay in there.
There is a control ward for G2. One lone control ward in the tri-bush behind TSM, but they've swapped over to mid lane.
All right, now the shockwave to try to clear out the way. The Sun Chain of Corruption catches Trick. Mithy says, stand behind me, brother. He manages to block some of the damage. Team Solo Mid still not relenting on this mid lane.
I like this play though, just to get some damage on that mid tower from TSM. They know they can't just burst it down, but at least poke it, because they don't want to right now allow G2 to just sit, you know, and clear out their wards and scale. Expect getting caught.
He has indeed. Stranglethorn's flashed away from. There's no follow-up damage just yet. Svenskeren is looking for a root caller potentially, but decided not to pull the trigger.
Good snare landing, not letting Expect get any closer. A little bit more, you know, favorable RNG for G2 as the next Drake is a Cloud Drake.
And obviously Clouds get really annoying if you get multiple ones, but because G2 actually picked up the first, giving one over to TSM does not matter at all.
There is a sense of beautiful irony that in NA versus EU, we've had 2 Cloud Drakes in an Ocean so far, both of them big splits.
Exactly. I mean, obviously TSM would love for even a Mountain or an Inferno, but they'll happily take this one for a quicker respawn of the next. G2 taking this opportunity to go in and take some of the Baron vision away.
Just because I know it excites Deficio, the next dragon is Infernal. A spicy dragon as we get closer to the mid game, and some of these potential team fights as we get closer, 25, 30 minutes in.
And the team fights, when we're leading up to these team fights, you have to account for all flashes. Remember the importance that we talked about for Expect and the Gragas ultimate? We've seen it a couple times here where Turtle got picked off with it, Svenskeren got picked off with it. Those are the kills here and the extra advantage that G2 have been getting. If the flashes are ready for those players, then they will be able to flash.
Okay, so G2 picked a scaling comp. We're almost 25 minutes in. There's 2 items completed on actually nearly everybody here.
Yep.
And it's only a 2,000 gold lead. Chain of Corruption flashed away from. Respect there from Flash, but it means it's down for the next fight. Is this where G2 starts to become scarier?
I mean, 100%. You have 2 items completed and you're not too far down in gold, but there's still time for TSM to set up around Baron and maybe catch Trick.
Wow, Trick has been caught out. Absolute Zero begins to be channeled. Smithy has got one direction to fire that Glacial Fissure. He holds onto the trigger for now.
Good job by TSM actually drawing out the cooldown and then disengaging right afterwards. Shockwave doesn't hit any members, but does clear out some minions.
2 ultimates not available for G2.
And Hanser the whole time is pushing up on the bottom side. They can swap over very quickly.
Yeah, this is a really good move over because Expect wants to go down and try and kill the wave, but TSM just says, you know, this is our jungler, you have to take the long route around. Now G2 is trying to defend.
Remember that Ben's flash is down on Caitlyn, and TSM should be focusing above Bio.
Frost gets bounced under the tower. Stranglethorns will buy a lot of time, and the Equalizer cuts off the retreat path. Miffy and Trick are down! Double kill for Bjergsen! North America erupts in elation as Team Solo Mate get the 2.
Yeah, G2 Esports had no reason to actually engage. They just want to kill the wave and wait. But they went in for the aggressive play, set up the fight, allowed TSM now to pick up some kills and probably the tower.
There'll be a lot of damage onto Biofrost. Ben is doing his absolute utmost. Expect is looking for a body slam target, but he will not find it. The tower stands, but Bjergsen 3-0-1 on that Jace.
So all 3 tier 2 towers now have been taking quite some damage, down near the 50% mark. No advantage for TSM yet because of those, but again, one little mistake, then a good rotation from TSM, and they can take 2 towers easily and just get a much bigger goal lead.
Exactly. TSM should have no problem getting all 3 lanes pushing in their favor and then be the ones to make the first move. We did see Biofrost the target of that last ultimate from Expect for the Gragas, so he is the only one with that flash down that they would want to punish in the next team fight, and he's not actually the crucial one. Even if he gets knocked in, he gets his ult off. We'll take a look at it here.
Do engage in, Sven is not even close. He's the man you're bumping up with your comp, and Perps use Shockwave in mid. So I really think this engage is not very smart. I'd much rather see the Gragas ulti used to just kill the minions and stop TSM from pushing in and wait for your AD carry, wait for your cooldowns. 2 kills right now to Bjergsen.
And where was the counter on Daisy there, Deficio? Daisy got the key knockup to keep them on the equalizer and in place for the shock blast. MVP.
We agree, Kobe. We agree.
Daisy Iron.
MVP Daisy. Svenskeren doing some work. 0-1-3. He's got that locker completed redemption as well. 2 stacks on that Dark Seal. We'll get a little bit more AP as the game continues to scale. And TSM, they just extend this lead. They extend their control, and they maintain vision superiority.
Trying to see if they gang Expect. He already left, though. His tower is very low. Right now, TSM set up their vision around Baron. That is a very good objective for them to try and force around. They can use Daisy, of course, as well near it, but these towers here are still looking so juicy, and they're so low. TSM just wants to go in and finish them.
So Fisher, you talked about vision. I only see 2 control wards in G2's inventory. This tower in the bottom lane will get taken down. Wild Turtle finishes it off with an extra auto. A couple of Doran's rings and some small, very cheap items from G2, but not investing in vision. They're hemorrhaging gold, they're hemorrhaging the lead at 5,000 down. TSM may get another uncontested tower if this minion lane makes it here quick enough.
Yeah, these were the small rotations we talked about. G2 had to go into the river to try and get some wards back, or at least kill some control wards. They actually missed the one at Baron. Wild Turtle, not hitting that one.
Spect is moving very forward, looking for a potential body slam flash or ulti engage. Got that available to him, and G2, they shove that mid lane back.
Have to really watch out for the snares. If G2 are going to make a big move like that, you know, either the Zyra or the Ivern can set up a very big equalizer. There's a lot of damage on TSM that could come through to anyone who does get caught by that. All eyes are on the Gragas ultimate, though.
TSM just reset. Zyra went back to base for more wards. G2 actually pushing up, feeling a bit confident. No flash on Sven, so they have to respect that. Still just want to wait, because there's like 2,400 gold right now on Caitlyn. And while we're looking at different members now, it's definitely Sven we're looking at the late game. TSM really wants to get a Baron, preferably before 30 minutes, and use that to get a big advantage.
A lot of unspent gold on both sides of the rift. Perkz is burned alive by the equalizer. He manages to ghost to safety, though. Team Solo mid push G2 back into their quadrant.
Yeah, I think what you have to do here is push an extra wave and then retreat into the Infernal Drake, because the Infernal Drake is actually a very big prize.
Especially at this stage in the game. Basically everyone on TSM is going to benefit from that AD and AP. Team Solo mid should be able to pick this one up uncontested. Look at the minimap. G2, they're going to spin, they're going to shop. They're resetting. This is just like the first round.
It is.
All over again.
Except TSM had like a 10,000 gold lead at this point.
This
the game should be over.
Improvement for G2.
Yeah. Small ones. Congratulations. You're only down like, what, 4K right now. Luckily, though, for them, as Kobe highlighted earlier, it's only one Infernal Drake. That's it. Next Drake is Elder Drake. So they're fine sacrificing these Drakes right now. 4 more items on Sven.
And that's Elder Drake just after 35 minutes as it's going to proc. So it's 30 minutes into the game. Team Solo mid, they got the bottom in at G2. They're
rushing Baron. They're definitely rushing for it. Redemption comes in, but G2 should be able to power it.
Look at the mini-map. Team Solo mid are nowhere around. They did this earlier against Flash Wolves. Baron is secured. It's consumed and smited down. Everyone, 1, 2, flash away. Shockwave goes down. Perkz follows after. Equalizer from Hornster is a few seconds away. Team Solo mid looking to continue this fight.
TSM wants the mid tower. Good ulti here from Hornster to zone G2 away. Small prize though, but they want something at least.
Exactly, that was such a huge, huge move from G2.
All right, Trick is trying to defend the tower. Gets a good channel on Absolute Zero, but it doesn't do a lot. A lot of damage onto Hornster. Chain of Corruption starts to spread. Expect uses the ultimate defensively. Europe get Baron, North America get a tower.
TSM gave up one of these very big mid-game Barons versus their game with Flash Wolves as well. And Flash Wolves got a 5,500 Baron power play off of that.
That's what G2 are going to need to just even out this goal difference. Quickly taking a look, it is a Rage Blade third item there for Wild Turtle. Void Star picked that for Hornster after Leandri's in Hourglass. He's going all in on the deeps.
I like the Rage Blade here because you're not really going to be under threat if you're Wild Turtle, and it's very good against these tank comps where you get a ton of auto attacks off.
The other thing about getting this Baron here, there's so many turrets left standing because G2 have been farming on defense for so long. It has the potential to have one of those very big, Baron power plays that we saw before.
It's crazy that TSM 2 games in a row will make this mistake where they all recall. They're so far away from Baron with 5 members alive in the late game.
Especially when you consider their 15 to 20 minutes of vision control leading up to it. It had been flawless for the entirety of this game. And one simple misstep allows G2 back in. All right, G2 took down the top outer turret, and they've enabled ARAM mode. Gonna start grouping up around the mid lane. Now they want to take down the mid outer turret from TSM.
Sven is once again now on 1,500 gold. Like, this guy just keeps getting more and more farm. Bloodboy will be there for him as well. At this point, TSM can still definitely win fights, but they're respecting G2 and they're giving up another tower now.
To take the third tower of the game. They're not done with the siege. A minute and a half.
This is risky though. There's again a lot of gold on the carries of G2. They don't actually see Hansa. They're going in.
Chain of corruption starting to spread, and the shockwave whips. It finds nobody. Sven is being burned alive as Hansa goes golden next to the hourglass. 1, 2 members of G2 under pressure. Sven has got a lot of damage which he's putting down as the Hansa. It is just Trick that goes down.
Huge engage over the wall from TSM, and they've got them on the run, though. Bjergsen still chasing Sven. Extra speed from Perks, they should be able to retreat.
Yes, Dissonance can help them out. All right, G2 maybe a little lucky to get away with just a single man down. Daisy body blocks the body slam, and G2 Esports are now on the defensive.
You just see that fight again where the equalizer came down from Hansa because he didn't actually get to hit Sven. Hansa then flashed over the wall as well to try and take the one-on-one fight. Had to an hourglass. Now they're pushing up without that jungler again. G2 are feeling very confident, maybe too confident.
Except that they don't have to rely on cooldowns. They've got the auto attacker here, and all of these big ultimates and the Zhonyas you mentioned are very key cooldowns from TSM. That's the reason G2 are trying to get more out of this.
They're still sitting with 2,000 gold on the AD carry in the protect the AD carry comp. I think they wisely now step away. Reset once again. They have not lost an inhibitor. No turrets really going down into base. So they don't actually see Hansa or Bifrost. Nice ulti from Wild Turtle. Hansa's equalizer comes in. Only really taxed onto Mithy at first. And then Sven is okay.
Huge disengage there as well. TSM, as we said, used a lot to get that one off. You can see the damage chart as well. Turtle is coming through from that back line in addition to landing his ultimate to get this one all started off.
G2 Esports now. Baron has worn off. And taking a look at some of those items. Bloodthirster completed, by the way. Knight's Vow has been to expect for a little while. Leandri's also for Bifrost. And the Ardent Sensor for Svenskeren. So TSM are super heavily committed to this damage glass cannon style.
And of course, when we have Europe versus North America, you know, last day of the MSI group stage, G2 Esports will drop out of the tournament if they lose. We get this nail biter now, 34 minutes in, very even in gold. And one mistake from either team can just lose the entire thing.
An Elder Dragon coming up. G2 with the first position in the river. TSM should move in shortly, but there's no way you can clean out Scuttle Crab, and a good move there by G2 to buy themselves a little bit of time.
Now looking at the vision, TSM still with some deep wards inside G2 side of the map, and summoner spells, no flash for Sven. Perks will be available by the time the fight ensues.
And even though there is no flash on Sven, and you have to have your eyes, Hanser's equalizer going directly for Sven, you cannot forget about the Orianna ball. Shockwaves this late in the game can change it.
Oh, Trick already channeled. Insta-cancel on the Absolute Zero.
Turtle's in though.
Pulled into the wall. Wild Turtles get tagged. A lot of damage. Mythy's being burned down and killed. G2 in a 4v5. Make that a 3v5. Expect is burned alive. Elders for TSM.
Yeah, TSM just got absolutely everything. Trick ran in, did absolutely nothing but waste his ulti. Perks' shockwave didn't do a whole lot either. While we saw Wild Turtle in the middle of the fight, he flashed out. All G2 get in return now is a tower. Big advantage for TSM. And Baron is spawning in 1 minute 20 seconds. They still have the Elder Drake buff when that Baron is alive.
Definitely going to be crucial as they have 3 Elemental Drakes to themselves from the early game. Got to think about grabbing that Scuttle Crab as well before retreating. Baron only a minute away, as you said.
And that kind of play right there, again, been the reason G2 have lost quite a lot of games. Because when they finally get to late game and they can start playing team fights, they're so far down that if they make one of those mistakes, they lose so much. They just did it right here. Trick just running in, wasting everything, and then him and Mythy going down.
Exactly.
Gone.
Even though G2 have such a beefy front line with all those 3 members, as you said, Trevor, TSM have so many DPS. If there is no space for Sven to get off his auto attacks, there's no counter damage coming through, then all the tanking here doesn't mean anything. Trick loses a lot of zoning power very early on.
And G2 then says, you know what, we can still try and fight it. While they hit Wild Turtle, they can't actually follow up.
And Sven only got maybe 3 auto attacks off in that team fight. If your AD carry with the Blood Boil can only get off 3, that is not going to be the way to take a victory.
And now G2 needs to respect Elder Drake buff, so they step back. They give the river over to TSM. This now means G2 will have to blindly face check to stop a Baron.
And crucially, for this next team fight that will make or break it, both Perks and Sven will have double summoners up. These are the two for G2 that you have to focus.
That's where TSM are going to set their sights. I'm looking at the vision. I think it's toggle. G2 need to move into the jungle blind. Luckily for them, they can still see TSM, Wild Turtle on top of a ward.
Remember this Rageblade Varus here. He's a threat when it comes to two-manning Baron as well. In case G2 don't actually see more than just a few guys, they should expect Baron to have then been started. Ivan as well can start it up. That's what TSM have been doing right now. It's Bjergsen instead of Wild Turtle though.
Daisy tanking right now. Bjergsen trying to do the damage, but that ward should dissuade them from committing.
Daisy gets chunked down real low. 400 hit points for a potential fight to ensue. All summoners, except for Trick's flash available on the G2 side. Wild Turtle, no flash available. Cannot afford to pull a Wild Turtle and get caught out by G2.
Also, though, you have to worry about G2 have to funnel through this jungle corridor. That's perfect space for an equalizer. And just the equalizer from Hanser, it should be aimed at getting those summoners off of Perks and off of Sven.
Look at the minimap. G2 are happy to play the waiting game. Bottom is pushing heavily towards TSM. There's no vision in the pit. Just toggled on full vision. You can see Baron's been started.
So they start the Baron right now. G2 Esports fighting in the jungle. They have a trap over. They know the Baron is activated. That's a good ulti.
Chain of corruption onto Miffy and expect Glacial Fisher's not really going to do a lot. Miffy stays alive for a few seconds longer. Equalizer not been fired yet by Haunter.
That's a large health advantage as two of G2's tanks have been chunked out very heavily. Small advantage there for TSM now, looking to capitalize on top of it.
Trick also has no flash to get over the wall. Perks does. So there needs to be a magic shot. Teleport coming in from Expect.
Oh, here goes 3,000 health on that Baron.
Oh, this is so scary. Shockwave and piercing arrow flying across G2. Sven with some vision. He's tagging Baron. 2,500 hit points. Built of a Peacemaker goes out. Watch the HP. Secured by Team Solo Mid. Expect forced to retreat.
Shockwave was also used to attempt to steal it there, so it won't be there if they decide to pressure. That's not going to be the case, though. Big wave down bottom. This is a very crucial Baron buff for TSM to see if they can actually get inside the inhibitor turret line.
Just a few seconds on the flash from Trick here. Didn't get up in time. I think TSM did have the timing, but again, we're respecting the damage from Perks. Timed with maybe an ulti from Gragas. Like at this point, after you already lost one to a Syndra last game, you don't want to risk someone else stealing that Baron.
Exactly. A Shockwave plus a Dissonance can do more than 1,000 damage, more than the Smite could do at this stage in the game with 4 items on that Orianna.
And now we're looking at that big moment for TSM to say, okay, yes, we have gone late game, but we secured Elder. That's gone now, though. We got Baron buff this time around. We need to get in that base and get an inhibitor down on 2 so we can keep that pressure going, because right now, Sven just completed his 4th item. Like, we are hitting full late game very soon.
And no room for error for Team Solo Mid.
Or G2.
Or break. Team Solo Mid on the verge of securing the 3rd seed. If they can use this Baron buff to break open the base and set themselves up to knock over the Nexus. It's 40 minutes into game time. It is a 7,000 gold lead. And only 1 death on the side of Team Solo Mid. They have maintained control for the majority of the game, even thwarted off the Baron buff from G2, which simply evened out the mid stages. TSM, 2 very good games on the last day of groups here in Europe.
All right, secondary turret, not a large objective. TSM will power through that, and then we get to the real test very soon here. Keep your eyes on the summoner spells, and crucial ultimates are available. Everybody has all tools that they will need for this team fight. It comes down to execution in the high pressure situation.
All right, G2 in the mid lane. Their chosen lane is TSM. Switcheroo around. They shoved in top, now they shoved in bottom. We keep talking about vision. Vision has been a crucial topic all game long. G2 have had a control ward in the bottom lane for what feels like 20 or 25 minutes. I only point that out because it means no one's replaced it or used it in a more effective location.
I mean, Perks right now is sitting with the Doran's ring still 41 minutes into the game instead of getting vision. Haunser, a greedy path here, needs to flash. Could be huge for a fight. Top lane pushing in though.
All right, Wild Turtle steps forward, stands on a trap and takes an ice blast that does nothing to him. Trick is now moving forward. Here comes Expect. Glacial Fish has been thrown in. Chain of Corruption starting to spread. Sven remains untouched as the Redemptions come down and the tower stays alive.
This is how nervous both teams are about this crucial team fight. Not willing for a full commit there. Haunter was in the bottom lane, and TSM hold on to their teleport and just retreat.
Everyone is sitting at home right now, just watching this being like, oh my god, it is so close. You said earlier, Kobe, this is where the superstars really step up.
Clutch plays.
Sven is one of those superstars. Perks is another one. If we look at G2, Hansa, Bjergsen on the side of TSM.
Can G2 pull another miracle? They've done it a few times this tournament, bouncing back from behind. But today's TSM does not feel like the same team that has made the mistakes over the past 4 days. They have played clean and well in the majority of this game, with the exception of those Baron vision calls.
And at this point, the goal lead doesn't really matter, because in terms of just effective items and composition and the scaling, it is just even right now. Because as you can see, barely anyone has actually fully completed all their items. They're just almost at that number 5.
I mean, Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Biofrost, Death Cap for Haunter's Rumble. Seems like a long time since I've seen that one. Team Solo Mid, they want to just explode G2, destroy Europe's hopes. And remember, G2, they started, they said it. Believe in us, give us a chance. We'll show up on the international stage. And they haven't really done it here at MSI in groups.
Meanwhile, for TSM, living a little bit even in the shadow of CLG for once in the team's history because of the accomplishments at MSI last year. They are the ones to make it here and looking to make North America proud.
Make NALCS great again. That's what TSM are looking to do. 4 wins, 5 losses. Will they end with a 5-0? All right, lane assignment set up. Haunter's in the bottom. Teleport is available to him. Baron has worn off. Over a minute and a half from Elder Drake. So TSM, not the most effective Baron, but it did strangle G2 into their base. They simply cannot leave yet.
Well, against TSM, they understand they can just go with Furious. Haunter, no flash!
Remember, he had no flash from the greedy pathing earlier. Equalizer comes down and Expect takes him down.
He doesn't get his Zonias off either to buy any sort of time, so this takes all of the wind out of TSM sails at the moment. They have to wait for his resurrection to be able to use teleport.
It might actually not be the worst thing that he didn't use Hourglass, because he wanted to die quickly so he could respawn for Elder Drake. Because now he's actually alive at 40 seconds, Elder Drake is alive at 52 seconds.
And that is a death 4 minutes or 3 minutes in the making. One greedy pathing decision from Haunter costs a flash. Another greedy pathing decision costs his life, and now G2 are alleviating the pressure slightly, buying a little bit more time. This game is just balancing on a knife edge. One mistake from either team could cost it.
And the setup could be crucial here. Because you talk about the neutral objectives, those are what draw teams through the jungle corridors. If there is vision for G2 set up, they could, not funnel through a really bad equalizer for themselves. But the vision right now, actually still up for grabs.
And now we have to look at wards around it for teleport as well, Kobe. There's a ward just in the river that G2 can kill. There's one ward really far back in the base. That's obviously not really a good location for Haunter. But as a Rumble, you don't really want to flank TP anyway. Elder Drake being started. Same thing at this point. Just get it down.
All right, where is Haunter? He doesn't need to TP or make it in. Daisy comes down, Expect is the target. Absolute Zero is not channeled yet from Trick. He's stuck inside the pit, looking for that one. Redemption comes down to heal up Trick. The barrel splits up Wild Turtle for a few seconds longer, but the Elder seems to be the focus. He's down to 2,000. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2. The Nunu, the Consume Spike combo. Now Wild Turtle is being burned alive. The long range auto attack from Sven as he's knocked into the air. Expect goes down. Mithy jumps in, throws out the Glacial Fissure. G2, the Shockwave whips. Perks missed it. Team Solomid get the kill. G2 get the Dragon.
Yep, nice combo there from Trick to be able to secure that Drake. Sven Skaren is down there, and there's no smite for TSM on the Baron attempt.
Well, they can't go for Baron then. They have to just wait and try and bait it. That's what they're doing right now. Trick is checking. A lot of things again. Missing left and right. There's so much action going on. The Shockwave from Perks did not connect. And Expect, again, true. Expect felt so confident with the Elder Drake, he just rushed forward, actually got knocked off by the last part of the Zyra ulti, so he ended up dying in return as well.
I just want to really re-emphasize how important that secure on the Elder Dragon was for G2 though. Remember the triple elemental drakes for TSM in position to pressure that fight. They had already taken down the Guardian Angel.
And now tables turned. Last time it was TSM with the Elder Drake getting Baron. Now it's G2 with the Elder Drake who can actually then say, you know what? If you start that Baron, we will fight you with this buff, and then you shouldn't be able to win if you're on the side of TSM. But they're now trying to bait it again, because the wards from G2 are simply not in a place to actually spot what's happening in the river.
Control wards were picked up. Trick had 3 of them leading up to the Elder Dragon. He's used all of them. G2 still have to contest, go through some darkness as Haunter and Bjergsen use the acceleration gate to escape the mid lane. Trick gets tagged up, released by the grasping roots for now, and Hail of Arrows comes down. TSM, they've lost positioning on the Baron, but they've got the Scuttle Crab, which is about to wear off.
A fully operational, full item Elder Dragon buff. Oh, it just times out now.
Hey, the frontline Caitlyn, that's what Sven's playing right now. Chasing Sven Skeren. One auto took around 5 or 600 hit points from it.
And here it goes. Neither team wants to go through these little corridors, but TSM have to go over traps now.
All right, Daisy.
Oh,
look at Sven. He's been bursted down on the attack in the distance. Baron is helping out TSM. So is the Equalizer. Daisy seems to be the focus. G2 wants their cupcakes. Consume and Smite is available. Needs to be taken down. The Baron is the focus and Trick.
Oh my god. How did he
do it? By Expect.
It regenerated. TSM now pushing up the mid wave while the Baron-empowered recalls are channeled for G2.
Deficio almost had a heart attack as Elder Dragon wears off. G2 secure another Baron. It's 50 minutes in.
Yeah, it's just because Trick actually did use his smite, so Baron ended on 100 HP, and he was not under pressure. That was one of those moments where you're going to cost your team almost everything, but with full late game.
Now. Late game for 15 minutes.
Well, now we're actually full late game because there are full items on Sven and perks.
I'm not full yet.
You want more, Kobe?
Are you not entertained? TSM now have to fend off G2, who will take their 5th tower of the game. 2.5 minutes on Baron. And TSM, they have to defend. Sven Skeren's caught up by the explosive cast. He goes down. Sven takes him out. A 5-man knockup from the Stranglefords will not deter G2. North America in a 5-on-4. Use the Equalizer. That shockwave connects. Wild Turtle and Bioshock are forced away from the tower, and G2 continue to siege.
This is huge momentum for G2. They're inside the base.
The base towers are down. The Nexus is the focus. Sven continues to play on the front foot. 45 seconds before Sven Skeren comes alive. G2, they're not done with the siege.
Oh, they're getting a bit greedy right now. Trig is low.
Bjergsen! Expect and perks catch him out. Haunter flashes forward. It's a flame splitter. Redemption comes down to heal up G2. And now the Nexus turrets are the focus.
So many crucial flashes used here. G2 are able to get the first Nexus turret.
But Bjergsen wants to try defense, wants to stop G2. G2 are buying into the hype, the craziness, the chaos. They're not stopping.
G2 right now has a late game comp. They don't need to risk it all on this play right now. But they're staying. They're so low on HP.
The confidence is there. Bjergsen's caught out. He's down. He's down. The Bjerger King is down. Wild Turtle follows immediately after. G2 Esports have killed Team Solo Mid. They've routed them. They've aced them. G2 Esports, they're taking down the Nexus turrets, stun Team Solo Mid, and G2's shot at International Redemption stays alive.
G2 Esports, they asked for support. They wanted the European fans to trust them going into this tournament. Shaky moments, but in the very end, they take down TSM and they guarantee at least a tiebreaker.
And of course, that tiebreaker can be determined by head-to-heads. It can be determined without a game being played. It is pending the follow-up results. What that also means is Team Solo Mid is not yet eliminated. There is still a hope. The North American champions.
All eggs in the Sven basket.
And what a basket it was. Exactly like you said, the very end there. G2 able to clutch it.
Very good though. Very good for TSM. They won earlier today.
G2 suck in the early game. Another time they struggle.
That's right. They just pick full late game now. Like, we know we suck in the early game. Let's just surrender it anyway without comp. Rely on late game.
And of course, you do have to step back. TSM took down the Flash Wolves earlier today. They were behind for a lot. They didn't make mistakes. They didn't get caught out. And the TSM today showed up that it may have been too late.
TSM are guaranteed some type of tiebreaker.
Yes. It just depends on who it's going to be with. And then, of course, the implications over the next two results. But what a phenomenal game. I mean, 50 minutes down. This time, G2 managed to siege the Nexus and don't bollocks it up. They managed to take it down, because that was risky.
Oh, it was definitely risky in the end. Bjergsen came back with full HP, but expect a man who's again received a lot of criticism during this tournament, also for his Gragas play, actually had some really good engages right here, and he was the man who found Bjergsen in the end, but also Svenskeren before that, that gave them that push towards the Nexus.
As we've highlighted so many times leading up to this, the Gragas, the playmaking ability, and he comes through when it counts.
All right, do we like Nunu? Kobe, now what's it, 1 and 2 now for Trick?
What's the scenario we're talking about? Because it did pay off here. If all of your eggs are going to be placed in Sven's hands.
End quote right there.
All right, G2 Esports going to round this one out again. As you said, they've not guaranteed their placement just yet, but there will be tiebreakers. We'll look at the rules and see how they manage to advance. But for Team Solo Mid, heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. A game they're ahead for, God, 40 minutes of gameplay, significantly ahead.
Right.
Only to thwart it again at the Baron.
And again, this game went a lot like expected. We talked so much about that in the early game, how, you know, TSM's comp would get the early advantage, they would use it to get a goal lead, set up these Drakes, and then a Baron, and they did all those things. Problem was when it came to actually closing in the very end, there's small things to look at. Haunts are getting caught as well, buying time for G2. Then, of course, the engages later.
That pathing mistake that ended up costing Haunts. So anyways, that does it for us for now. G2 have kept their hopes alive. Shox is standing by with the man who rules the mid lane kingdom, at least today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trevor. Indeed, he does today. He's been doing really well, but that game, it was almost a carbon copy in terms of the flow of the game as that first one, but what was different?
Well, we know that we are not doing so well early game, so let's just go for late game. That's our plan right now. And I kind of misplayed this game, even though I have no jungler, so I can't really pressure, but I should never die to this gank level 3, which was really horrible. I also misplayed in laning trades, so I think I'm part of the reason why the game fell behind early game this time around.
Still, you guys had that late game insurance, but as we remember, the first game you had the base race and it fell short. This time around, it's a risky move to stay and to try and finish it, but what was the calling like, and what was it like to kind of overcome that pressure that they weren't wrong last time around?
Well, the last call, I think it was the right call. We could have ended, but unlucky, unfortunate, incidents have happened. This time around, it was risky again, but our top laner had a call that he'll flash and Jace, so it was so many chaotic comms, but he was like, trust me, and he flashed and Jace, and we ended after, so it was really nice of him.
Well, so many of this tournament, or so much of this tournament has been about which team can keep their cool after a loss and which team can rebound. And you guys now have taken a huge step towards that. Is that something you feel personally as well, going into the possible tiebreaker scenarios?
Well, I think it sure benefits us because our mental strength is actually pretty high. We've been through so many defeats already, and through so many close games. So I think we can do good in tiebreaker.
Finally, I just want to put the spotlight on you for a second, Perks, because you said, I don't like how I've played here, but over the tournament so far, you have done an exceptional job. How much does that carry in your confidence, and how much can you impose that on the rest of the team as well?
Well, I have a lot of confidence going into any Milan matchup, any champion-wise too. So maybe it gives my team some confidence in draft, or makes it easier for them, but I think my team is doing a really good job late game too, especially Sven. He carries every game late, so we have this going for us.
One final thing, when I talked to Bjergsen after when they won the first time, he said, well, this doesn't decide EU versus NA, the next game will. Now it's 1-1. Is there anything you have to say on the matter?
Well, right now it's 1-1, and I lost to NA a couple of times before, so I can't really judge, but I guess EU is better than NA.
Risky move, Perks, but thank you very much. Congratulations. We'll see you later on. And for now, more on that game, let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Shocks. G2 strike back, revenge on TSM for that narrow loss that they received a couple days ago. Crepo, what are you thinking here?
I think Shocks just did him dirty. Perks has spent half a year becoming the non-cocky king, you know, just to focus on the gameplay, let the results speak for themselves. He had a great interview where he was humble, you know, praising his teammates, admitting mistakes. And then right at the very end, Shocks hits him with the EU over NA, and he just can't resist.
And you just know front page Reddit. That's all that's clicked out. It's just the EU
Perks
NA.
said EU is better than NA.
Now, what's important to note here is that this doesn't necessarily guarantee G2 in just yet. So if the Flash Wolves win in the next game, G2 is in straight away. If the Gigabytes win in the next game, it forces a three-way tie where everyone's at 1-1, and we'll have to play through that. TSM, for all of you fans at home, don't worry, you still have your opportunity at a tiebreaker later in the day. That's the implications of this game. Now let's break it down. Within this, we saw and we heard from Perks just now, G2 wasn't confident in the way they'd been playing early necessarily throughout the tournament, so they were happy to go late. They draft a comp that does exactly that. TSM not able to apply just enough pressure to get it done in time.
Yeah, and it's really about TSM stalling to try to break out that base. And you do have a lot of wave clear options on G2's composition. You got the Caitlyn, you have the Orianna, even the Gragas to an extent. But I just love how much zone control is stacked onto G2's comp. Like, you don't really ever see Nunu, so you kind of forget how to play around him. But his ability to slow everything down, to set the line of scrimmage for that Caitlyn to really go off, was phenomenal this game.
Yeah, it really was. And I think that the early game was played very well from TSM, getting vision control in their opponent's jungles, moving back and forth between lanes, sieging the turrets. But it all kind of broke down at that first Baron, where 2 games in a row now, they've had very poor base timings, and they give up essentially a free Baron. I mean, they're not staggering their bases. This is 3-4 members from TSM all basing at the same time.
5.
By the way, this is like 28 minutes into the game against Caitlyn Nunu. I mean, what are you thinking? And this is, to me, where TSM really broke down.
Yeah, and it's very symptomatic if you're a team playing against an opponent that doesn't want to play League of Legends. This is what happens. Like, you try every move and they're just turtling in their shell, in their jungle. And G2 at this point have not done anything proactive for well over 20 minutes. So TSM, they want to optimize their next play, right? But then obviously sometimes you cut a corner and you realize you lose an Asher there, and it's so hard. Wrenching to go through that.
And trying to narrow down, you know, where is TSM's late game breaking down? And I feel like it's really in their vision control. You know, you can see the lines start to creep up, but it's very delayed. They're not contesting a lot of the jungle creeps. I mean, Azael, we were talking about this backstage. G2 still had so much control over their own jungle when they should have been completely relegated to their base, unable to leave all that. So all these scraps of gold ending up in Sven's pocket that shouldn't be available to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that everyone praises SKT for. As soon as SKT gets an edge and take map control, they foam both sides of the jungle the rest of the game, and that's how the gold leads really balloon. But TSM wasn't really able to do that this game.
Absolutely. The Baron goes over to G2, able to extend the game a little bit. Of course, our Acer replay will be the second Baron picked up by G2 and breaking TSM's base.
Yeah, this is just, it's a standoff for Equalizer. It's a good Equalizer if G2 gets pressured into that area. But there's not enough forward pressure. And this is also the issue with the compositions. Later in the game, we have Gragas Nunu in the front line. But nobody on TSM's composition really wants to be in the front line. So they have to kind of pick that lock by getting all the right moves in succession. The problem is it never really happened there. And then G2 get another Baron.
I mean, it's with any siege comp versus like a hard engage type comp like this, or a comp with strong front line, you kind of have to stay ahead or it can all break apart. And as we now the game ended, expect, Perks was talking about it, says he has his flash, knows he can catch Jace, and despite them actually delaying this out quite a long time, and Svenskeren was almost back up, they get the pick and they get the game.
Couple things here. First, gotta respect again the composure of G2 to operate in losing games and extend to late, as well as the decisiveness in the calls that they made for the Barons. On the flip side, gotta start questioning TSM and their inability to make the calls to go aggressive in some areas. If you know you're gonna get outscaled, I know it's scary sometimes, but at a certain point you gotta pull the trigger, try and break that base, commit to it fully. If you just let them extend the game over and over again, you're doomed to lose.
Yeah, G2 had a couple good stalling mechanics where they were using like Orianna ultis on waves, and they also caught Wild Turtle a few times in those that kind of stopped the snowball. They also had a really good item build adaptation that Azael pointed out in the game with the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, and I thought the Bloodthirster was actually super intelligent from Sven, because you already have a ton of attack speed coming in from the Blood Boil. You don't need your second Zeal item as fast, and there's not a lot of armor being built there, so you're actually going to get a ridiculous amount of efficiency out of the Bloodthirster, especially because you have the front line, which means you're going to be able to free fire much more easily.
And into those poke compositions to regain all that health back. And to be fair to TSM, you know, they did have a lot of those dragons, so there was that other win opportunity for them to look towards that Elder Dragon. Just unfortunately, they decided to take that smite against the Nunu and didn't work out for them.
Yeah, again, I'm not the one on the stage, so it's easy for me to sit here and say they should have made plays where they didn't. But again, G2 gets the better of TSM this time around. We have some more explosive games coming your way here in Rio after the break. The LMS's Flash Wolves hit the Summoner's Rift against GIGABYTE Marines. Stay tuned.
Good thing I Biofrost his ass afterwards, because that was a wild turtle, if you know what I mean. Oh my. I don't know what you mean.
NA versus EU from Rio.
No, Bergson actually go up.
I think he will. He's found it. Jackson finds Perks and secures first blood.
Don't worry. Fine. Some.
Biofrost gets bounced under the tower. Stranglethorns will buy a lot of time, and the Equalizer cuts off the retreat path. Miffy and Trick are down. Double kill for Bjergsen.
Turtle's in though.
Pulled into the wall. While Turtles get tagged, a lot of damage. Miffy's being burnt down and killed. G2 in a 4v5. Make that a 3v5. Expect is burned alive.
If we burn it at the same time, we will win, right? Sure. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, nice.
Kill Gragas, back up. 2, 1, go. Cupcakes, consume, and Smite is available. Needs to be taken down. The Baron is the focus, and Trick.
Oh my god, how did he
do it? By Expect. Follows immediately after. G2 Esports have killed Team Solo Mid. They've routed them. They've aced them. G2 Esports, they're taking down the Nexus turret. Stun Team Solo Mid. And G2 shot at International Redemption stays alive. Welcome back, everybody. Settling in on stage for our next match is the LMS's Flash Wolves and the GPL's GIGABYTE Marines. Now, the Flash Wolves will tie Team Solomid in 4th with a win, and they would force a tiebreaker with TSM for that final playoff seed. G2 will be securing 3rd in that scenario because they are 2-0 over Flash Wolves, and they will win that head-to-head. Now, if the GIGABYTE Marines win, they will create a tie in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yep.
And depending on the time in which they win, we will then have a 3-way tiebreaker between G2, TSM, and the Marines.
And keep in mind, a lot of the Marines games have been very quick. So even if it does go down to time, that looks good for them.
Kobe, I'm really glad you said that, because do you know what happens if the Marines win in less than 57 minutes? They become the final boss. And TSM and G2 will need to have a battle once again to determine who faces the Marines for 3rd and 4th, and the loser of that will then be eliminated from groups. So that's what the Marines are playing for here. Win in under 57 minutes against the Flash Wolves.
All right, Kennen being banned away. I keep disagreeing with that ban just because I don't think Stark actually showed almost anything on that champion, but could be from scrims as well, where he has been dominating on it.
Yeah, I thought his Gragas and his Galio were both very good and should be highly prioritized.
Agree, 100% agree. Like the Ziggs ban here, does remove a lot of the playmaking from Slay. And now I want to look at the jungler here, because whenever GIGABYTE Marines pick Graves, I actually feel like Levi doesn't do almost anything. When he plays Kha'Zix, however, he's won all his games here during the group stage, and he's been way more impactful and way harder to play against. So if he has to choose between the two, I know Graves is valued higher, but I actually want to see the Kha'Zix from him.
Yeah, I actually did like, so even though it was against SKT and they obviously ended up losing the game, he did go pretty proactive with the Graves in that one and chalk up a bunch of kills as well. But yes, I mean, you got to look for the very highlight moments for him, and those have been on Kha'Zix.
Flash Wolves might then feel like they want to take Graves' first pick here because of the Lee Sin ban. They're going with the Lulu though, so they're trying again to challenge GIGABYTE Marines to pick between Graves and the Kha'Zix, and GIGABYTE Marines, because it is Kha'Zix they're against, might feel forced to take Graves.
Yeah, Lulu has almost always been first pick if left up, here by the blue side.
Such an important pick. The Karma is still up and available as well, something we've talked so much about all tournament long. The Marines, second game today. They played earlier and lost to Team WE in a fairly one-sided match, actually. They got a couple early kills, but didn't have their traditional strong early game that we've kind of come to expect from the Marines, and they're going to lock in that Galio.
I think they made, this lane swap again, and while they got 2 kills from it, they fell super far behind in CS, both top lane and bot lane, which then cost them experience in the long run, so they couldn't actually play early game after their swap. We like the Galio though top. It's such a strong pick right now.
Definitely agree. I think the Flash Wolves might go towards the Gragas in their first round on the backswing of this to try and grab it before more top lane bans do. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it was first banned out by them. So they're going to have to go with another option here. And yeah, that's a very good early pick there for Gam.
Good adaptation here for Slay as well. He lost the Varus in the ban phase last time around. It is available for him. Flash Wolves take the Graves. This means the Kha'Zix might come in from GIGABYTE Marines, and that is where we see them really unleash the jungle.
I am quite excited about that if Levi can get his hands on that Kha'Zix. LeBlanc locked in for Maple. I'm also interested, when you run into this Galio, Fizz is gone, Gragas is gone. I mean, Shen is still up and available. Nautilus, I suppose, as well, but maybe the carry matchups that maybe MMD could or would or might want to play.
I think MMD is a player that really does value tank versus tank matchups. And a lot of people have talked about that. He does feel more comfortable in those, especially since Fizz and Kled have already banned out and have been the other options. But there you go. The Kha'Zix does come through once again for Levi.
There's some hope here for the GIGABYTE Marines and their jungle to really try and carry the game. We've seen some insane performances on this specific champion. Ashe is a very likely ban right now against Betty, and also because they have the Varus picked already. I would at least like to see that next time.
And one of the reasons we're highlighting Galio and Kha'Zix so much, I also really love the way they work together. Kha'Zix is so good at getting into a good position, diving in, then using his ultimate for invisibility to buy time for Galio's heroic entrance on top.
Also, that could be a support, Galio. I'm just throwing it out there. Marines have shown some explorative supports throughout the course of MSI and the play-ins. Rumble is still up and available, something else that I'm looking at. So MMD has played 8 times this year already. A lot of experience. Syndra is the ban towards Optimus. So now Optimus is running out of some options into this LeBlanc.
Exactly. Zed is, a champion he's played before, but with so much physical damage already, and no Rumble being picked and even banned away, then it seems very unlikely. Ari, possibly for a skill matchup in favor of LeBlanc, though, just to add that part, especially early on in the laning phase, is an option as well, because Optimus is a guy he did really well earlier, but he's actually been struggling the last 2 days, and you don't want to put him in a bad matchup now.
Yeah, definitely been under pressure, and there's the Ari removed away, so one of the potential options. So Marines have to show their hand. Very slow pace during this pick and ban. Of course, for the Marines, their post-group lives on the line, and it's much the same for Flash Wolves.
I mean, yeah, we're on the last day, baby. Yeah. Every game counts here. All right, yeah, so MMD and Optimus are really the two that have kind of taken the hit here as far as the second ban phase does come through. But it looks like they're going to retain their shroud of silence here from the Marines and not reveal yet.
I think banning or leaving Ashe open is a bit of a mistake. I think it is definitely the best AD carry pick for Betty down the bot lane, a guy who's not been performing too well himself.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of Jhin, and that's the next one that he does jump to as far as his personal tier of champions that he has been preferring.
Now, obviously, top lane needs to be shown. Nautilus is the very safe one right now if you don't want to risk anything. Galio's already confirmed as the top laner. Now, Fiora is, of course, a pick a lot of people talk about as a counter matchup, but do you really want MMD to be the man who pulls it out? No, it is going to be the safe one.
Yeah, once again, I think he feels so much more at home in the tank versus tank matchups, where everybody gets to build rings, and that will be the case here. All right, what's it going to be, Optimus? What do you have in store for this LeBlanc? Kassadin is an option that I have seen before and still available.
Ryze is another option. He's not played any of those 2 champions here during MSI. Lissandra he used once. Did get some buffs here on this patch, but she's still extremely hard to execute.
Yeah, very slight buffs. 0.1 maybe AP scaling.
1 game played, 100% win-loss, and a 17 KDA. What do you think of it into this LeBlanc? And now we see the GIGABYTE Marines team composition come together. Hey, Glacial Tomb, and then you can just have Starhawk's Galio jumping in before or after that.
Yeah, I mean, the combinations look really impressive, and those are the things that always go through your head with this team. The Marines are all about their mid-game, combining the multiple ultimates. And remember, Optimus did play this Lissandra versus LeBlanc versus Supermassive to get into this stage of the tournament.
And that's the key thing. If GIGABYTE Marines in the mid game are at least even, then the all-in engage comp will make a lot of sense and be hard to play against. All-in engage comps, though, if they do fall behind, it'll be so damn useless because you're like, we want to hard engage, but we don't actually want to fight because we're really far behind. And then you can't really do anything. But GIGABYTE Marines, they don't think about that. Like, they're not going to say, oh, what if we fall behind? They're like, no, we're going to get ahead. And that's how we can use our comp.
GIGABYTE Marines have really shown up this group stage. They've taken a game of everybody except SKT and now Flash Wolves. Will this be the time? Will the Marines advance? If they do it in 57 minutes, if they win, they advance. They get that Pool 1 seed for the GPL for the first time in professional League of Legends history.
And I honestly do not see a GIGABYTE Marines game going longer than 50 minutes. Anyway, so, all right, it is going to be exciting here. Let's get onto the Rift as soon as possible.
The Sandra pick. Old school counter to LeBlanc, where back in the days when a lot of LeBlanc's damage was from the distortion, she would jump in, land the damage from the distortion, you could just press W as Lissandra, you would snare her, you would ult her, you would just burst her down with your team. LeBlanc is much more poke focused right now though, and doesn't need to W into the face of the enemy.
Yeah, even so, LeBlanc still has to wait for the channel of that passive currently, and it could be a good interruption even later in 5-on-5s.
We'll have to see when we get there. The Marines don't tend to give you a lot of time to figure out the state of the game. Definitely like to be proactive. They've got double teleports as well. That's going to enable them. It is matched by the Flash Wolves, of course. MMD and Maple going to have the options to do the same. And it doesn't look like any lane swap shenanigans. They've done that, 3 times already this group stage?
Yeah,
Go even this time.
Definitely not needed with Varus Nami as your bot lane. Kind of defeats the purpose of picking the Nami, as she really shines in that laning phase. But interesting enough as well, Graves for Kasa. Like, we know it's such a good pick. But when he's been playing that Graves and when other junglers are playing him, like, so often it's about you. Like, you're the man getting fed. You're the man who then needs
You're the badass.
You're the badass. And the problem then is when Kasa's been doing this, MMD has struggled because he didn't get any help. The bot lane would have then maybe died to a gank or in a 2v2, won't get any help. And then Flash Wolves have fallen really far behind because Kasa couldn't really assist his lanes while he's farming on Graves. But of course, if they can just have standard laning, it's going to be fine.
And it has kind of seemed like MMD up in the top lane has been a bit of a trap for the Wolves. Even when Karsa did try and camp for him, not a lot gained out there, and it actually took away from his pressure on the other side of the map. So we shall see how they deal with it this time around.
Which lane they're going to prioritize. All right, taking a look at the assignments in the early push. Actually a lot of wave clear on really every single side of this map, so no room for error when it comes to deciding when and where you want to go forward.
And I am definitely looking at that top lane possibility here, as it is a blue buff start for Levi, not going with the Raptors' extra experience on this Kha'Zix. He will be ending, or having the possibility of ending right up there.
And Levi has tried to just farm on Kha'Zix, get level 6 before he really joins the team. He's so often looking for the 1v1s, more than he's necessarily looking for a gank on the Kha'Zix. The same thing can be said, obviously, for Kasa on Graves. You have to respect the red buff, what he can do, level 3, level 4.
All right, great hawk shot there from Betty, revealing the jungle cleared out by the Marines. Some information that the Flash Wolves can use to discern Levi's path and decision. He's cleared out the Raptor camp, making his way to the Bramble back. As you can see, Kasa on the opposite left-hand quadrant doing similar to what's Rock and Blue.
And jungling is all about judging the current state of the game and adapting currently. The top lane not trading heavily, so that should be an indicator that the junglers will just continue to farm here as Karsa takes down the Scuttle Crab.
So, yeah, those mechanics.
He did it.
A little bit of jumps back and forth, a justice punch to the face for MMD.
Kasa here for a lane gank, but also trying to maybe counter gank Levi.
Yeah, I talk about the trading. It has started to come in.
Edge line's already been used. Casa's going to be able to dash forward, does indeed. End of the line comes out, where red buff is ticking, flashes away from Star.
Yeah, so I like this move from Kasa. He stays around in flash auto attack range, forcing Kasa to go for the early flash.
Exactly, you have to respect it there, because if he flashes for the auto's in the air, you can't reactively flash and you die anyway.
Luckily for Stark, though, he actually got to kill a few minions. Now he goes back and TPs to lane anyway. He did ever lose the flash. That is the key thing. And this early on in the game, you're not that tanky with your double Doran's ring. Graves can return.
Also, Graves didn't have to use the blast cone, so you have to be worried here if you are Levi about repeat ganks there. They don't have any extra vision, so he is waiting around for a little bit while the camps respawn.
See what happens with Levi here. A little bit of pressure as MMD's making his way up. He did not teleport. Going to save that one down as Stark has already used his interlane.
Yeah, it's mostly a defensive move, as we said, by Levi. He's waiting around for the repeat gank. As you can see, Karsa is continuing to farm, and he doesn't show up. So as soon as the wave is fully shoved, that means you can recall as a jungler because the turret is going to push it back.
With this composition here, GIGABYTE Marines, they can't really force too much early on. But that's not really been a problem for us, because we've actually seen in quite a few games recently how they would go even in the early laning phase, but then once the mid game hits, that's where they start roaming and starting fights.
Exactly. Yesterday, very big for them. Not against Team WE as well. Farming all working out very decently so far. We just have to keep in mind the flash cooldown for the top lane as a point that maybe you'll see some extra vision being lended to Stark's aid.
We're starting to see level 6s on the horizon. MMD, Stark, Optimus, and Maple very close to unlocking that. We talked about a little bit earlier how both sides have got quite ridiculous wave clear, actually. But then you also look at it, both sides have got a ton of crowd control that they can work with to set up any of these plays.
And a lot of that crowd control does come from the mid lane. Now, as a jungler, working around mid lane level 6 is a very big breakpoint in the game. If you can communicate with your laner to shove the wave on your level 6 wave and have the ability ready before the enemy mid laner, then that completely destroys any sort of 2 versus 2.
No way for Maple to get out of Alessandro ulti. That's why he's respecting the fact that he doesn't actually have vision of the enemy context. He steps back, takes the wave. He's smart playing. It's small things, but it's very important. A lot of mid laners tend to still go forward and maybe look for a little trade, and then they get caught and die to a game.
Exactly. And keep in mind as well, when you're messing around with these level 6 mid laners, more often than not, you can focus the jungler in the 2 versus 2 scenario if they both do show up, as they will be lower level, will be easier to take down.
And Lissandra is such an interesting champion because like pre-level 6 will not really do anything. Hit level 6 and suddenly you actually have a lot of pressure because of your ulti. And then that will kind of continue for the mid game and early late game where you also have a lot of burst potential. But then once you get later into the game, you build Hourglass, your damage kind of runs out a little bit and you become more of a zoning tool.
Exactly, and they're building right into those paths, right? LeBlanc super early defensive Merc treads to deal with the ultimate and all the CC that Lissandra does bring to that gank. So he's just looking to get out of the gank alive, whereas Lissandra accentuating her strengths here with the extra burst damage from Hextech.
So that Proto Belt to add a bit more mobility and burst to a kid. Very easy to get in melee range where you can hit multiple bolts.
That's what the Marines are going to be looking for. We're an even game, 7 minutes in. This is just Farmville, basically. Even across every single lane. No advantages garnered yet. I'm going to reiterate, no matter the result, we will have tiebreaker games. If Flash Wolves win, we'll have 1 game between them and TSM. For that 4th seed, G2 will take 3rd. If the Marines win in under 57 minutes, we'll have 2 games played, and that will be between TSM, G2, and the Marines themselves, meaning the Marines will eliminate Flash Wolves. Take away that pool 1 seed. That would be a stunning result to end what has been an incredibly amazing MSI for the Marines.
Exactly, especially, you know, a GPL team taking away 1st seed from the LMS.
And from either Europe or North America.
Yes.
As well, which will obviously be extremely interesting.
For the historians that, you know, maybe are not aware, of course the GPL teams removed from the LMS not too long ago. This is, you know, not only a redemption for TSM, redemption for G2, this is a redemption for the GPL, for the Marines, for Vietnam, where, you know, they're really sending a gigantic message. We can hang with the big boys.
I think they already sent the message. You know, this tournament.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Winning 3 games is more than we normally see from one team from the emerging regions, and actually being close in almost every single game, except for maybe some of the SKT games where they fell behind very far. But every other game, it's actually been impossible to predict who would win, GIGABYTE Marines or some of the other teams.
All right, interesting history lessons, boys, but we are starting to see some deep wards come through.
What does that mean?
That is always the first step for invades, because here they come. Control ward as well. Right now, it's just a feint towards the bottom side, and you can see the defensive reaction from Flash Wolves.
But Professor Kobe, what happens after the deep vision and the invades? Which side is most likely to set something up?
Trying for something here with the top laners teleports being available. First one to the jump actually would have a huge advantage. Look at this invade from Karsa, though. He's going to find Stark, who is checking the red.
Stark not only moving down to check red, but also to be in range for a potential mid-fight without using TP, because we actually saw both junglers around it.
Should be a dragon here in exchange for this red steal. Stark did get vision of Karsa. They know that all of the resources have been committed. And yes, good reaction. These intelligent reactions here from the Marines.
And of course, the Marines have shown growth even throughout the last 5 days. The first 2 days, they showed lacking mid-game macro. That was all turned around when they took down Team WE and it was a clean game. The first time they played Flash Wolves, they almost won the mid-game, but they were unable to push it forward and unable to go down. So, Marines get first dragon, first tiles available here for Flash Wolves.
And the bottom lane of Flash Wolves still has to be a bit cautious. They just heard the Drake, you know, go down there in the global noise, so that should keep them on their toes with their double teleports to be ready to answer.
See Lissandra right now, they know everyone is on bot. A good arrow.
Very good indeed. That will buy some time. Sword Art's the target. He's holding onto his flash. Gets caught up by the Frozen Tomb. The damage comes out. He manages to wild goat to stay alive. Here comes Maple, who teleports it in. The Marines give up first blood. They give up second blood. They're not done yet. Slay has flashed in.
No one is dying.
Yep, Josh knocks him into the air. That's 3 for the LMS. That's 3.
That could be an ace.
Flash Wolves. That's a triple kill for Betty and the ace after a quadra to close it out.
In a 4 versus 5. give a bit too telegraphed. We said they had to be ready with the double teleports, and they assuredly were.
So they knew Lysander was at the Dragon. They have a ward already. Great arrow for Betty. Sorta, he baits out so many cooldowns before flashing. It's actually extremely smart play from him.
And a little bit slow on the Galio ultimate. Doesn't arrive in time. They're caught between two turrets at this point, and this is when chaos breaks out. You have Slade flashing forward for the kill on the support, and there's no battle lines here for the Marines. Very good counterattack from Flash Wolves.
It's now a 4,000 gold lead for Flash Wolves at 11 minutes.
Oh, it's going to extend as Sword Art and Maple run down Optimus. That 4,000 gold lead, 1,000 of it is in Betty's hands, and he's already got Ninja Tabite to complement the Blade of the Rune King.
Read like a book here. Flash Wolves completely ready. And as you said, Deficio, this is a giant early game lead.
Oh, Sword Art, playing it smart. Casa is actually around him as well, but the double TP from Flash Wolves, which is disrespected right there. GIGABYTE Marines thought they could burst down one guy. You have to also remember, when Lysandra goes in with the Kha'Zix, your dual lane is not there yet. They're still running from of course, behind the tower to try and get to you. So this went all in because of Casa top lane. He's like saying, guys, baited. I got this.
Calculated indeed. Flash Wolves, gigantic lead. They got tower first blood. They got 6 kills, 4 of which are in Betty's hands. He just managed to clean up and clean house against the Marines. Gam went ham, but they exploded and went kablam. I mean,
funny story. Jam set up a little quiz in the caster room before we started here, saying which 2 players have not picked up a kill before 15 minutes. One of them was Betty, and now he sits on 4 kills.
I was leading up, of course. Slate fires out the chains of corruption. Betty still has flash available. Steps out the Ash Arrow. Archie's able to flash to safety. Wild Guns keep Betty alive even longer. Finally goes down to an ice shot by Optimus. End of the line comes out. Optimus is going to use that Protobell forward before he gets the kill.
They're still coming! Maple heading down mid lane, Stark heading him off in the river. Will they be able to cover the escape?
Well, Stark's trying to use that passive to block up a flash forward from Maple. Gets some damage down before backing out. The Glacial Bot takes Optimus to safety for now. The winds of war are flying across the Marines, and Sword Art is on a killing spree. Now Stark is locked down by the chain. Sword Art and Maple continue trading, and he escapes the Glitter Lance.
Once again, GIGABYTE Marines are forcing a play while one guy from Flash Wolves is sitting top lane pushing. I'm not even sure why Stark was down here in the end and giving that tower over now to MMD, but that doesn't matter. It's the fact that GIGABYTE Marines lose more kills.
Exactly. Flash Wolves cool, calm, and collected in the face of these dives. Betty flashes the bubble, hits the arrow, gets the Lulu ultimate, and deals out a tremendous amount of damage while stalling. Then we have Maple coming down to pick up an extra kill.
Of course, there was Stark. Questions about why he was there. Deficio, we may never know.
Well, he tried to help the team, but it was way too late. Now this Graves, remember, has been farming for 13, 14 minutes, not been really joining a fight. Casa walks there, and the first one he enters, he's already strong, and he gets a kill and 2 assists.
Well, Flash Wolves are sending a pretty big message with this game. You step back and you look at a Betty 4-1 and 3. He's actually been one of the players that has been struggling a little bit yesterday. Had the unfortunate camera on him when he missed a whole lot of CS on the tower. And this is actually very important because if the Flash Wolves win, they play TSM at the end of the day. Tiebreaker. Stark gets turned into a little critter. Sword Art continues to tank up, and Flash Wolves make this dive look pretty easy, but it is a tank that you are diving. Stark survives thanks to that Idol of Durand and just his natural beefiness.
Yeah, fun little fact as well. The other player on that quiz, Deficio, was MMD, as we guessed, and he has been gotten through this early game very, very free. Big CS lead for this Nautilus, one of the champions that he likes to be on. Meanwhile, down bottom, they're still going pretty hard.
Man, Stark really is the target here, but Archie's a much juicier target. Collateral damage chunks him down as well. Sword Art, Maple, gonna get support from MMD. Will he get a free 15 kills? Stark gets the Justice Punch to the face. It's Archie down, MMD secures it, and Casa gets the second.
GIGABYTE Marines are trying something mid lane, but Betty already stepped away from that tower. Will at least get some gold, but you're 7,000 gold down right now at 16 minutes.
Flash Wolves have pulled off way too many outnumbered counterplays. That's where all this gold is coming from, and that's why they're able to now make the offensive moves on the other side.
And we saw one of those adaptations this game we kind of wanted to see from the teams. React well to some of the aggressive plays from GIGABYTE Marine. Teleports were saved by Flash Wolves. They didn't use them back to lane. They kept them. They were like, yeah, you know what? We can just walk back to lane. We're even in CS. It's fine. We're ready for an aggressive play. Because obviously the Lissandra combos we talked about earlier wants to force plays here in the mid game. And the reaction with double TP was just perfect. Obviously GIGABYTE Marines over-diving as well. But when a team makes a mistake, it takes another team to then punish them in order to get the reward.
Exactly. The bar is being raised. Even though you can make a play 5 versus 4 with your numbers advantage, still have to have that execution or else it can blow up extremely big in your face.
And that's exactly where Marines find themselves, with a poorly executed dive that has put them in this gigantic hole. We're getting closer to 20 minutes, and it already feels like this is a lead that will be insurmountable. Luckily, the play-by-play line of wave clear here for the Marines is pretty good in their side, and they've got a couple teleports to work with. Let's see how they handle this. Slay gets chunked down by Maple, who, by the way, has 9 stacks on that Dark Seal. He's going to get rooted in place, locked down by the tomb.
Did you miss count, Trevor?
Damn it, damn it! Cast a curse. Call it out, but they got 5. All right, so Maple's life in a few stacks, but they get their 3rd tower.
Yeah, they sacrificed the bot lane tower because it was already low, just to go mid lane and try and make that play. So they kill Maple, get something again. And the GIGABYTE Marines, they will not stop fighting, but as we also talked about in Champ Select, when you have this all-in engage comp, it looks so good when you're even or ahead, because you can actually force these fights and win them. When you're this far down, oftentimes when you're hard engaged, when you're all in, the enemy team wants you to do it because they want to fight you with their big advantage anyway.
A pretty good reactionary comp as well. Grave, Lulu, Nautilus, pretty good playing backwards if they want to. The kite and fight style. Dragon number 2, another Cloud. We've got a few Clouds in our 2 games so far. This time picked up by Flash Wolves. Marines secured that one earlier by Levi. And it just feels like Marines, they need to find skirmishes where maybe this gold lead as a team can be less effective, and that also means having teleport advantage potentially, or finding Flash Wolves alone or in smaller numbers.
Also, finding those engages you're looking for, finding those plays you're looking for, Trevor, become more and more difficult the more vision that the Flash Wolves get. Because if you thought they were ready for the plays before, now they have deep vision in your jungle and they can see any movements ahead of time.
Oh, Mabel, he lost 4 stacks in that Dark Seal.
You're still sad about that? Deficio, you're living in the past.
Yeah, but Kobe, this happens a lot. Disappointed dad Deficio comes out.
He had 9 stacks on it, almost 10. And then he lost it.
Yes.
That just randomly pops into your brain 5 minutes later.
5 minutes? Come on, it's been a minute.
Let's take a look to see.
You clearly don't know what 5 minutes is.
Well, a sense of time when casting with you two just goes out the window. Time flies when you're having fun. Meanwhile, the Flash Wolves are probably
when you're having fun.
The Marines are trying to invade. Kobe's trying to make a point, Deficio, because the Flash Wolves are ready for it. They're waiting. Remember all that?
Back on track, boys.
Remember all that vision? Flash Wolves knew about it. They were anticipating it.
Oh, they're killing Gaza.
It actually gets caught down. They don't anticipate the damage. Finally goes down. Levi's able to flash away to stay alive, but Slay way on the front line. He overflashed, that's for
MMD!
MMD has arrived, flashed in. Levi still alive until Maple takes him down. That's a double kill. Stark's now running for his life. Wins the wall, buying some time. Can he flash the wall? He made it. Maple's in trouble, but he's going to keep chasing Archie. Archie's able to get under the tower and survive. It's Betty with his 5th of the game.
Oh, Optimus. Sick recall mechanics. Midland tower, though, it's going to go down.
Yeah, and I love how Slay is still like, I want in there. Me too. Everybody's in. Flash forward. Flash Wolves, though, are able to turn this one around, even though they lose the main man, Karsa. Going to be able to get multiple objectives after the turnaround as well.
Can't end the fight as an AD carry with Flash up. Better use it aggressively then. Slay's back, though.
Got no flash, which means he may not want to end the fight. Trouble catches MMD, but not in time. And as Betty and MMD escape, 5 towers secured for the Flash Wolves. There's a replay of what looked good at the start, It just took so long to kill Graves after True Grit to Wild Growth.
Yeah, just the fact that Kaz actually got a bit of his damage off was enough to force GIGABYTE out of the fight, and now the rest was coming and MMD with the flank. Great setup, and despite Stark, trying to buy a bit of time for his team, you have no damage now.
Yeah, not only the setup is a huge part there, but also the gold advantage that they've been able to spend their money on already. There's just huge stats advantages right now for Flash Wolves. Quick, Officio, how many stacks does he have now?
10! What a beast. And now GIGABYTE Marines are looking for more fights.
They are indeed. The path was not followed, though. Optimus 3-1-8. Oh, by the way, looking at KDAs here, 3-0-11 for Sword Art. Every single kill has happened around him.
Yeah.
Because, of course, the Marines dove bottom, and on this Lulu,
exactly.
Pivotal. I mean, a redemption already at this stage with either watcher.
Yet he has gone unscathed. 0.
And he's been playing perfectly. Like, he was baiting down the bottom lane at the first fight. Optimus is trying to disengage with his E.
Yeah, but you can't outrun the mine once it's locked on. Heroic entrance comes down for Stark. It buys enough time for the Hourglass. Archie on the back end. He's already killed. That's the first one Sword Art has missed. Now Optimus is running for his life.
Stacks!
Play gets a kill onto Maple as he loses the stacks and disappoints Deficio.
Oh, it is sad. Flash Wolves win another fight. Archie getting that poor feeling as support, especially in Nami when you're on a losing team. I've been there very often, and you just can't do anything in fights. On the losing team, as the Nami, you can't do anything, because every fight is someone just one-shotting you.
Gotta give some kudos here to the Flash Wolves. Bouncing back from their loss earlier today and really just, well, they're obliterating Marines. I mean, look at this again, another team fight. Of course, 10K gold up, so hello.
No one knows that. If you just tune in right now, this is dead even in gold. Greatly executed team fight by Flash Wolves. Maple gets one kill, and then actually goes a little bit too accurate. We get to see why Lissandra works against LeBlanc, because he actually used that distortion into melee range.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a worthwhile death, even though he does lose some of the stacks. He also got assists afterwards, so gets a couple back there, and Flash Wolves completely taking over the map. Remember the map that we keep talking about, the deep boards that they are now getting, is definitely going a long way towards assuring the end game for themselves.
This is not the end of the day for Flash Wolves. If and when they close this game out, tiebreaker versus TSM, G2 will secure third. If you're a European LCS fan, and you want Flash Wolves to not throw at Baron, not throw in the late games, that means G2 will advance to face Team WE next week here in Rio. And also, we secure that pool 1 seed, because of course G2 and 8 last year cost Europe that pool 1 seed.
Yes, they did.
Just loaned it for a while.
Ash Arrow tags Levi on the back end. But the chains do not find their targets, and Flash Wolves, look, they've got inhibitor towers to knock over. It feels fairly trivial, but do Flash Wolves play this one safe and maybe set a vision and play Baron, force Marines to come to them?
I mean, yeah, you might as well. You can just use it again to start a fight. You don't have to actually risk, a 50-50 smite or anything. Just start it, disengage when GIGABYTE Marines show up. There's enough ability on things like LeBlanc and Graves to get over that wall and actually just burst someone down.
The one thing I will say for that is you have to be ready to pull off of the Baron.
Oh, yes.
So that you don't get caught up in all this AoE and combo Marines. But here come the Marines. You don't even have to bait Baron for them to start it.
You don't. Maple gets locked down by the Ring of Frost. Wild Growth buys a few extra seconds. Still not dead. Justice Punch still doesn't kill him. On the back end, MMD's buying time. Somehow, Sword Art gets shut down. That's a big gold boon for the Marines. MMD continues to be a nuisance as the idol of Durant keeps Stark alive. Here comes Optimus. Does not click the Glacial Frost. Betty's untouched as Maple has been able to rejoin the fight.
Yeah, I don't think Maple expected the fight to continue. He was actually walking away from the fight when the re-engage happened from the Flash Wolves. A lot of credit to Sword Art despite dying. He played that engage perfectly. Because as soon as Optimus came in, he whimsied him, so he couldn't actually knock out Maple. Maple!
Archie playing the bait. Did Baron help? Did Baron help? No, the auto did not follow Maple through.
Yeah, good flash there from Maple to get out of range.
I think it would have killed him actually if Baron had tagged him.
Good engage though. I like it again. GIGABYTE Marines, you're down almost 10k gold at 25 minutes. Doesn't matter. You need to engage to get back in this game. And you want to do it as early as possible. Because again, your late game can be tricky to play with Lissandra.
And you want to do it in the jungle before Flash Wolves have set up, before they're ready for it. You know, the element of surprise still slightly working in their favor. Although it's a very small amount of gold that they got back for themselves. Much more of a moral victory, though.
Right. It's kind of crazy that Optimus actually found a way to flank. When Flash Wolves are this far ahead and have been sitting in that jungle for quite some time, they should have everything warded so they can see any sort of like movement or teleport and then be ready to disengage. In the end, though, they lose one guy, but they're still super far ahead. And it's kind of the same play now. Set up Baron, enemy jungle, use that Baron to kind of bait GIGABYTE Marines to stay around, and then find one engage to fight.
And I love looking at the inventory and seeing control wards in Flash Wolves inventories time and time again. Just exceptional use of vision. I can get my words out. As we look across the map, thank you, observers, for highlighting it. Just, they've all the information to play with, and they've got a gigantic lead. So it's up to Flash Wolves when and where these engages can happen.
Exactly, and they should stick together fairly close range so that they don't get caught by surprise. They don't get picked off again by the Marines.
Marines are going to be looking for a mistake from Flash Wolves. I'm going to need some opportunities to punish. If I'm looking at the minimap, Betty and NMD, I think, are doing a two-man Baron.
Yep, they've started it up. Slowly but surely, they shall be able to burn it down and force the hand here, but here they go.
All right, Sword Art is caught out once again. Self-casts the Wild Growth. Stark finishes the teleport. That means it's on cooldown. Optimus doesn't have his TP either. So the Marines trade TP for Baron.
And they defend really well here, GIGABYTE Marines, catching Sword Art, basically forced Flash Wolves into a weird decision of, do we fight or do we stay on this Baron right now without cooldowns on our support? They decided to just back away, therefore Baron is still alive, and GIGABYTE Marines are still trying to buy a bit of time.
And this is where the Marines need to really show poise, need to show some control. Because they are so far behind, the traditional Marine style that we've seen a little bit of, you know, go in and every opportunity, that will cost them this game. It needs to be the right time, the right fight, with the right information.
Yeah, and I think to your point earlier about, you know, looking for a mistake from Flash Wolves, I think GIGABYTE Marines are looking to force a mistake out of Flash Wolves by having, you know, a really good flank engage from Lissandra. Catch the one guy who's out of position from the Flash Wolves and then get that early kill, because Lissandra is always like that shotgun, you know, it's one big hit at first and you need to kill someone then.
Of course, as you said early on, doesn't too much matter the state of the game. That's always what the Marines are looking for, trying to force that mistake.
We're getting closer to 30 minutes. I'm looking down the items. Void Stock, the Scepter, Protobell for Optimus, and the other end, Luden Zekka, Morellonomicon, 7 stacks on that Dark Seal, and
it's not 10.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
But how many eggs are in that ring?
There are 9 control.
Right now 7, you need 10. All the eggs in that ring.
What do you guys think of Betty building Phantom Dance? It feels like almost every game, or at least a lot of his games. Something that he's doing.
Against the Marines, I would Phantom Dancer for sure.
GA first item.
There aren't even too many, you know, people to actually get the passive on. He's got to auto attack whoever's closest to him because there's going to be a lot of dive.
I like it against Kha'Zix. I also think against Galio, you need to at least respect some of the base damage he does offer. So I think it does make sense for him. He's probably not expecting to get the triple Hurricane hit on a lot of guys in these like very split up fights with engage from every side. They're rushing this Baron now. Varus is sitting mid and TP from Optimus is up and needs to use it.
The control ward in the back of the pit. Optimus is deciding to TP up into the tri-bush. All right, Marines somewhat split. Justice Punch is available for Stark if he wants to jump in.
3,000 health and counting.
Ash Arrow is going to tag onto Stark, but tank the front line. Tidal Wave will split up the Flash Wolves, but they continue to push forward. Chain of Corruption has also been fired. Stark on the back end is caught out by that Dread. Flash forward from Optimus, jumps onto Betty. Betty gets a Wild Growth. It's a fight on 2 fronts, but it's ended. Slay is still running for his life as Stark is sitting on the front line. 5 Flash Wolves are hungry for blood, and the pack aces the Marines.
Yeah, again, we can see how GIGABYTE Marines wants to play their comp. Get in the backline with Lissandra. Kha'Zix follows, and then the Galio ulti as well. But when you're this far down and every single cooldown was available for the Flash Wolves, then it's simply not enough.
There's too much gold in the Flash Wolves bank, and they were able to get inside the base. Inhibitor down.
How long are those death timers? 20 seconds. MMD's going to tank up a few shots. The Titans Rod Shield blocking it up a lot.
Get it there, Archie!
Here comes Archie, 0-5 and 5. Already been tagged by that Shatter Orb. Is this the game? Flash Wolves, Nexus turrets are down. They're focusing the Nexus turret, and they've booked a date. A rematch with TSM for a shot at the playoffs.
31 minutes. Felt like the game was over at 10 minutes after GIGABYTE Marines opted into those fights in the bot lane. They completely backfired, both of them. Down 6-7K gold before the game even started.
Optimus on your screen a moment ago, looking shell-shocked as Archie is the first to greet the Flash Wolves and congratulate them. The GIGABYTE Marines are eliminated from MSI 2017.
But what an impact they have had at this tournament. Keeping all of the first place teams from all the regions around the world on their toes, second-guessing themselves, pushing them to the brink.
I think it's easy to say GIGABYTE Marines have been the best performing team from the emerging regions we have seen at an international event, and I think Levi has been the best player.
And they have been rewarded. There will be a GPL team in the World's group stage, as well as another GPL squad in the play-in stage. Possibility to see two of these GPL squads standing up. And we heard the players all the way earlier today talking about how they want to represent Vietnam, and they've done that exceptionally well. Gentlemen, we'll get a chance to talk about Flash Wolves a little bit later, because they have picked up a key win here in Rio, and our analysts are standing by to break down this game.
Thank you very much. Quick shot, a wonderful applause for the GIGABYTE Marines as they make their final trip off the stage here for MSI. For Flash Wolves, they've done what they needed to do to force the tiebreaker. European fans can be very happy because G2 does get slotted into third place officially due to the tiebreaker rules. This means that TSM and Flash Wolves will play later in the day following our next matchup. Flash Wolves will also receive side selection due to having the faster average game time. So that's laying out for you what this game did in terms of the tournament. But now let's talk about how the Flash Wolves made their climb back into the top four in what was a very up and down tournament for this squad.
Yeah, European fans can be happy, but unbiased analysts, of course, saw a great game, honestly, decided by 2 team fights.
That's true. I mean, and this one, honestly, it was one team fight, right? It was right off the bat. You know, GIGABYTE Marines, they're known for their super aggressive early game. This time, it fell so flat.
If you're going to go out, you got to go out this way. This one brought to you by Ace right here, the 5-man Ace coming through for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah. It just looks so rough. I mean, they don't even burst out Sorta in the duration of the CC. He gets a wild growth off. Galio comes in, but look at Slay. It's like too little too late. He's walking back and forth. He's like, do I go in? Do I not go in? Eventually, he flashes. He's like, oh, God, right in the middle of 3 people. I did not want to be here.
And the biggest thing about both this play and the next bot lane play that they made is that this is a 5v4 for them, and top lane is being killed at the same time. I mean, they lost first turret to solo gold to the Graves and got aced, and you know, from that point, it's almost impossible to come back.
I mean, but this is the thing, right? GIGABYTE, that's how they play, right? We couldn't really have asked them to do anything else aside continue to play their style. It was always full steam ahead. This time the coin flip came up the other way. But of course, you mentioned one other big team fight that came later in the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at it now. 30-minute game-ending ace here once again for the Flash Wolves. Crepo.
Yeah, and it's at this moment that the GIGABYTE Marines were actually stalling very well, despite their very large gold deficit that they had. But the problem is, it only takes a Baron Force where there is no way out. And watch Sword Art here with a beautiful wild growth as everybody's collapsing onto Betty here. He cancels Levi's jump, and that is actually gives enough time for the exhaust to come in. And obviously, in the back line, yeah, the Marines can't do anything. When you're getting zerged by this comp, it's already too late.
And one thing you can say for the Marines is that they actually played for the win here. They didn't sit back and let the game be a slow bleed out. They went for an extremely unlikely play at Baron, but if you pull that off and you get the Baron, then you have a way to perhaps claw back into the game.
And just as kind of a final congratulatory for the Marines, I know they did lose this game, but they pretty much vindicated Vietnam here on an international stage. An incredible performance from them. They took TSM to all 5 games initially from the play-in stage. Coach telecom behind them, you know, revolutionized the Galio picks with the Ziggs. They brought a lot of fun to this tournament. They should feel good about what they accomplished.
And Stark, their top laner, is brand new to competitive play. He's been playing competitively for a little bit over a month now, including MSI. So that's pretty insane. And this team, crushed their region, has a world spot for their region. Very likely it will be them. And if they continue to improve and get better and better, they could be a real threat, to get top 4 perhaps at Worlds, like ANX was able to get top 8.
Absolutely, they need to recognize how close they were, right? This game goes differently, and they're still in talks for top 4 and a pool 1 seed. So good on this Vietnamese squad. But now let's talk about that tiebreaker that is forced, because as TSM and the Flash Wolves will have obviously 1 game's worth of time here to kind of strategize for what comes up. Flash Wolves with side selection, I think the assumption is they'll go blue. What are our initial thoughts on that TSM Flash Wolves matchup?
Depends who shows up. Both these teams have had games where they had a lot of issues closing. They've also had games where they had fantastic early games, like Flash Wolves have shown almost immaculate macro in some of their games, and then they haven't. It's really hard to call. It all depends how TSM took that gut-wrenching loss.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think the biggest difference, though, actually is the vision control of both these teams. We just saw in that last game, Flash Wolves picked up 9 control wards in the back half, and we just keep saying over and over again, TSM, where is the vision?
All right, well, that match, of course, is the next one up after SK Telecom and Team WE hit the rift here. So while these teams have been fighting for survival at MSI, up next is this top-of-the-table clash between SK Telecom and Team WE. Stay with us.
Here comes Maple, who teleports it in. The Marines give up first blood. They give up second blood. They're not done yet. Slay has flashed it.
No one is dying!
Death shot knocks him into the air. That's 3 for the element. That's 3.
That could be an ace!
Flash Wolves. That's a triple kill for Betty and the ace after a quadra to close it out.
Ah, the kill counter!
It actually gets caught down. They don't anticipate the damage. Finally goes down. Levi's able to flash away to stay alive, but Slay way on the front line. He overflashed, that's for MMD has arrived, flashed in. Levi still alive until Maple takes him down. Flash Wolves, Nexus turrets are down. They're focusing the Nexus turret, and they booked a date. A rematch with TSM for a shot at the playoffs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Team WE have avenged 2 of their 3 losses at this tournament so far. They beat both TSM and the GIGABYTE Marines after losing to them in the first round robin. Now just one team remains, SK Telecom T1. So by that logic, this should be the easiest win they've had yet so far this tournament.
Great logic.
Yeah, exactly. But in all seriousness, Team WE, SKT here are 2 and 1 seeds. So could very much mean that this is a preview of what could be the finals here in the knockout stage. But important to note, Team WE has opted to make a substitution for this final game of the group stage. 0 coming in for Ben in the violet. You got a smile on your face. Fill us in. What's the story on this guy?
0 is one of my favorite players, and those of you should remember him if you think all the way back to 2014 World Finals, Samsung White versus Starhorn Royal Club. It was 0 next to Uzi I that was his support in Crime. Now 0 played for Team WE all of 2016, as well as the first 2 weeks of 2017. That said, week 2, he been subbed out for Bin, and it was kind of a head scratcher for a lot of us in the LPL because 0 was performing phenomenally well. He's one of the lead shot callers, had vision controls of the team, and it was like, why would they replace this guy out of the blue? But Ben filled in, did a great job, and 0 has been behind the team and with them every step of the way.
And Ben has been playing a very good tournament. So, my question to you would be, do you think this is a specific champion pool thing, or just, letting your sub have a game at the tournament, or, what do you see this as?
So, for me, I think it is a champion pool thing. Specifically because we've seen the rise of like the Tom Kench and the Braum. 0 fits much more in that wheelhouse than Bin does, who's much more that caster mage, the Malzahar, the Zyras, the Karmas. What's interesting to me also is like how serious Team WE are wanting to take this. We saw the interview earlier from Condi. He's like, either one of us is going to explode. This is going to be a fight to the death. So this isn't just like, sitting back, coasting, letting Bin observe everything.
Think about Marine style game.
Oh, please. I hope so.
It's a long con. This guy has been prepping, ever since his defeat for this moment. But I think actually it is quite smart if you have a game that doesn't matter much. Also where you technically otherwise would reveal a lot of your main roster identity in picks and bans, in playstyle, and you can add diversity to game. Because now G2 will be watching this series. They'll be watching what WE is playing as a final game to round out kind of their preparation for the semifinal. Suddenly a new player comes in there and he performs super well. It's good potential.
Right, by virtue of putting 0 in, G2 automatically has to respect the possibility of him subbing in at any point during their best of 5 in the knockout stage. So it immediately, to some degree, is a strategy play. Since there isn't too much on the line, obviously, in terms of seeding, more for fun down the line, do you think WE has what it takes here to take SK Telecom T1 down in their final game of the group stage?
Do I think they have what it takes?
Well, I mean, okay,
absolutely.
I know the answer is probably no, but like, give me the.
She's like, absolutely. You're like, of course.
No.
Yeah. All right, but how do they do it?
Do they have what it takes? Absolutely. The last time that they faced SKT, it was the closest game that they had before the Flash Wolves took them down. It was unfortunately that really sketchy Baron call that led to all of that disaster. So I think if they clean that up, it's much more even, 50-50 late game, especially if it comes down to team fighting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think if they can get, a relatively even comp, if they can get through the first 15-20 minutes relatively unscathed, which is exceptionally hard to do against SKT, then I do think that they can match up quite well in team fighting.
All right, well, it's time for these top 2 teams to face off. So let's head over to the caster desk to get in the game. You don't get any say.
Doesn't get any say. Dash putting his foot down. Anyways, welcome back to the caster desk. I'm joined by Defici and Kobe as we're about to jump into SKT taking on Team WE, the substitution for 0, as was covered. Now, this game does not have any implications on standings. This is just the last remaining group stage game before the tiebreaker. Do you think SKT will have some fun? Do you think we could see top Lucian or mid Lucian, something that we've talked so much about but not seen?
Something that a lot of the SKT members do say in their interviews is that, yes, their fans expect a lot of them. One of those things is winning. Another one of those things is winning and looking good while doing it.
I think we're going to see a very serious game right now because Team WE, despite not playing to catch them, for first place, you still really want to test yourself against SKT. You might play them in a final. You want to show to your fans as well, what you can do. Like Flash was taking down SKT was huge. Team WE doing that as well before we go into playoffs next week. I think it has a lot of potential.
Now let's see what happens to picks and bans. Carmen Lulu still up and available. Let's see LeBlanc Ivern taken away from SK Telecom. Kled is another one that 957 has received numerous bans all tournament long. Peanut will not be allowed to play his Cleanut Lee Sin. that's been taken away by LPL's Team WE.
I think you can save the Kled bans for second phase. I don't think you necessarily have to ban it early. It's rare it's picked in the first phase.
Yeah, I do like the Karma ban because it's super highly prioritized for the flexibility with WE. That being said, they have a lot of very flexible champions. Like early Fizz picks have come through, early Gragas picks as well. So I'm wondering what the first pick here from SKT. One of the biggest things about this team is that SKT does not need a specific champion or any specific champions to actually win the game.
Well, Graves is available right now as the top priority jungler. That is locked in for Peanut, the man with the most kills in the entire tournament. He wants some more.
Okay, I'll take you.
Was that really that bad of a statement?
I was just expecting more. It just kind of ended a bit short.
Oh, that's how you make a statement like that.
Peanut was gifted a whole.
Oh, by the way, he does it by shooting people in the face. So there you go, guys.
By the GIGABYTE Marines, and of course, Team WE on their first rotation. They reply with a jungler of their own in Elise. And of course, they've locked in that Ashe for Mystic.
I'm super excited for some early Xie plus Condi action. This has been one of my favorite parts about watching this team. Is the way that they can try and work together for Condi to add some extra threat to his early routes.
Now we should see Zero get his Bromir against the Tahm Kench before we go into the ban phase. That means SKT could actually pick a mid laner like Syndra here and then try and ban out us, all the mid laners and kind of trade that. Orianna is another one. Like you want to kind of force Team WE to have to decide between getting the #1 support for them or maybe losing something in a potential mid lane matchup. It seems to be the very safe choice of just Ezreal coming in. Still expecting Braum to come in here for Team WE.
It'll be a very big pickup. Melee versus melee support, something that we're seeing quite a lot once the Karma Lulu trio has been banned away.
I'm starting to get excited for the SKT composition here because they have extra mobility with the Tahm Kench. Ezreal cross-map wave clear possibilities are even more dangerous in the hands of this team where they're constantly pressuring you on every minion wave advantage that they get. Plus, we are treated to Bangs Ezreal, one of the very best.
So Zero, the man who actually plays Braum a lot, did not want to go Braum because he wants to win the lane. Obviously tells us it's not a champion pool thing here. That's not why Zero is being subbed in. I think it's just to give him some experience on this stage specifically so that you're ready to use him in a semifinal.
And clearly, if they're going for Zyra Ashe, they're looking to kill this Tahm Kench in lane phase.
Oh yeah.
This is a lot of potential for harassment, and it's actually going to really test Wolf as well as Bang. So they'll definitely be playing more defensive, trying to see us from safety.
And we know SKT won't look to like swap out of the lane after like 5 minutes or anything. They will stay in that lane and keep playing 2v2. So Condi should pay some or spend some time in the bottom lane as well.
To the detriment sometimes on the side of SKT. Fizz and Kled banned away in phase 2.
Or the bottom quadrant of the jungle. Talk about drafting phases where the early jungle route does start. And if you have a super strong bottom lane with guaranteed pressure like this.
Ooh, yes! It's gonna be Lucian mid.
Yes! Yes!
We finally get it!
Yes! Okay. Talk to me a little bit about Lucian mid, because we touched on it in day 1 and maybe a little bit on day 2. We know it's happening in scrims and solo queue, but this is the first time we're gonna see it in Rio at MSI.
So basically, extremely safe laning phase. You can lane against absolutely everything. Very strong on 1 item, Blade, 2 items, often Black Cleaver. So you're going to use that to really try and fight early and mid game.
Also, it does balance your damage composition, so we're expecting a top lane AP maybe here from 957. And the other thing that you can hand off early red buffs to the Lucian, that's what really, makes it super scary in the mid lane. I'm very curious to see if we'll actually see that, because in scrims, like you're talking about, when I have seen that, it's been with Ivern, where you get the double use of the red buffs.
Now, obviously, Lucian as well does really well with levels, a bit like Corki in the mid lane, another AD carry we saw, and Ezreal in the past, like, give them early, like level 7, level 9, get a few more ranks in the queue, and then suddenly your damage actually spikes quite a lot.
All right, we're not seeing an AP top laner. Rumble was up and available, not locked in. Instead, it's going to be Shen, so purely really AD damage. Elise falls off pretty quickly, actually, in the Magic, but it does work early in mid.
Yeah, no, you can build AP on Zyra. Like, Zyra is very often dealing the most damage, for 25-30 minutes of the game as a support. So I think there's enough AP damage on Team WE.
Yeah, exactly. Elise will keep you honest in the early game. Zyra will scale like a fairly normal mage, even coming from the support, even though it takes a lot longer. And Shen does have the mixed damage, so we'll really see if they're able to work around this mid lane.
And it's all early mid game right now for Team WE. Like the scaling on SKT is fantastic. There is very little WE can do late game against this comp with a massive tank. You know, 2 80 carries basically, Graves and Israel, and of course Orianna mid, and then Tom Kench to save the day as a support. This is full-on early game from the Chinese team.
And SKT, they've crafted this composition in a defensive mindset here. You know, they don't have someone who's charging forward to get those Galio heroic entrances on the back line. These are defensive uses that we are going to see them kiting back.
And as the coach is shaking hands, walking off stage, Koma, gigantic smiles on his face, looking at this Lucian mid into Faker's Orianna.
Other thing I'm going to be looking for is the Tom Kench entrance with Galio, to see if Huni can pop up inside the enemy team in a less heroic entrance, but still very effective.
Now it's going to have multiple options to enter the fight. From above or from below, the help of Tom Kench. SK Telecom, the #1 seed from groups, taking on Team WE, the #2 seed in groups, and mid lane Lucian has been locked in. There was whispers on the horizon. And it's Team WE with a substitution from Ben for 0, and now Shia playing it.
Ooh, and poor Faker, feeling like he needs to run Cleanse against Elise and Shen here. That is a summoner spell that would not help him against Lucian.
Yeah, and of course the Ashe, as we've always talked about with the
and that's true.
You know.
And Zyra Roots, and that's basically it.
All the CC that can come down. As we take a look at this early lane setup. So early to mid game has been talked about a lot. Condi and his pathing. Does he have a preferred lane that he wants to go into? I mean, maybe the Ashe Zyra, I would assume.
So if you look
not, I don't know.
Exactly. So if you look at the solo lanes here, Galio can CS from afar. You know, Orianna can play safely early on as well. The biggest thing that we were talking about was pushing in the bottom lane. You can use that to invade jungle, and Condi could just attack jungle. He doesn't have to attack lanes as Elise.
It's a nice setup for one though. Like top lane. Early on, Galio can be killed. Shenton to set that up.
Let me tell you, every champion can be killed.
That is not true. You cannot kill Faker's Cleanse Orianna as an Elise.
I shall check back in with you later.
That is impossible when it comes to early ganks. But you can, of course, have Lucian kill Orianna.
Okay, you'll let that one slide.
Without Elise. Without
Elise. In the solo scenario, Bang landing a couple of Mystic shots, a tongue lashing as well.
Look at that early laning.
They're already at a disadvantage from that ranged poke and skill shots. I mean, Mystic and Zero literally eating every skill shot.
Yeah, Wolf is actually doing a pretty good job of getting brush control right now as well.
10 out of 10, man. 10 out of 10 in everything when it comes to supporting. Wolf has been the more confident player at this tournament. When you win everything, you're allowed to be confident as well.
Exactly. Every player on SKT is confident. He's been very outspoken about it, though, as well. Really looking to make a name for himself.
Yeah, it was so almost heartbreaking to hear him talk about the rest of the SKT team. You know, when you've got Huni, Peanut, Faker, Bang, and no one ever has time to talk about me. So we're going to talk about it today. We're going to see how Tom Kench performs. Peanut with an early invade steals away this blue buff. There's no reply from Condi because he's in his own jungle instead of trying to answer, and Shia trading pretty heavily here with Faker in the mid lane.
That was a very cheeky little invade from Peanut, but it was possible because Wolf and Bang were actually pushing from level 1 very aggressively, trading potions early on for an invade for Peanut.
Exactly. The lane that we thought was, you know, drafted and it was going to be harassing early on and pushing for WE was not there. That was one of the crucial things we were kind of counting on. And to be fair, stealing away, you know, blue buff from Elise, wow.
He's
All right,
trying.
let's take a look
I'm
at Faker.
telling you guys, it is
impossible.
Impossible is the call from Deficio. Cleanse has been used. Flash already.
Impossible.
Sidesteps the cocoon. The volatile spider comes in. Lucian gets first blood. Condi's looking for Peanut. It's a double kill to mid lane Lucian.
I mean, Faker using and everything, then he dies. As I said, Lucian will get the kills as predicted.
You know what? I'm clapping.
European prophet over here.
That's it. Crumbs, you have been fired from the title of Prophet. Deficio has reclaimed it because it's impossible for Elise to kill Faker's Orianna.
Which is why Lucian picks up the kills as predicted.
Deficio, tell me what happens in this replay. Analyze this for me.
Well, Lucian last hit him, and then Peanut went in, and he also died.
Right,
double kill Lucian.
Double kill, mid Lucian and blue buff into what is a favorable laning matchup.
Oh, he's going off. He's going off. Now there's no summoners on Faker, no summoners on Peanut.
Exactly. Flashes down here on very exploitable areas. Let's look at the vision on both sides right now here for WE as well. They're looking to take advantage. Condi first going to stop off and pick up his Gromp, but I would definitely look for him to stay offensive.
Oh. Yeah, gonna jump in forward. Faker using that command protect to try and block at least a couple of those autos, but any of the poke damage that Shia takes either from Faker or the tower will be healed up by that Vamp Scepter, and he's just gonna ice skate around thanks to that blue buff and the Ardent Blaze.
Super snowbally picks here. Elise should be able to continue with invades as we expected. Ward is down, and Chie backs him up to protect the Raptor.
Yeah, back up indeed. Condi, we knew he was gonna come mid lane. Definitely some opportunities here. Oh, a little wide, another dash forward. Light Slinger, just keep being used over and over and over, and Shia, he's definitely playing very forward and definitely playing into SKT.
I mean, why not? No one can actually touch him right now. Keep on training. We're going to see Lucian ban in playoffs every game.
I mean, this is the dream setup for a mid Lucian, though, to be fair. 2 kills pre-4 minutes, maybe, into the game. Bottom lane, by the way, has started to push back in the direction that we did expect. And Ashe and Zyra moving in, so that means red quadrant is completely WE territory.
And Team WE almost got Stand United on 957. Peanut uses out the end of the line, got a control ward in this little bush, so knows he's not under any vision pressure, but Condi's not done. He's setting up, waiting.
Yeah, the problem is there's nothing to lure Peanut in that way. Not only did he see Elise, but there's nothing there for money. Whoa, look at
the culling! The sideways! Shia takes a tower shot!
Impossible!
He survives!
Oh my god, he played that so well! Early level 6! Faker down again!
Look at Faker's face on the player cams. He is stunned. Shia with the fadeaway culling.
Style points. Let's see.
Just straight culling, point blank, under the turret, cuts it off early to get the double shot. Life steals off of minions on the way out.
Now, do you solo kill Faker and win the game? At the same time, it's a 2,000 gold lead here for Team WE.
They have the comp to do it, because they can just keep playing aggressive. They have engage as well from Ashe Arrow. Cocoon from Condi, who can just invade over and over. Peanut is down in levels, Faker's down in levels.
Exactly, Peanut was trying to scavenge some camps because all of his jungle has already been cleared out. Uh-oh!
Volley catches onto Bang, he's forced to flash and heal. Now Wolf is the target. Okay. He also flashes. All right, Zero used his flash and ignite for that.
See how close they are to level 6. Shen, Stand United is available, so you're not out of the woods yet. Tom Kench would be the target as well.
957's just, he's thinking about a recall, is looking on the minimap and decides against it. So advantages for Team WE in every single lane.
Look at this experience bar, almost level 6 here for Mystic.
Problem is, if he doesn't hit Wolf, then he will just devour Bang. Luckily, Wolf is pretty easy to hit right now, though, but he's actually walking away. Also, because GA was showing leaving the mid lane.
Insane control of the bottom side of the map here for WE. Mid lane, huge win. Bottom lane pushing in now. Shen is available. They should be able to take all Drakes as well as pose the threat of taking first turret.
All right, nearly 2 waves ahead in the top lane for 957. 15 CS in the mid.
Just for farm.
She had collateral damage just for those Raptors and 20 CS for Mystic. So the early game composition of Team WE is fully enabled. Now we need to see them play. You know, they need to suffocate SKT on the map, take the towers and push them back.
And let me just re-emphasize how confident WE are in the bottom side. They leave the turret up. They don't go for first turret gold. They want to continue to control this whole side of the map and get more kills, get the Drake, and actually draw SKT out.
Well, they should go down and get it now, and then push out that lane and use it to actually take the Drake, and then also pressure mid, because Faker shouldn't be able to sit and farm if his bot lane is just getting pushed to the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they should be able to take it, you know, at their leisure. You know, there's no really turret of their own that's under threat of going down, but time is definitely of the essence. SKT will scale.
Yeah, that SKT needs to survive a long time. No flashes in the bottom lane. Stand United available and Ashe are available. Zero's also getting closer to those Stranglethorns. If you look at the minimap, oh, it might be a party in the bottom lane. Bang and Wolf, they're pushing up, but there is support from Peanuts. Oh, Zero. No, not going to be able to go aggressive if you're dead. Wolf is going to gobble up Mystic. Bang gets a kill into Zero. It's now a 3-on-2. Mystic's running for his life. He's already flashed and healed. And Wolf sticks the lick. Here comes Condi. Cocoon on the back end. That tags Bang. Stand United also did not complete.
Yeah, it was interrupted there by Huni, and WE punished for their hubris. They didn't take down the first turret earlier. I wonder if they'll actually lose out on it.
Well, even then, just the fact they're actually losing that trade. She is trying mid.
All right, Faker's going to dodge most of the culling. I'm hearing damage pings. Condi's down. Peanut.
What?
Slushed Condi. Abyssal Voyage is now going to deliver Wolf into Mystic's, Shia's hands.
So, so much for that goal lead they had before of like 3,000 almost. Now it's only 1,000 after losing 3 guys.
That was definitely a large blunder from Team WE. They still have the first turret gold prepped, so they'll probably be able to cash in on that. A lot of deep wards for themselves in the red quadrant, but man, this does start to throw more questions in your mind.
Peanut caught out, stood on top of a ward. Zero takes him down, reclaims red buff, and lost cones to safety.
All right, so now it should be that bot lane tower going down, enabling the bot lane. They're still ahead. They just gave away a lot of gold right now.
Straight over a ward. I guess he was maybe trying to come to Shia.
Yeah.
Whoops. Peanut managing to get the kill in the end. All right, Team WE, they still maintain control, but they just got schooled in the bottom lane. Zero and Mystic run down by Peanut. But look at this tower. They might be able to secure tower first place.
Yeah, the only thing now, top lane, 957 used his teleport to get back to lane much earlier, and he was going to rely on the Shen Stand United, but Huni not only didn't use his teleport to get back to lane, he also interrupted the Stand United, so technically they have teleport advantage.
Can SKT use it though?
They're probably just using it to farm, and not necessarily to like force a massive play. Unless they can get another 2v2 fight bot lane, they're winning.
What you can do is use your Galio ultimates to get somewhere else on the map, and then use your teleport to get back to lane as well for that farm.
Looking at Huni, he was actually moving down the river rather. Mystics got that enchanted crystal arrow. The tower very close to death. It would only take a few autos, but there's no minions. Bang and Wolf doing a good job of clearing the minions out before setting up for a fight.
And this is why it's so dangerous to leave up an objective like that that has so much importance. SKT can try and use this as bait now to draw in some more kills. Shie will walk over some wards as he heads down bottom, but even if you see him coming, maybe they pressure.
Well, Condi's topside, so Shie can't actually do anything here against the TP as well.
Yeah, small cooldown left on both the teleport and the Stand United.
Shia doesn't have access to that ultimate, but he's going to combo up the dual lane. Backed away now, actually, in fact, to try to defend. The tower's just so close to dying.
So I wanted to talk about Bang's build here, because he's actually skipping tier early on. He will get it later, but he's doing this because the lane phase is very hard against this Ashe and Zyra. So he rushes Blade as fast as possible, doesn't sacrifice anything in terms of gold. And what it basically means is his actual mid-game spike of like 2-3 items is going to be delayed quite a bit, because tier, of course, will not start stacking early on. But it does give him way more power right now in this laning phase.
Exactly, and so does the version where they rush the Trinity Force first and then build in the Blade of the Rungi. But this one, you get that extra sustain as well. There goes the first turret bonus, though.
Yeah, Mystic not able to get that tag. Minions knock it over, but Team WE, they get the first tower. That's going to at least unlock Mystic and Zero if they opt to move them either top or middle. What do you do with lane assignments if you have 2 AD carries now? Usually you just plant your only one in the mid lane.
Well, Lucian is the kind of AD carry you want to put side lane. He's super strong 1v1 because obviously he's getting a lot of levels. Blade of the King already completed for him. So you want to see him as a split pusher later. But if they want to keep the pressure of Ashe and Zyra, they can just send them to top side and actually push in that tower. But it is hard against Galio's wave clear, Vega's wave clear mid. So right now they need to figure out, do we put Shie on side lane already and try and play like, you know, this a pressure game where he can actually try and kill someone 1v1, or do we just use the push of Ashe Zyra?
Yeah, and once again, they have used the teleport back to the top lane for farm, and will just be relying on that Stand United. Peanut again with another invade on the blue, though.
Goes down, and Mystic anticipating a different direction. Faker flashes forward. Shockwave catches 2. Wolf is caught up by the cocoon. The collateral damage flies across Team WE.
And you deserve that one. You missed the arrow so clearly right there. Well, then now you need to use your flash. You just lost your jungler as well. Bot lane tower is dying, and this early game comp.
Shia's going in. He's going in. This is going to be another solo kill. Shia takes down Faker.
So he saw 3 guys bot lane and knew, okay, there's no jungle now. I can finally actually go for the kill, and Shin ulti was available in case he needed it.
Still, SKT are mounting a very big comeback here. Going to get an objective for themselves. Wolf tries to defend this turret, but Shia is not giving up.
He's not. She is taking some damage. Wolf is hungry. Throws down the exhaust. Okay, stand united. Grey health is going to be popped. Here comes 957. Shadow Dash taunt. Connects. 5-0. Unstoppable for Shia. Heroic entrance for Huni. That's going to catch 957 as Peanut takes down 0. Now Condi's joined the fight. Bang's waiting in the wings. Shia, end of the line, doesn't quite catch him. Got that red buff, but needs to run away. Bang, with Blade of the Rune King completed, is doing a lot of damage to WE.
Love all the fights here in the mid lane. Wolf tried to, stop the tower from going down, and was probably expecting Huni to ulti on him. Not sure if Huni was in position to do it early, and Wolf ended up just dying as soon as he saw the Shin ulti.
Did not manage to make it stick, and what was a 2 or 3,000 gold lead is now less than 1,000.
Yeah, Huni hasn't actually moved yet from top side. And he's going to use it later on Peanut, now that he's walked down the river a bit. Using it right there. Not ready for Wolf, though. Yeah, no one using it on the support.
And 957 also learned his lesson from the last time of the interrupt. He went into the river first, so Huni couldn't interrupt his Stand United first, and he was able to arrive. But look at the gold. SKT plow right back into this one, and in the face of such a big early gold lead that WE got.
The problem is, you've angered the unkillable Demon King by killing him twice. Let's see what Faker can do. He doesn't have
It looks
AB
pretty weak as
yet.
angry, though.
Let me rephrase that. She has solo killed him twice. He isn't going to get a full culling to clear out the wave. He's got Blade of the Rune King almost towards that Black Cleaver as well. And up in the top lane, 5-7 is going to pick a fight with Huni. Megaforce holds him in place. 3-on-1. Huni nice body block. Flash for flash, a heroic punch seals the deal.
That was actually not even needed because the rest of the team were coming from mid lane and would have killed him. But doesn't matter, it looked really good. It looked damn good.
And all the outer turrets now down for SKT. Team WE moving in, Vision starting to creep over. Peanut takes the opportunity to counter with a Drake, but it's just another Cloud Drake.
The Lucian mid. He's been able to snowball early. You said it, Trevor, 5 kills towards his second item right now. You can put him anywhere on the map and he will be the strongest member on Summoner's Rift. So keep playing aggressive with GA, keep calling for those Shen ultis. Don't want to see them used on anyone else but the Lucian right now.
So we're going to assume Shea will get this Herald buff. And we can already take a glimpse. 957's down on the bottom lane. Going to shove that one out. Actually, 2 control wards in the bottom lane still. Keep an eyes on how WE decides to start pushing their Vision forward. Because they've once again regained control of this game. 3,000 gold up. And SKT looking to bounce back.
Exactly. All right, let's take another look at the top lane. And 3v1 here from Team WE, landing arrow. Here's the flash that you're talking about.
Look down here. Lucian and Elise showing up.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, we had him.
957's a flashy player.
He plays off of his instincts there. Not going to let this guy get away. Honestly, though, something else to keep track of is that on this Graves, Peanut has kept up his hard work here. You know, another drawback of the stall out that Team WE had on the bottom side, Graves just power farms away and away versus an Elise. He's always going to catch back up, and he's actually pulled decently far ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, gold-wise, Peanut sitting around 600 or 700 gold ahead of Condi, Huni, and 957 trading a lot. Spirit Visage on each side. But 957's got that Tiamat. Shadow Dash to get away. Oh! Duran comes back off cooldown. Abyssal Voyage is going to deliver Wolf to the bottom lane. 957 still trying to run for his life. Shadow Dashes over the wall. But look at the minimap. WE on top.
They're completely over-chasing this one. 957 getting away, and now this tower's going to take some more damage. GA level 13 on this Lucian. Faker level 11. Just got 12. Doesn't matter. Statement was made.
It was true when you said it.
Exactly. And how often can you say that Faker is down 2 levels? Not very often.
Well, you just did. So Team WE maintain this lead. They're playing the map relatively well. It feels very fast-paced You know, there's always something happening. Someone...
It's almost like a comp wants to play fast.
Trading. Right, what is the time limit on this team composition? When does Team WWE start to panic? Because we are at 20 minutes now.
When Xie gets killed and the large gold bounty goes over to SKT, I think that will be a moment where you start to worry.
Yeah, at this point you got plenty of time if you're WE, because you have the advantage in terms of items, and that's what you're going to keep pushing forward. SKT should not catch up unless they actually start winning some of these big fights they're not supposed to win. Or, of course, again, we go to that like 45 minutes and they start even out the items. You simply can't get more items.
All right, so time limit on itemization then for SKT. And the Analyst Disc actually sets up a great storyline for Team WE that they have avenged each of their previous losses, with the exception now of SKT. Lost to the Marines yesterday, or day before yesterday, took them down earlier. Now we need to see how WE do. Can they close out this game with the substitution? 0 in for Ben. Zyra has been pretty good, but the story's not been about him. It's been about this mid league.
The good thing about hitting the 20-minute mark is Baron is alive, which is just another objective WE can use to try and kind of make force a fight. Problem is, no one can actually tank it. Other than like Shen once he gets a bit of armor, but doesn't have it right now. And he's also sitting at the other side of the map. So it is actually extremely difficult for the next 5-6 minutes to start Baron unless you get kills first. That might be what they're looking for now.
All right, Mystic has dodged a fair amount of skill shots, actually. Unfortunately, takes a lot of those Mystic shots. Here comes Xie, 957. Still in the bottom lane. There's no Stand United for a few seconds longer. Xie's going to dash over the wall with that relentless pursuit. The control ward is taken down, but WE holds.
Also, the top laners are entangled down in the bottom here. When they spread apart on the minimap, then you'll know that they're about to try and enter. Huni actually backs off after a good trade from 957, and there they go!
Culling onto Bang! Bang is gone by the enchanted Crystal Arrow. Wolf is going to devour Faker. Where is the shockwave? Thrown down. 1-2 members of WE are forced. They manage to take down Wolf as well. WE checks the kills down. Double kill for Xie. 7-0-1. Looking for more.
Baron!
Down.
Now you got your kills, man. You can go Baron. You can take it down. SKT, they landed so many skill shots on Mystic. They felt comfortable staying. But then Wolf as well didn't use Devour to actually save Bang, who took the entire calling to his face.
Exactly, we just got finished talking about how WE want more fights right now out in the open. They get just that from SKT, who are pushing up at the outer turret, and a huge reward here. Baron is gonna go help out Xie take that last turret, and man, WE are pushing this one ahead.
Take a look at the replay.
So look at this here, Bang right now, as soon as he sees the ultis from Lucian, because he's actually charging up his own ulti, he takes so many hits first. Wolf does not devour him, and then he just dies to the arrow.
Exactly. No respect for a level 14 mid-lane Lucian there. Absolutely annihilates the backline.
Fantastic play from Team WE as we come out of this replay. Faker, the man, the myth, the legend, is down 3 levels to Xie. The replay ends. He just dings 13, but it was true.
Statement was made. It's fine. You said it when he was still 12.
Team WE, what a actually intriguing way to end the group stage. Xie is mid-Lucian, sending a pretty big message now. Of course, WE will play G2 in the semi-finals, and maybe this thing becomes important in the next week.
So yeah, I mean, people will be like, oh, why would you show it now in the game that doesn't really matter for your standings or positioning? Well, every single team we've been tracking has been playing it already in solo queue, in scrim, so it's not revealing a new pick. No. This execution of it, though, definitely gives a little bit of trepidation when you're going into Champ Select against these guys, right?
We have to remember, again, they got the perfect start. Double kill, like, what, minute 4, 5, something?
The impossible perfect start.
Guy. Funny enough, though, I'm actually pretty sure if Faker literally just saved his cleanse for the cocoon, or flash the cocoon, he would just walk to his tower and survive. But anyway,
he used the cleanse on the Ignite before Elise even got there.
That was, yeah, really weird. Anyway, it happened. He ended up dying, and WE got the Lucian fed. Very fair, because Peanut also jumped in and actually died right after.
If Team WE can do that to SKT,
where's that Tom Kench going?
All right, heroic entrance from Huni is available. And the target will be Wolf, but Wolf is flashed away. Ash Arrow locks him down, hasn't been able to devour anybody. Huni gets caught by an instantaneous cocoon. Defensive Justice punches. Here comes Xie. Now SKT on the retreat. They want to run away. fadeaway culling in a slightly wrong angle. Shia not anticipating the retreat from SKT quite as much.
Love the timing on the CC there from WE though. Cooney, when he came in and popped the taunt, he was stuck in place. Wolf the same, couldn't really devour. 0, I think it was, he had all the stacks on, and WE just disengages.
Yeah, they do indeed. Still got Baron on. 957's relocating to the mid lane. He still has Stand United if another fight breaks out.
Yeah, one of the problems with using the combo SKT are trying to use in the way that they just did, Tahm Kench plus the Galio chaining ultimates, is that there's double stack delay now. You already get an alert when Tahm Kench is coming in that area, and then you get another delay for the Galio to come in. WE were able to get out of the zone.
All right, look at the item possession for Shia. Black Cleaver, more Malmortius, Blade of the Rune King, all completed. And if they get any time alone on those towers, they will die. WE swapping between bottom and middle. And it looks like SKT will be slow on the draw. Yep. WE get their 5th tower.
When you're 7k up with the Baron buff, multiple lanes pushing down, easy to go between them and I can take down tower. GA is still bot lane. No one can challenge this man. Tip for bang, go for bang.
Well, he's got his 2nd item completed. And immune as well as that Sheen. And Shia will take the 6th tower. No outer turrets remain for SK Telecom.
One step left here for Team WE. Infernal Drake is the next one coming up, so they will want to keep their vision in place. That should be fairly trivial for them to do, to be able to retreat back to that, but until that point, you want to cut off all avenues of farming for SKT. Your point now with this much map control is to try and starve the enemy.
All right, without Baron buff, Team WE gonna look to not break over the inhibitor turret, push some vision forward. I don't feel like SKT is gonna make mistakes sort of blindly checking their own jungle. I don't feel like they will. So how does WE then knock over a turret? Is this multiple lane pressure? Wait for them to rotate?
Yeah, like I said, I think the game right now is to try and starve SKT and increase your lead while without risking. At 26 minutes, it's a little bit early in to really make that push. So you want to keep them corralled inside their base. You push the waves up to the base, farm out the jungle, take the Infernal Drake, and then come back when you have a bit more power. But they are actually just swinging for the fences.
I think with the double-aided carries, you can get in and hit a tower at least a few times because SKT are not running like hard engaged. You need to basically look for fake a shockwave when you are actually trying to hit a tower. If you get a few taps on it, it does go down a little bit. Problem is, if you can't stay there, obviously HP just comes back for the tower and then you wasted a bit of time. But there's not really much else they can do right now because they're waiting for Baron to spawn. They're waiting for Drakes to spawn. They're waiting for camps to spawn.
Around 2 minutes on both of those objectives. Bottom lane, 957 and Huni were trading back and forth. Huni, by the way, quietly growing in power. The culling is fired out here by Shia. Faker loses a 1/3 of his life. But yeah, Huni, Iceborne Gauntlet, Warden's Mail, Spirit Visage. Pino with a desperation collateral damage, not going to steal it this time.
Yeah, WE doing a good job, like you said, fighting them off, keeping them away from the extra gold source here, farming the jungle, keeping the vision up. Have to watch out for the pick.
War from Huni, they're just tagging up Condi. It's passive popped. But look at the WE, a little bit split. Ash Arrow is on cooldown. Mystic, of course, tried to catch Bang just moments ago. WE not going to be able to secure the red buff. It was actually picked up by Faker.
I like the SKT contesting in the jungle, knowing the engage is down. But again, we're just waiting for Baron and Drake. Both of them are actually pretty huge. Infernal on one side, of course Baron on the other one. And then if you're SKT, like, you will be forced into a fight without vision at all. You're gonna face check.
Talked a lot about vision. What do you think of WE's? They had 2 control wards in SKT's jungle, but those have just been cleared out. And SKT very defensive vision, but WE not really getting vision after being so deep in SKT territory.
So yeah, both the things that you just said. The regular wards are timing out. The control wards are being cleared out. That should mean that they should feel confident sending somebody like GA to go solo this Infernal Drake while they retain, you know, the necessary vision around the Baron area. As long as they don't, you know, give that away to some sort of sneak attack, should be fairly confident in going to grab the other one themselves.
Classic 80 carries, go back with the Thorn's Blade, 28 minutes in. Don't sell that for control, what you keep, you need that extra damage.
By 80 carries, you mean Shia or Mystic?
I mean both. So, it fits on both here, luckily enough. Shia is a mid laner, I'm sure would have sold his ring and gotten a ward. Oh, yeah. Not as an AD carry
Not
right
as an AD
now.
carry, it's a different mindset.
To be fair, also, when you're 7-0, you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Okay, if you win the game.
As long as you win the game, yes. As long as you win the game.
All right, top lane is now pushing in WE's favor so they can bring more resources down to the actual objectives, and they're circling in on SKT.
Right, Faker gets caught out by the Cocoon. Heroes entrance will come down. Now Hooney's in the middle. She is trying to solo out back. Relentless pursuit backwards. Shut down by Faker. But it's Wolf that dies after. The shockwave only a 957. Faker trying to survive. Bang! Goes down as well. Condi takes him out. SKT, they get another double kill for Faker. He's got that red buff. Justice Punch for Hooney. At the Winds of War. Catch Mystic. Flash. Heal. He runs away. Now Peanut's down. Hooney's running for his life. Shut down where he stands. 2 for 4.
Should go right to the Baron. Even though they don't have a jungler, the threat of someone stealing it is so low here. Only Faker is alive, and they will take it.
Let's see how much damage they're taking from it as well.
Oh,
he's already pretty low. Faker, he's looking for it. He has Flash and Cleanse available.
But to get past Zyra is a very tall task.
See the Baron HP right now because
Faker has a ward in there, so he's confident.
I think it's good. He stops it.
They've stopped the Baron. SKT get themselves 2 kills. Shia a little over eager in that fight.
Wolf also came back there with ulti. But yeah, let's see the fight again. You're actually not allowed to do this, even though you're 7-0. He jumps in, gets exhausted. He's in the middle of the entire enemy team.
Exactly, and then he goes right into Bang's face. Bang plus Peanut, though, able to 2v1. This is where they started winning, but a huge
the same.
Cocoon from Condi, able to 100% him along with Zero.
Oh, Bang going down with Flash available as well. I'm not sure if he expected Cocoon to hit Hooney. We're back live, though. Ulti's ready for the Galio. Another fight around an objective.
Peanut could go in for the steal and then all back out.
Not going to be able to. Ah, very good devour from Wolf over the wall. Team WE, 9,000 gold lead. They got double Infernals. It's 31 minutes in, and they are still in control. They gave up some ground to SKT.
Remember again, they get AP on both Elise and Zyra, and then AD on both Lucian and Ashe here. So Infernal with a ton of value for them. Like 4 members benefiting a lot. Shen, not so much.
And all those concerns I had about AP damage. 2 Leandri's Torments picked up. One by Condi, one by Zero Abyssal. Scepter as well for Condi. 957, the only tank in the game. Not a huge amount of armor to speak of, but I think he's going to be trying to zone away Faker maybe, or saving someone Stand United, very important.
He's definitely going to need it against Bang. Again, Bang's now completed 3 items, and this tier is going to be stacked soon. That's what we talked about earlier, how tier will be, you know, stacking much later, because he actually didn't buy it early because he wanted more for laning phase.
And then if we start to look forward again, always looking for the next step here from Team WE, trying to defend this mid lane while setting up Baron. They actually have full vision inside. They've cleared it out and starting the objective.
There is SKT on the minimap. Stand United is available for 957. The Baron's going to go
He's
down.
not calling now.
Stand United comes out. It's Peanut! It's stolen! Peanut and SKT kill Condi, kill the Baron, and now Team WE are running. Zero gets tagged up by the Idol of Durant. Stranglethorns will buy some time. Mystic goes all the way forward, shuts down Bang. 957 and Shia on the back end of the red buff. They're trying to fight away SKT. Shia and Mystic still alive. Hooney's GA. No! Heroic entrance comes down.
That's the wrong side!
And that's where he gets caught.
Peanut just jumped over the wall, and Hooney, of course, doesn't follow. When you activate that ulti, it goes to the location that the target is at when you click it.
But my goodness, have you ever seen a Baron sneak backfire that heavily? Peanut just walks up, yoink! Able to take that one as well as the extra kills. This is the huge drawback. Yeah, they're trying to sneak it and you know, only have 2 members in there, but nobody's playing defense. Peanut walks right through the entrance.
So look at Bang though now that we have to fight down the bottom as well. Second time where he ends up jumping forward, gets arrowed by Mystic this time around, and then he just dies instantly with, once again, Flash available. We always praise his teamfighting positioning, but that's 2 times in a row now. Flash is up and he gets caught by CC and dies.
Huge smiles for Team WE. They're still in command gold-wise, but with Baron buff and Baron empowered minions, that's going to allow SKT to stall. What was it, 45 minutes? 45 minutes in items. That was what you said earlier, Deficio.
Well, basically, by 45 minutes, we should soon look at the point where everyone is about to be maxed out in items, and then the gold lead doesn't matter.
How long will that take? SKT Still playing defense. Still trying to hold off Team WE.
Did you hear the 45?
I did.
By 45, I mean, by then, Faker is
I know.
4.5. Bang is going to be full by then.
Team WE don't want to sit around, though. They've actually got full control of the bottom side and looking to move in here with the flank as SKT don't have positioning on their mid turrets. We talked about 280 carries taking down turrets very quickly. They're fighting them off.
SKT took their second tower of the game up in the top lane, but look at Team WE. Gonna chunk down this inhibitor tower, 50%, 30%. The tower will fall as a relentless pursuit gets Shia to safety.
With the Baron-empowered recalls, Team WE still sneak through the vision into the bottom side and take down the turret with their double 80 carries, at least adding a lot there as well.
WE on the verge of making a statement, on the verge of giving SKT their second loss of the group stage. Start chipping away at this inhibitor. How long are they willing to stick around? Remember, SKT is engaged, somewhat conditional. It's not hard engaged. It's reliant on Wolf delivering someone to the back line. Really, that's about it.
Yeah, they can try the double ultimate again with Top Kench ulting in and then Galio ulting on top of that. But again, the mobility on WE should be enough for them to get out of that zone if they go for that side.
Step away for now, though. Kind of get back to the same point where no objective is alive. They can actually take near the river and force a fight. Oh, Condi actually stopped there.
Yeah, Condi's got flash available to him. Ash Arrow insta-cleanse. As Bang is able to use that QSS, but Condi loses his summoner spell. A little bit of a cheeky recall. You know, if you covered the nameplates, you'd feel like WE in a good spot to win, but just because it's SKT and they've got the scaling on their side, you start to worry between WE.
Exactly, scaling is a huge thing, and I go back to the junglers once again. Peanut has 2 levels over Condi. The gap just continues to widen with this Graves-Elise matchup, and he's grinding away.
45 seconds out of the break. Might be the last call here for WE. If they lose that fight and lose the elbow plate, then I think it's going to be almost impossible to win.
Team WE have pretty good vision around SKT's red buff. Look at that bottom quadrant. 30 seconds, a little dragon. SKT, though, they've grouped up in the river.
Yeah, we do have to remember, though, double 80 carries, and again, AP supports Zyra right there. Like, they always do pose a threat. If you have a fight where people are getting split off and caught out a little bit, even full late game, it just gets so hard to actually do it. Against the tanks now on this side of SKT, fake a shockwave at this point against any of the squishy members will almost one-shot them.
Yeah, there are a lot of squishy members in Team WE. 957, he just shoved in that top lane. Condi takes a lot of damage. Eats an Ash Arrow, shut down. 957 jumps onto Wolf. Shockwave catches Shia, but nobody else. It's a double kill for Mystic. Here comes Hootie. More lambs to the slaughter. Cocoon locks him down. Shadow Dash locks him down.
They might try and finish now. They just got the fight again. Peanut just dashed right in and died.
He had a huge problem with tunnel vision there. Just went in after he saw the cocoon, but arrow to the face, and he gets taken out so quickly. WE on the rampage.
All right, Inhibitor is the target first. Faker, the attacks and dissonance is really burning through. She is
going for it.
For the Nexus, it's Faker and
she
flashes forward, takes a Mystic shot to the face. Mystic sidesteps away from the Essence Flash. Faker trying to get away, uses the cleanse. Nexus turret number 1 is down.
They got him, they're gonna get it.
Now the Nexus turret falls. Team WE with a mid lane Lucian make a statement to defeat SKT.
So many fights where someone from SKT tried to play aggressive, instantly CC'd, instantly just gets destroyed at the start of the fight. And WE, we were just talking about the setup for Elder Drake, thought it was going to be like this big, open, even team fight. And then Peanut dashing headfirst, without any vision, into 5 members of WE, and he died.
Spoiler.
In case you only caught the very ending of this, yes, he did die.
WE started the day saying they wanted revenge. It was going to be a bloodbath until the end, and either WE would explode or SKT would explode. And today it was SKT that exploded.
WE have crossed every name off that list, quick shots. Definitely impressive heading into the next stage. set on that collision course with SKT again as well.
Tough looks on the faces of SKT. Bang leading away there. Head in his hands. But Team WE head held high. Now, we know the semi-finals will be Team WE taking on G2. Yeah. They've unveiled how well Xie can play the Lucian. It's not the fact that he did play it, it's how well he played it. That's the worrying fact. Because it just adds another complexity to that best of 5. Another option WE can pull out.
I mean, again, we should expect every mid laner to be playing the champion by now, but we just haven't really seen the big cues. Like, it was a script pick for this, and we have to remember again, this game didn't really mean anything for the standings. So you can obviously gamble and try and pick it, and it worked.
It did. They bet against the house, and they won. Anyways, for more on that game, we're gonna relentless pursuit over to Dash.
Thank you very much, guys. WE called it. They said it would be a bloodbath, but that they would fight to the very end. And right now, believe it or not, they are the hottest team coming out of the group stage. 5-0 on the back half of the group stage for this Team WE squad. So while SKT is the #1 seed, WE looking hot as ever. Crepo, I apologize because before the match, I didn't give you an opportunity to share your thoughts. So if you'd like to throw your prediction in now, I'm going to give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Dash. I think that's very considered. I actually did believe in Team W. Sadly, I couldn't share it with the viewers, but I've actually been doing a lot of research into Xie's solo queue, found a niche pick, fantastic into Faker's Orianna, and that was actually the Galio mid, so I was equally surprised that he called out the Lucian.
The Lucian mid does come out. We've been hearing about it since the beginnings of the play-ins, actually. Some of us casters were talking about it, wondering if it was ever going to come through. We finally get it here in the final regular scheduled match of the group stages. What are our thoughts on this pick?
I mean, if you check Faker's solo queue, he is also kind of the predetermining factor of this one. And you saw it scattered throughout, and then CA picks it up, and you start seeing it spawn there. It's leaking over everywhere. We've already actually seen it in the LPL. Xiaohu played it from RNG, but I love the Lucian mid, but in very specific matchups. I think if you take it into Syndra, it can be really dangerous because she could just blow you up, lock you down. I think if you take it into Ryze, again, he's just going to lock you down. But against Orianna, she throws out that ball. You saw it exactly in that first blood. He dashes underneath it, and he immediately looks for the all-in trade.
I think the funniest thing about this is Huni gets screwed by Lucian once again.
That's true, right? Yeah, you go all the way back to last year in the North American LCS. He's playing Lucian a bunch in the top, so much so that even Bjergsen started to pull it out in the mid lane in his solo queue. But here it is on the opposing team, handing him a loss. As we talk about the Lucian pick, let's go ahead and roll out a couple of the fun plays that you mentioned in the mid lane. Xie getting the better of Faker in the 1v1s, 2v2s, all that nonsense.
And again, it's just how you aggressively use that relentless pursuit. As soon as you see the command attack go down, he goes all in, he knows that he has the potential, and then this is just really unlucky. Peanut unable to follow up the kill, and then CA goes back in for kind of the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, SKT chasing the losses here, and Lucian, again, it's showing how good of a champion he is if he can get to proximity unpunished. And that's why Froskurin was talking about the likes of Syndra being able to just in any direction QE or just E to disengage, but Orianna can't really do that as she's so dependent on the ball. This is Faker right after he made a flash play, overextending in lane, and while it's very uncommon that we question Faker, this is his second Orianna performance in a tournament where it has been subpar, so maybe that is the one pick people need to force him on to maybe get at least an edge in the matchup where he can't just massively outplay.
Well, and there are a lot of mechanically very talented mid laners in this tournament, and Orianna is someone who can be exploited in the early game. So, you know, you take something with extreme early game strengths, the Ignite as well. Faker takes Cleanse instead of something like a Barrier, you know, maybe a little bit more worried about the Ashe, and you can get very, very heavily exploited in that lane.
All right, but this does really excite me because, again, as we've been hearing about the pick all tournament long, we finally get an opportunity to see it on the stage. And, again, going up against SKT, getting the win, I feel like this might give permission to more of the mid laners. Granted, they have to put the practice into it to make sure that they can put up a performance like this. And you mentioned there are certain, factors that have to be met. Yeah, prerequisites in Champ Select in order to enable the pick. But perhaps we might see this come out a little bit more often.
I mean, there's certainly the talent in this mid lane pool to pull it off. I know you were talking about how Bjergsen has played it previously before, so has the experience.
It's definitely there, but we also have to be honest. Like, it wasn't only Faker just dying. If you look at Huni with the Galio, also, what is this Galio doing in this comp? When we see Galio succeed, there's somebody who can drop it, like help him drop himself off in the backline. That would have been Tahm Kench. Like, is SKT expecting to Tahm Kench ultimate in the backline for Galio to then drop in? Because that's very announced visit right there. And also, Huni's build was slightly questionable.
Yeah, okay, so I was getting pretty tilted to this. We're 24 minutes in. Let's set the stage here. 250 CS on Lucian, 7 kills. Ashe is pretty strong. All right, what do I want to build here on the Galio? I need a Sheen and I need a Spirit Visage? I mean, what are you doing? And it's like the mid-game power was completely not there. You have to feel like if Galio is building an armor stacking build and even skipping something like the Iceborne, I think that works when you're ahead and when you're bullying your lane, but where's the Frozen Heart? Where's an early Sunfire Randuin's to give like almost invulnerability to this tank against the AD carries before they have Armor Pen?
Yeah, I mean, imagine what happens if you have a Thornmail on him as well as Randuin's perhaps, and then even at the Tom Kent, your other frontliner starts itemizing heavier towards the armor as opposed to into that locket for a little bit of magic resist. Either way, we can question as much as we want. The fact of the matter is that WE came away with the victory. They end their group stage hot, and that's where I want to leave off here. The discussion about where these two teams are moving out of the group stage and into the bracket stage. Of course, they wouldn't have the opportunity to see each other until that finals. But once again, the 1-1 head-to-head record's going to be weighing on SKT's mind here when you come into the finals against WE, if that's the case.
And it was a really close game the first time around, so it was almost a 2-0. Now, we'll never be able to tell what would happen if Team W would have gotten that Baron, but SKT certainly have been pushed to their limits by this team twice now over the group stage.
All right, well, with their group stage officially on the books, Shox is standing by for a word with the man that just brought Lucian to the mid lane.
Thank you very much, guys. And who else than Chie would I be talking to after that fantastic victory over SKT? Now, the Lucian mid, we've heard rumblings, we've seen it a couple of times, but Chie, why did you decide to play it here versus Faker and SKT?
我们就首先恭喜我们取得胜利。那想问一下你，我们听说过卢锡安中单的这个谣言，然后传言，那为什么这盘面对 Faker 的时候，你会拿出卢锡安这个英雄？
因为我用比较多，训练赛也尝试过用过几把，然后感觉这把我们这种比较适合套卢锡安，我就套出来了。
So he's actually pretty comfortable with Lucian. He played him in solo queue. He played in a couple of scrims, and Lucian actually fits their comp in this match, so he picked Lucian.
And it went really well. Condi earlier said, well, if we can snowball or if we can get an early lead, it should be okay for us. And then you got those early 2 kills. So from then on, were you very confident that you could win?
就康帝在前面的采访中说过，如果你们前期可以滚起雪球，你们就可以获胜。那你们这盘是不是你觉得是为什么你们能取得胜利呢？
因为我们前面准备了许多小套路，并且把 SKT 套路成功了，然后使我们中野优势很大。我们中野优势大的话，我们可以带着下路带领他们获取胜利，就是我们下路会打得很舒服。
So actually, they prepare a lot of tricks going into the game against SKT, and they gain an early game advantage and make mid and jungler very fat. And then after mid and jungle get fat, they can help bot lane to get more to create more advantage.
All right. Well, Team WE has done so much here at MSI already. You guys are into the semifinals, and you guys talked a lot about making the LPL region proud and showing something. How much does beating SKT do towards that goal?
那么你们这次已经击败了 SKT 了，然后之前你们也说到了，你们想代表 LPL 这个赛区来证明自己的实力。那么这次今天击败了 SKT， 你觉得对你们意味着什么？
虽然击败 SKT 让我觉得我们淘汰赛碰到他们可能还是会很难打。这次击败算给我们一点信心，但他们淘汰赛可能会打得更认真，然后我们也会更加全力以赴。
It's still going to be very tough to face them in elimination phase. SKT is really strong opponents, and they will probably prepare better or more seriously in the later stage. So they will try their best, and hopefully they can win.
Well, that final is lurking now. You have the match coming up versus G2 in a best of 5. After seeing them play, what are your expectations?
那么接下来你们将在半决赛遇到 G2， 那你觉得这场比赛谁会获胜？你们面对 G2？
因为我们曾经2比0过他们，所以我觉得我们挺有信心把他们见他们获胜的。
Since we 2-0'd them in the group stage, we're pretty confident going to semifinals.
Well, I can see that. I just want to ask a quick prediction. TSM is up versus the Flash Wolves for the very last spot in the semifinals. Who do you think is going to win?
那最后问你一下，马上 TSM 和闪电狼要打最后一盘了，你觉得谁会获胜？
其实两个队都很强，我就看他们当时现在临时的状态吧，因为这两个队都特别强，我就不好说谁获胜。这两个队实力特别相近，然后看他们 BP
预测一下。
我个人是比较支持 TSM 的。
So he personally support TSM. He felt like both teams are really strong. It really depends on how they play in that specific match. and of course the ban pick to see who have a better comp.
Yes.
But he thinks TSM has a little bit edge.
Oh, there we go. Well, the pressure is definitely on. Thank you so much, Nia. Fantastic victory of Team WE over SKT. And that tiebreaker of TSM versus Flash Wolves is coming up right after this, so stick around.
Oh, it's gonna be Lucian.
Yes! Yes!
We finally get it.
Impossible is the call from Deficio. Cleanse has been used. Flash already.
Impossible.
Sidesteps the cocoon. The Voloson's fight. Lucian gets first blood. Condi's looking for Peanut. It's a double kill to mid lane Lucian. United. Grey Health is going to be popped. Here comes 957. Shadow Dash taunt. Connects. 5-0. Unstoppable. 2 members of WE are forced. They managed to take down Wolf as well. WE checks the kills down. Double kill for Shia. 7-0-1. Looking for more. Baron down. Catch Mystic. Flash. Heal. He runs away. Now Peanut's down. Uni's running for his life. Shut down where he stands. Uses the cleanse. Nexus turret number 1 is down. They got him. They're gonna get him. Now the Nexus turret falls. Team WE with a mid lane Lucian make a statement to defeat SKT.
Welcome back to MSI 2017, where the LMS's Flash Wolves and North America's TSM are heading on to the Rift to decide who will advance to next week's knockout stage and who will go home. So do or die time for both of these teams. Winner gets 4th seed. So down the line, predictions and why from each of you. Frost, starting with you.
Okay, so I predicted TSM earlier. I'm actually going to go back on that. I'm going to favor Flash Wolves coming in.
Frost, stop. Crepo, you're up. No, I'm just kidding.
And the reason being is just that, do TSM have the tools to take down Flash Wolves? Absolutely. They can 100% exploit MMD into that top lane. Haunter has a much wider, effective champion pool for those fighters in the top lane. He's a much more effective tool to use. But unfortunately, they keep doing things like putting him on the Shin. And it worked for them last time, but just barely. And I think Flash Wolves will figure it out this time around, or TSM will throw away their chance in their draft. So I have more faith that Flash Wolves will get it right.
And it's hard to fault you when that's the pattern that's been established. Crepo, what are your thoughts?
You know, earlier I called myself an unbiased analyst. Turns out I'm actually not. Since the Flash Wolves helped us, get us to the 3rd seed here, or the 3rd place in the group stage, you know what? I will repay that kindness with just a simple Flash Wolves victory. They will stomp TSM.
Crepo's going to will them to victory. Azael, what do you got?
Well, you want to talk about patterns? Let's take a stroll down memory lane. CLG knocking out Flash Wolves at MSI last year. C9 knocking out Flash Wolves at Worlds last year. And I think it's going to be 3 for 3. And he's going to knock them out again. TSM have got this.
All right. Well, you've heard it from the analysts. For TSM and the Flash Wolves, it all comes down to this. The players are loading up, so let's send it over to the guys for picks and bans.
I absolutely love that. CLG, C9, but I don't see a C in TSM. Maybe that's the trick. No, lame.
This man figured it out.
Team Solo Mid beat Flash Wolves earlier today. However, it was because Flash Wolves couldn't advance in the mid game. TSM didn't make mistakes. They had no unforced errors. However, Flash Wolves had side selection in this game, and they picked blue side. What do you think that means?
I mean, blue side, they're obviously going to try and get that priority pick. The Lulu, if the Lulu is up, or the jungle. But I have to say, another thing that made that game for TSM, for the big comeback, hero plays, hero moments.
Yeah.
Those have come from the solo laners of this team.
Remember Bjergsen stealing the Elder Drake. And Bjergsen also in the following team fights managed to find Betty and kill him, allowing TSM to get further into the game and actually even it out.
Haunter came up with some huge taunt flashes for the extended engage, but it was by no means an easy win for TSM. This is definitely pretty scary. Let's take a look here. Syndra already off the table, and they are definitely focusing mid lane.
Lee Sin is still open, a massive pick for both junglers, especially with Ivern gone. It's huge for Svenskeren. Likely first pick, unless Lulu is
And
open.
Lulu, yeah, I was gonna say, that's the other one right up there with it.
But I think if Lulu Karma are both open, you can trade those two and still first pick Lee Sin. It's very rare we see both teams actually, a team take both Lulu and Karma. So they might, on TSM side, want to ban one of them. So say, you know what, you pick between Lee Sin and that one spot that's left open. Saying it's going to be the Malzahar. They take the Lulu, it's been the #1 priority pick at this turn. But Svenskeren should get his Lee Sin now, which is big for TSM.
So Karma Lee Sin, is that what you're expecting here?
That is definitely what I'm expecting, yes.
And then what does Flash Wolves do to reply?
That is a big surprise. Wow.
Now, to be fair, Ezreal has been banned a lot throughout the course of the tournament.
But this is Betty. Betty, the Ashe, the Varus, the Jhin player. Like he has some games on Ezreal, so it is possible that they would take away the Ezreal, but I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't think it was likely. And Lee Sin has been such a pivotal pick. TSM must have something up their sleeves with this. I don't know.
It's either the Graves for Svenskeren, and they're saying, you know, we want this just as much. Ooh, the Fizz flex pick coming in here in first base is also very good. Both mid lane and top lane, possible locations for it. And it makes it difficult because if you don't try and counterpick the Fizz, or if you do try and counterpick the Fizz in one lane, they can just swap it to the other one and then pitch that pool, like ban out those targets here and those champions. This is what is the most likely scenario, the Graves coming in, but it is an interesting trade, giving away the #1 pick for your jungle.
In the end as well, though, remember that Karma could be flexed mid and could go just fine into the Fizz. So Flash Wolves technically would have to reveal which lane the Fizz is going into first if TSM save their mid lane / support pick for last.
Impossible would most likely mean then a tank top lane for Haunter if they have to show his pick early and save that last pick for support.
Does Galio make it through phase 2 bans? Is that removed from the kit here?
The thing is, I really like Fizz into Galio. Some people are like, oh yeah, you can just farm and you're gonna, have to watch out. But kill pressure of Fizz onto Galio to me is definitely always a scary thing.
I wonder if Hansa wants to take the Galio himself as a blind pick. Gragas is still open as well, which has been a very standard blind pick. And of course the Shen that he did play earlier today against Flash Wolves.
Seconds left before Flash Wolves ban away their first Phase 2 ban. It is a Jace. This is one of those solo lane options that Bjergsen used to great effect a few times this tournament already. TSM, one more ban. And Ashe is still up. They banned Cogmore, so...
I mean, it's either Ashe or Varus.
Yeah, I'd rather get rid of Ashton. I think it's been the best pick for Betty. Definitely a champion he's been standing out on a little bit. Interesting, again, from
So
TSM.
what does TSM do in your mind? What, these bans
Well, okay, so where we are focusing very heavily on Betty himself as a player and his history, TSM are focusing very heavily on the first pick, Lulu. Obviously, they're banning out champions that work well with the Lulu for the hyper scaling for a late game, but to me, like, Betty's comfort means more than that.
Exactly, and it's not like, Betty had the one game on Twitch where he didn't really do anything. Like, it was not a good pick for him at all. And Flash Wolves have absolutely no reason to start putting him on these, like, super scaling carries. They should play more for late game, which is what they did earlier today, where they did get an advantage, both against GIGABYTE Marines and TSM. So TSM are definitely banning out, what fits together as a combo, as you highlighted, Kobe. I don't feel like they're really hitting Flash Wolves with these bans, and this Ezreal takeaway either. That is the big surprise to me, that they're giving so many good picks over to Flash Wolves. And not getting a whole lot in return.
No surprise. They'll be able to take the Ashe here.
And that'll be not a surprise to anybody. All right, Flash Wolves have to reveal. Fizz top into Shen doesn't sound terrible to me.
Yep, definitely just put Fizz top right now. You don't need to risk him as his mid lane pick, so I think this makes perfect sense for Flash Wolves. Now Lucian mid was just played, and will be a triple AD carry comp if that is the case for TSM. Against Taliyah though, Ryze is actually a strong pick. Bjergsen could definitely take that one, and then you have Ryze, Shen as your two split pushers. Ezreal holding mid lane.
And that would be the more traditional answer, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
And that's what's locked in. So, pretty much standard here for TSM. Comfort picks for Flash Wolves, but Bjergsen, remember yesterday, skirting around the outside of fights with that Ryze, applying a really big threat zone multiple times.
So much threat bottom lane for Flash Wolves here. Maple can roam very easily. Karsa early game on Lee Sin, and the Fizz to split and teleport.
I really like the TSM late game team fight though with their composition. Yes, we were kind of questioning when they pick certain champions and why they would ban out these AD carries, but not actually removing comfort picks from Flash Wolves, but they end up with a very strong comp anyway. Just not a comp that they have been actually shining on. If we look at this tournament, one Ezreal game only, barely any Graves games that's been successful for such
One thing that does go in TSM's favor though, their performances today have been a marked improvement. They've been much cleaner. They've made less mistakes. Svenskeren hasn't been caught out. Wild Turtle's not been caught out. So if that upward trajectory continues and TSM can play a clean game, this team composition has all of the tools necessary to take down the Flash Wolves.
This is it. Last stop here for TSM and the Flash Wolves. Who will get the number 4 seed? Who will get that first seed for Worlds?
Pool 1 seed is on the line. 4 wins and 6 losses apiece. Puts you 4th or 5th. Here at MSI 2017, it's Flash Wolves taking on Team Solo Mid, a tiebreaker for the right to a Pool 1 seed, and a fight with SK Telecom next week in the semifinals. And I'm stoked that there are still fans here in Rio. This is the 7th game in a row. Public transportation will be closing in the not too distant future, and there's still diehards here making noise, chanting TSM already.
Let's see, bot lane right now. Both supports running Ignite here to obviously try and get a bit more value in the laning phase. I think this is something we actually see a lot from the LMS region, and Bifrost are matching it right now. definitely do not want to start losing early on against this Flash Wolves comp, because then when you're getting pushed to your tower in the bot lane, Talia comes in with a wall. The simple gank you onto that tower, and then you will die and lose the first down. So TSM, very important. They do not start falling behind here in the early game, because their comp will scale really well. But it's easy for Flash with their comp to snowball.
We've seen those top lane fizzes without Flash punished several times this tournament already. Graves, Shen, Rise, there's tools available to TSM if they want to put pressure on MMD, who has been one of the weaker links on the Flash Wolves squad.
Yeah, Fizz is definitely, you know, live and die by the Ignite top. It's one of his greatest strengths and the punishable weakness. The Ignite definitely gives you huge advantage for the 1 versus 1 or even the 2 versus 2 skirmishes. But that lack of flash can be your downfall.
Taking a look at the previous stats as some trading is going on. Of course, remember, both of these teams won a game against one another. Goal difference of 20, goal difference at the end. Earlier today, no Barons for TSM. Didn't need it. Still managed to pick up those wins.
Probably would have liked one, but Mabel stole that away on Syndra. Not possible in this game. Syndra for him was banned away in the first phase. I think a smart ban.
Yeah.
Take away one of his best picks. Talia, though, has actually been fairly good in this tournament. We've seen a lot of games where Talia's been, you know, getting early kills and then also in team fights, able to kind of find that one target with the knockback.
Exactly, and even beyond the team fights, objective focus here. We've seen some very good walls, even from Maple specifically, cutting people off from turrets, able to get a huge amount of DPS and moving those down. Not to mention, like you said, the roaming possibilities.
Now this matchup here, Bjergsen versus Mabel, Rise versus Talia. One of the reasons Rise is considered good here is the lane phase is pretty easy for him. Like, he gets to just kind of sit here, farm, scale up towards the mid game, where he can really start dealing a lot of damage. And then actually stole that one. Unlucky for TSM that it actually moved all the way up to the mid lane, where maybe take it.
Well, you say unlucky, you can corral the Scuttle Crab and you know, herd him away from that. Sunscarin did not count on the fact that there was a ward in the jungle for Flash Wolves. That's why Maple was able to pull off that cheeky kill.
One hit from dying though, but so mid lane again. Another thing that Rise will add, this is something you talked about, Trevor, you know, before, how it can be hard to kind of move around against Talia. Well, when you have Rise ulti, you can use that to get over walls if you get blocked off when you're trying to defend. Bot lane.
All right, flash for flash. Betty cannot break the tether. Flash forward from Svenskeren, as well as Biofrost. Betty goes down. First blood to Svenskeren.
Oh, the coordination there with TSM bottom lane. Turtle pulls a heal for Biofrost to keep in range of the tether, just barely, and they come up with the first blood.
And this is the clean TSM play we talked about. The coordination on TSM. That's not a statement we've said many times in the previous games.
Such a good setup, and easy for Svenskeren to just jump over the wall, get in there, take down Betty early. That's important now, especially to kill over to Svenskeren on this Graves. Give this man some confidence.
After losing his Scuttle Crab.
Losing that Scuttle Crab, yeah. Takes your life instead, trades for the AD carry.
Definitely worthwhile. MMD's returned to the top lane already. Picked up that Dark Seal alongside the Corrupting Potion. While Hornstar just continues to farm up with that Dawn Shield.
And I remember this Flash will be down. Once we get the Shen ulti available, you can see Hornstar use ulti bot side. You can see Bjergsen roam down. You can see another gank from Svenskeren. Like, there's so many ways for TSM to punish this AD carry without Flash now for the next few minutes.
That's definitely something the Flash Wolves have to watch out for. And to your point from last game, Deficio, we were talking about the different Ezreal builds. Turtle this time, after that kill, he's got the assist. They've gone for the tier build. So this is a bit looking more to the future rather than instant power right now.
So just time with the back from him, had enough gold to just get it, and then one extra potion right there. Actually might have been just a starting potion, just had enough to just straight up get the tier. Definitely is worth it in now. Again, Hornstar level 6 is what we're looking for. Maybe another return gank from Graves as well.
He does use the teleport back to the top lane to keep pressure up there.
Yeah, because right now the dream scenario for Hornstar, MMD, as I instantly mute myself when I say that. But the dream scenario for Hornstar is that MMD goes back to base, uses his TP back to lane, so that there's no global from Flash Wolves to go to that bottom side. Ooh. That's why he wants to try and force, you know, a little bit of a fight and see if he can, you really pressure MMD now, but it is difficult against Fizz up in this lane.
Yeah, Haunter started their trade well, but a lot of damage in the back end from MMD.
Other things to keep in mind, there are a couple deep wards that Flash Wolves have been able to get into the blue quadrant of TSM during that little excursion. So they're tracking Svenskeren right now. Meanwhile, Karsa, knowing Svenskeren is on that bottom side, is going for the dive onto Haunter, who's been seen here on this ward.
Shadow Dash is available, so is Flash. Haunter needs to outplay Karsa. There's no support from MMD. Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike connect, and Haunter's able to get away.
Karsa not level 6, but he knows, again, bot lane is where the play will happen from TSM. He wants the tower.
Yeah, and this is huge zoning on the top side, so TSM has to move bottom quickly.
All right, Realm Warp coming in for Bjergsen. Stand United is being channeled onto Biofrost. Betty's going to get rooted. No Flash, remember. He gets taken down. Biofrost traded 1-for-1. Chum the waters onto Svenskeren. Dodges away from the rest of TSM. MMD, no Flash. Still holding on to that Ignite. The autos from Svenskeren tagging the minions. It's 1-for-1.
This whole time, Lee Sin is left on the top side, but TSM can power down the secondary turret in trade. First turret gold does go over to the Flash Wolves, and they're backing up from Maple.
They're not minions, and Maple shows up, and they know, okay, we can't actually take another fight near this tower here. They went all in for the 1 kill on Betty.
Such an intelligent move from Karsa to go punish Haunter for that trade up on the top side. Not only did they deny a large amount of minions, but also that first turret gold.
Simply knowing that he can't really go bot lane due to Shen ulti, so he can only make something happen on top side. Early start is fine. Bjergsen gets into the fight, but nice flash from Sword Art here, and is not able to follow up and get more.
Exactly, and it's only a 1-for-1 kill trade there.
And of course, Flash Wolves, they had all the practice in the world about being dove between turrets against the Marines just 2 games ago. This time round, costs them a death, but they get one in reply and tower first blood. It's a lead for Flash Wolves early.
Now, TSM are sitting with a wave right in front of Haunter's turret on the top side. Will MMD look to force the other side of the map, or will he actually extend up here? They have a little bit of vision for him, but it does become difficult to decide where he's going to apply his pressure next.
A lot of different possibilities there, actually. A lot of guys will then recall and like run straight to the bottom lane for like a lane gank, or maybe look for gank mid, which is what he's doing right now.
And Bjergsen should be hovering to the bottom side.
Oh yeah, he should know. Okay, Fizz can't really be top lane right now because this lane is pushed in. Just watch out. He's gonna be somewhere on the map trying to, you know, set up a gank.
And the freeze is starting to break already as Haunter is pushing out now, so that will attract MMD to go for minions.
MMD still marginally ahead of Haunter. CS-wise, no tower for Haunter is going to complicate matters, and Flash Wolves pretty comfortable where they are.
Yeah, now you have to look at a Taliyah ulti. It can be used bot lane. There's no TP from Haunter to go down and help them. Karsa is level 7, so a quick Taliyah ulti bot side with the Lee Sin, that's enough to get 1 or 2 kills, or at least force TSM back and play like very, very defensive on the bottom side.
We've seen how many times that Weaver's Wall has been instrumental in securing objectives. Wild Turtle doing his best to push the minion wave away and deny or delay that potential bottom lane play.
And that is a crucial point, Trevor, pushing out the minion waves, because the Flash Wolves, the timers on the teleports are coming up quicker for TSM, so they have to be very careful about how hard they push on this point.
It is hard for Bjergsen, though, to kind of follow Taliyah. Not only because of course, the ulti from Taliyah, but also because of River.
Coming in again.
No vision,
Right, Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Betty needs to find a target. It's fired and dodged away from. Karsa can't find Wild Turtle in the right direction, and he takes a lot of damage in collateral.
That was huge for TSM right now, because they have Shen's cooldowns ready. He's going to go for another fight. Haunter might even try and get a solo kill.
So doing a great job with that Spectre's Cowl.
And that extra lead on the top side
but
could be crucial.
Exactly.
He has the Stand United. They can use that lead on top and force elsewhere.
But they're not doing it. They're not pulling the trigger yet. Team Solo Mid still trailing in objective. Svenskeren opted for the Dragon instead.
That's one way of forcing it. MMD has gone all the way and healed off of his Corrupting Potion, though. He doesn't have the teleport to answer, so no contest.
Yeah, this is definitely fine for TSM getting that Drake early. Ocean Drake is good for the laning phase, and it will still continue despite losing that top lane tower.
So TSM, despite being behind in gold, They've got themselves one of the first objectives. Hornser's doing so well in the one-on-one. That's why Flash Wolves made it a 2-on-1. Seismic shove to get out of the Spurs refuge. And Maple gets his first of the game onto Hornser.
So much focus, you know, bottom side from TSM is leaving Hornser alone top lane. And Flash Wolves, they know, okay, we don't actually want to play away from the global, we just attack the global itself. Done it twice now. Got 1 kill the last time they got a tower.
Yeah, and that's a really hard 2v1 to outplay right there. Hunter kind of has to wait until Maple jumps off of the wall to make his decision. But once it goes a little bit early, and as soon as he uses his dash and sees Maple get off on that side, he saves his flash.
Gonna hold on to it for the next time they engage. TSM down 1,500, control wards littering both teams' inventories. And you know, it's an interesting situation to be in. Flash Wolves considered to be one of the pre-tournament finalist favorites. TSM considered to be in the 5th seed. And both of them now doing battle for that final playoff spot. There's a lot on the line for these guys to think about.
Huge objective as well is the deep wards that Flash Wolves keep up. Sword Art and Karsa work really well together to keep this blue quadrant lit up. And that's why there's always so much pressure down here on the bottom side for TSM.
I just love always watching the river when it's Flash Wolves and the amount of control wards they use to always guarantee how they can just move from lane to lane so easily. Like whenever Maple walks out of vision mid, Bjergsen needs to call, okay, watch out top lane, watch out bot lane. I can't actually see Talia right now. And when you don't have vision, you can't follow either. It just means Bjergsen needs to take a much longer route to get to the bottom lane compared to Talia, who steps into the river, uses her ulti, and then she can join a side lane fight.
Man, the vision from Flash Wolves setting up a potential dive. Karsa was actually moving through the jungle. TSM backed away. Teleports available for MMD and Hornser at this time.
Let's remember again, if Flash Wolves are constantly looking bot lane, TSM will be ready for it. Then Flash Wolves can once again just change it to top. Because getting Fizz more kills is definitely a huge thing for them, because Fizz will win that side lane split push. That is always something to look for. TSM can only really force the play on the bottom side. Flash Wolves can look to 2 different lanes.
Trying to get flashbacks from earlier today where Flash Wolves just crept ahead marginally. And it was around the Baron plays where TSM were able to, you know, find some opportunities back in and then finding off picks with their team composition. And it's definitely got a flavor of it this time around as well.
Not much like earlier today, TSM makes it to the late game. Despite being down a bit in gold, their composition is really strong. And they can definitely then still turn it around.
Karsa's been seen on his red buff, but TSM have to be wary about pulling this trigger.
Yeah, Sharo's available for Betty as well. A lot of summoner spells, but it's just a push and pull at the moment. Mid, bottom, top. You can see Hornser pretty comfortable, a little bit behind his Tribush, despite some attempts from MMD to get in his face. Wild Turtle, Mystic Shot comes down. Blade of the Rune King pulled by Betty, and Wild Turtle no sustaining his kit yet, so he really needs Bifrost around for the shield.
Hard to win that trade for Betty when your Q is not fully stacked up. But once again, remember, Flash Wolves have that top lane winning. That is just another lane in their favor. And that's why they're playing defensive on the bottom side, only going for something if they know they have everyone around, because then Shen will also join.
Oh, they're looking mid for the dive now. Bjergsen has to be careful here. Spence in the area.
That's a risky one, though, against that Shen ulti on the tower against a champion that is stacking HP early, like Rise here. Might get a fight, though.
Get out from under the tower. Unraveled Earth comes down. That's going to slow down Bjergsen's entrance. He's ghosted and flashed already. Overload catches him. Chum the Waters tags Bjergsen. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies wide. Doesn't catch anyone from the NALCS. So Skaren's threaded volley. Not going to be enough damage, and Maple is running out of mana and running out of work crowns.
Bottom lane is roaming up, but Turtle's going to hard push that bottom, and they won't be able to answer anything. Clean kill there for TSM.
Well executed. Stand United was used by Hornser, Ghost, and Flash for Bjergsen, but no other summoner spells.
All started with Flash was looking for that potential dive on Bjergsen, so they were already around the mid lane. Disengage just all in because he knows Shen ulti is coming.
Exactly. Flash Wolves are trying to use their deep vision here to go for a pick, but as you said, it's risky against the Shen. Hunter able to play that front line. They do go a little bit deeper, Sven getting kind of low. but they've already fired the Ash Arrow at that point, so there's nothing left that they have to worry about.
Again, rather see Flash Wolves then return to top lane with Talia. Try and get another kill on Monster. Then stay around here where TSM's Shin can actually shine. But now, of course, no ultimate Monster. So like these timings are always important. Like whenever Global is on cooldown, you know you have a window of a certain amount of minutes where, okay, now this guy, well, he will just TP in just like my fist. So now they're even. There's no shield coming from this Shin right here. Something Flash Wolves might be able to use to their advantage.
With Ocean Drake coming up in 20 seconds, timing windows definitely in their favor, especially because they've been able to keep TSM on the defensive in the mid lane and the bottom lane for the majority of the 16 minutes of gameplay thus far. Even CS across the board, even gold, and Flash Wolves in that even setup going for Dragon.
Again, the River, Deficio's favorite control ward set here. All three of them lined up for Flash Wolves to take this Ocean Drake.
It just makes you smile, you know? Because they do it so consistently. One of the things I noted down about Flash Wolves before was like discipline, because they keep doing it, but TSM, they're looking for top lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, you mentioned the top lane here. Ryze can also head up there with the ultimate. Svenskeren going to try and push this turret down. That means the bottom side, the weak side here, does have to be careful.
And they have. Ends up being a trade here. Weaver's Wall is going to lock down, flash away from TSM. Biofrost is caught and killed by Corsa. Very well played. That's the tower that's going down. That's the kill that's secured.
The Stand United was still on cooldown there, so there's no get out of jail free for Biofrost. He does go down, and the extra kill will be handed over.
Trade towers right now, bot lane tower should go down. Betty's already on it, getting it very low. Top lane as well for TSM. So they're trading right now, always trying to cross map each other. I like the fact that Wild Turtle and Bifrost instantly tried to leave the bottom lane because they knew, okay, we're going to get attacked. Don't like the fact that Bifrost, of course, gets hit by Arrow when his flash is on.
Flash is available. Svenskeren's now invading without a lot of support. Stand United is available, not going to get used by Horn. So Wild Growth comes down. MMD's trying to chase out Svenskeren. One more Urchin Strike secures it. Hornser and Sven not together on that invade.
Cost them another kill now, so 4 kills for Flash Wolves, 1 on Fizz. It's important, of course, for the future of the split push.
The power of this Talia as well, the roaming pressure here to both sides has really outdone that of the Ryze early on. See if they can turn the tides here as they move into the mid-game. Towers are starting to fall down. Very little damage here, down on the bottom side though for TSM.
And it's such a scary place to be in if you are in TSM shoes. Losing towers against a Talia, Fizz, Lee Sin, who can jump on you from anywhere at a moment's notice. Really scary place to be in. TSM have to be very on point with the defensive defense.
You're always right now just trying to stop the bleeding. You don't want to lose this mid tower as well and then have that map fully open. You want to really just try and keep this like a very slow-paced game right now. It's hard to follow Talia. It's hard like to stop the Fizz.
I feel like the narrative of this MSI has been, can we survive to late game?
For some teams,
so
yeah.
So often.
Definitely so. From a
G2, TSM, pulling that one out quite a lot.
And also, let's see, Arrowmit.
Ash Arrow catches Biofrost. I think he thought he was going to catch Wild Turtle. Chum the Water secures the kill. Wild Turtle can't get over the Weaver's Wall. Finally times out Summoner's Heal. Will not save him from Corsa. 1, 2, 3, falling like flies.
So many kills.
That's going to be the mid-turret as well. Flash Wolves just going to run this one home.
Haunts is the next target. Spirit's Refuge will not save you from spell damage. Maple, however, takes up overloads to the face. He's forced to flash defensively. Bjergsen's trying to stop the hemorrhaging. But TSM are down 4,000 gold.
Yeah, we just said TSM needed to stop the bleeding, and then Flash Wolves get mid-tower 3 kills as well. Just fire an arrow from Betty. The Ash that was not banned away. Other AD carries were picked above it by TSM. This arrow straight on Biofrost, full-on engaged from Flash Wolves. Wild Turtle really get out of this point. Will go down as well.
Yep, and they aren't even able to get the counter kill onto Karsa. Sven gets shoved into the rest of the team. Complete disaster here for TSM. Down all outer turrets, as well as the extra kill gold going over, and Flash Wolves just have to keep up the pace.
They absolutely can. Caster's got that Black Cleaver completed. Trinity Force for MMD. Phantom Dancer for Betty once again. 6 stacks on MMD's Dark Seal up in the top lane.
Tracking that again?
Oh, yes. I've got to, you know, keep Daddy the Fisher proud. see how well MMD can do. But yeah, it's Flash Rules now can just play the map. 1-3-1 or 1-1-4, however they decide to assign it, it's easy.
Exactly. Split it up and then bounce with the Ash Arrow and the Taliyah. So much mobility to look for picks here. They have the game in the perfect scenario for themselves.
Yeah, this is heaven as Taliyah, because no matter where you are on the map, you're technically in the right lane. Mid lane, you can then hold those waves, then push out, and you can threaten both side lanes. Go to a side lane to split push, you can push it faster than anyone else, and then you can leave that lane and once again look for a roam towards in the middle lane. So no matter where you go as Taliyah, you're basically a threat against TSM with this wide open map, and the fact that TSM only right now sits with a little bit of defensive vision.
Now Flash Rules are looking to use the map play and the lane assignments to score revenge for their loss earlier today to Team Solo Mid, and it now becomes a redemption story for Flash Wolves. Regaining that pool 1 seed and living up a little bit to pre-tournament hype. I mean, they took a game off SKT. Them and Team WE, the only ones to do so. And the winner of this faces SKT. So Flash Wolves, they really, really want to try face the best.
Always the weird thing about Flash Wolves. You know, this tournament, they've not been looking very good.
No.
And yet they can beat SKT in a very, very convincing game. Just out of nowhere, they won that one, which is actually why they could force this tiebreaker against TSM. Had they lost that game, as many people would have expected, they wouldn't have this game right now. They're going for a play.
They are indeed. Ash Arrow's going to catch up Bjergsen. Stand United will be a delayed delivery. Betty's able to escape once again on the 80 carry. That was not banned out. Reaver's Wall was used by Maple. Decided not to ride it into battle though.
Yeah, big dodge there from Flash Wolves to evade all of the ultimates coming down. With the Drake coming up as well, TSM kind of have to divert back to cleaning up the minion waves, and Flash Wolves will move in and clean up their reward.
Dragon number 2 for Flash Wolves. Ocean and Wind rather, Cloud. Something that we've seen a lot of today, gentlemen. None of the super spicy mountain drakes really.
No, we've seen like one.
I think one actually
started
is
casting
interesting.
today.
I like to track those every now and again. And now Flash Wolves, okay, outer turrets are down. They've got a couple of control wards in their inventory. We know they can play the side lanes, so now I'm looking at how deep they push their vision to set up the next plays.
At least a bit in towards where the enemy red buff is. It's kind of where you can say, okay, this line is fine. Always remember the Taliyah wall. When Flash Wolves are baiting Baron, TSM steps in to try and get a ward down near that Baron to try and stop them. Taliyah wall behind them, and it's something you can't really get out.
Exactly. Meanwhile, TSM are waiting for their cooldowns to come back up. The Shen teleport that they tried to use offensively before, trying to just farm it out until they're able to equalize those cooldowns.
We have to remember though, good uses of Ryze ult can be huge here from Bjergsen. He can be the man to obviously go in, place a ward with the team, and then use his ulti so the team can get out again. Karma doesn't really have a way otherwise, except for just flashing out. She's obviously the one bringing the wards. Bjergsen's just the bodyguard.
Alternatively, CSM can use that round warp to set up fights on Flash Wolves, who, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but if Flash Wolves get caught in a head-to-head 5v5, I prefer the tools that TSM have in their engage. Wild Growth is obviously difficult to come by, but Graves, Ryze, Shen on the front line, I mean, that's difficult to deal with when you don't have a hardcore tank.
Yeah, it depends a lot on how Taliyah plays the fight. I mean, you see Taliyah fights where she's completely useless. She does almost no damage because she's just shooting Q into a tank. And then the next fight, her knockback on 2 guys into like tons of burst damage wins the fight.
I haven't seen very many fights where Maple is useless though. And
yeah, I guess that's a good point.
People can be pretty confident in his play. The Flash Wolves definitely have a lot of damage here with their 4,000 gold lead.
Need a control ward in the Baron pit, just placed it now and actually found this ward here. So this is the bait we talk about, where you gotta look at Taliyah walls, if she can actually get in a good position to use it. TSM will be forced to use this one blue trinket on Wild Turtle at the moment.
Look at Maple coming up in the Tribush in the top. Fire Frost lingering around. There's no vision for TSM past the pit. And Betty's got that enchanted crystal arrow. If anyone gets tagged up, they could be in trouble. Svenskio's got flash available. Caster jumps in. Stand United comes down.
I love the mind games right here. Both junglers are saving the flash, saying, okay, you know, I know you're gonna flash at some points, I'm gonna save my flash, and then they actually end up flashing at the exact same time. So Svenskeren does not get kicked back. That's obviously a man who knows what the Lee Sin wants to do.
But advantage Flash Wolves because they get the stand united out of Hornsa. Team Solo Mid, though, are able to push back the LMS representatives and now can contest this vision.
Exactly. They can still send Hanser back to take this minion wave on the bottom side, and he'll try and use his teleport to join next time, but MMD's looking to get some damage on him first.
All right, the Easter Bunny sends his regards. Chancer Crystal Arrow is going to stun down Hanser, a 5-man stack. Flash over the wall. Hanser continues to run away. Seismic shove. The sun does not catch Hanser. He lives to fight another day.
Everyone bottom lane right now. Flash Wolves not really able to push the tower. They were looking for the one kill on Hanser to then set up a potential bot lane tower.
I mean, kudos to Hanser. Everything in the kitchen sink was thrown at him. Lands the flash over the wall, admittedly. Spirit Visage and Sunfire Cape, so pretty beefy. There's not a huge amount of penetration on the side of Flash Wolves.
It's by a little bit of time, Flash Wolves, but still looking at that Baron setup. Like, that should be their goal. You can't be indecisive around Baron, and TSM cannot do what we've seen today twice. Their 5-man recall into, oh, we kind of left Baron open, and the enemy team just took it.
Yeah. Vision needs to be worked on. TSM made the same mistake against two different teams. Now they've got that rematch against Flash Wolves.
It definitely is that dangerous game, and as they're moving in right now, you also need to have those wards for Hanser to be able to join as well. Currently trading with MMD in the bottom lane.
The rest of TSM is trading for Vision. Okay, Flash Wolves very clearly invested in this Vision around Baron plan. TSM currently have not made a mistake. Is it just a matter of a forced or unforced error around this half of the map, or, you know, is MMD going to be able to break Hanser in this bottom lane at some point?
I mean, the problem for Fizz is, in terms of damage, he doesn't get much stronger than right now because he's going tank. So he's obviously going to invest more into being able to team fight. This is a good wall for Mabel to kind of force him away from tower, and then at least try and get a few hits on this one.
Exactly, it is those objective focus to Leo walls that we talked about earlier. They actually get the shove onto Sven for a little bit of damage.
There's some chip onto the tower, but not enough to really worry TSM. It's going to take a lot more than that. By the way, 957, Hanser and MMD are still trading on the bottom lane. MMD just backing away. Hanser's actually winning that trade to the help of minions.
Look at the ridiculous amount of vision that Flash Wolves have around Baron and all the way into the red quadrant as well for TSM. This is such a scary position for TSM.
Oh, Maple gonna look for the shove. The arrow gonna be underway to post. Teleport was cancelled by MMD, so he's not with his team.
Flash Wolves are making this a lot harder for themselves because they're not actually putting any threat towards Baron itself. They're just hoping to find TSM, you know, when they're running in between top lane and mid lane. But that gives TSM a lot of room to kind of spread out and disengage.
And there is a small window here for TSM where the Ash Arrow is down, one of the big means of initiation. And the next thing is the Scuttle Crab here around the Infernal Drake. They should be going for this to set up. The mobility is so key in these team fights when there's a lot of skill shots on Flash Wolves.
And Hanser's got that teleports available to him, so mobility across the map. MMD does not. He has to be with the team. That's why he's on the right-hand side of TSM.
You need to focus on the 5v5 fight over this objective and not just on the steal. Karsa's inside, though.
The Weaver's Wall blocks up Biofrost. This keeps it in a 4v5. Svenskeren is shoved backwards and shut down by Maple. Bjergsen's looking for a target. Can't find the overload. He's running for his life. Hanser is taken down. Sword Art takes some damage from the overloads as Wild Turtle is turned into a munchkin. He's managing to back away. The Infernal Drake enlisted to help out TSM.
Turtle and Bjergsen are still alive, but the Flash Wolves are able to retreat and take down the Infernal Drake.
Mabel, the MVP of the fight. Oh, he gets more.
Biofrost forced to flash defensively. 2 kills and drag into Flash Wolves.
So Mabel, the wall coming across here, Biofrost is out of the fight. That's support gone already. Gets a great knockback on Svenskeren as well to take him down early, and then forces another flash after.
Yeah, MMD threads the needle here on the fish. He gets in with the teleport flank, lands it on the Sven, then comes a Q from Lee Sin, then the sweep there from Betty, and they absolutely run TSM off. Biofrost, look, the support is cut off from the entire team. nowhere near is Karma and her shields. Biofrost is up there in the jungle, unable to assist any of the members of TSM. They're just simply split apart.
Still back near the Baron. It's not really been forced yet by Flash Wolves. They've been a little bit indecisive around the Baron, but by them getting that fight near Dragon, they do pick up some more gold, and of course the Drake.
It's starting to look better and better for the Flash Wolves. 3 Dragons up, the next one is Elder, not too long after 35 minutes. Still around 4,000 gold in the lead. TSM, yes, they are scaling, but they have not been in control of this game for a very, very long time.
There's no easy wins for them in these fights, even with their composition, because Flash Wolves will have so much damage on their side. And they're starting it down, they're rushing it down.
So much damage on the side of Flash Wolves. Take a look at the Weaver's wall. It's going to shut down on the back end. Ash Arrow onto Biofrost. Picked up clean by the Wolves.
See Mabel. Bergson, no flash though, can't really get to him, can he?
Nah, Maple has flash as well, so they're completely safe. Huge pickup for Flash Wolves here, and this could be the thing that breaks the game open for them.
I love watching Mabel on Talia, man. The way he's setting up these walls is just so beautiful. Blocks TSM from getting to that Baron, and then Carson jumps out and kicks Svenskeren away, so no chance of a smite steal.
Exactly.
Just a
Flash
beautiful
Wolves,
setup.
3 Elemental Drakes to their name, very healthy gold lead, and Baron buff now. They can see the next stage of MSI. It's so close they could touch it.
It's such a bittersweet victory for a team. Again, I mentioned this a few times already, and you know, expectations. TSM had struggles coming in, and you know, a lot of power rankings putting them down. Flash Wolves, huge expectations, which they have simply not lived up to. And now they're going to have the greatest test of all if they close this game out, because SKT is sitting waiting for them next week.
I think they'll be looking forward to that one for sure, because again, Flash Wolves versus SKT is always close. Very exciting games, and you have a few days to prepare for it as well.
They do, especially when Flash Wolves are now 5 towers to 1. 9,000 gold up. I mean, every single metric is in favor of the Wolves. As it teleports into the river.
That is far away.
This is optimistic.
They already left the bot lane, by the way. They're going top.
Yeah, went the wrong direction. Top lane tower was the focus. Nothing else on that area of the map. And
yeah, TSM were trying to catch Flash Wolves spread out, because that is their only hope, right? We've gone over all the advantages that Flash Wolves had, and the only thing TSM could look for would be a split decision.
Weaver's wall locks all of TSM away from the tower. Another flawless setup. Chum the Waters lands onto Wild Turtle and Haunter. He follows through the round warp, but he's got no GA. He's already dead. Svenskeren's the target of MMD, who pole trolls his way to victory. Wild Turtle, Arcane shifts up, trying to trade with those Mystic shots over and over. But MMD's still got around 2k HP to play with. The tower's down, the base is broken. The inhibitor is next, and Flash Wolves have their eyes on the playoffs.
As you said, Trevor, it all started with that beautiful wall from Mabel. Perfectly placed to make sure the team can actually get to the tower. TSM then trying to send in just a tank, but when you're behind, that tank can't really stay in there alone. Rest of the team can follow. Easy execution like Mabel here. Perfect wall coming in. TSM, all 5 members stuck south of this tower right now.
10 out of 10 dismount as well.
Again, he does it every time. And then Haunter, the lone man in on this realm warp, picked up very quickly, and Flash Wolves don't hesitate.
The rest of TSM now starting to fall back. Flash not available just yet for Biofrost. Chum the Waters comes out. Stand United saves his life for now. The cooldown will not be available for the next pivotal team fight. 20 seconds until Baron wears off, and Flash Wolves, they've done the damage.
Yeah, 1 minute on Elder Drake right now. 3 Drakes already for Flash Wolves, so it will be a huge pickup for them. And it just gives them another objective to play around. Another objective where you force TSM out, and you can use that Talia wall to cut people off. And it's not really a 5-on-5 team fight then, if 1 or 2 guys are stuck on the other side. It's a good setup though for another
really good play from Flash Wolves. The wall cuts off TSM. This will allow Betty uncontested time. Shields coming in from Carson and Sword Art. 50% of the HP goes down. Keep your eyes on the seismic shove. Maple has had pretty good accuracy thus far. TSM doing a good job of holding, actually. Poke damage, chipping away at the Flash Wolves' HP bars.
Problem is they don't have Stand United, and Haunter has to deal with the super minions on the top side, so he would just be walking down, as you said, to try and join the fight if Flash Wolves continue to pressure. They're gonna wait for the Elder Dragon though, and TSM, just the possibilities of going to contest this Elder Dragon is so low.
Not even going to be able to steal a True Shock Barrage. Look at that Baron power play. 6,300. And they got everything from TSM.
Did a great setup, Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
They get the towers in here, they get Elder Drake on the way out. Like, that's a perfect ending to a Baron power play. Oh, on the way out, let's take an Elder Drake.
Yeah, set yourselves up nicely for the next inhibitor tower siege in Flash Wolves. When the Flash Wolves have a sizable lead, generally play well.
This is a sizable, Trevor.
Oh,
very sizable.
Very sizable indeed. LMS versus the NALCS, and Flash Wolves on the verge of knocking out TSM.
See how they use the buff right now. Another good timing for Flash Wolves is when they're done using the Elder Drake buff, Baron will spawn.
Yep.
Go down and just set up for Baron instead.
I'm going to say calculated.
They time it perfectly.
There we go. You know, it was intentional. They planned it around that way. Either way, they're making use of it. GA is available for MMD if it wasn't difficult enough to deal with.
Oh, we've seen this one before.
We have indeed. This time, however, the tower will most likely fall down. Haunter goes for the Flash Taunt engage. Collateral damage, tags Flash Wolves, but it's Haunter that's down. TSM are on the retreat. Svenskeren forced to dash over. There's MMD, goes over with the playful Trickster, looking for the Urchin strike. Gonna get Svenskeren. MMD's on a killing spree. Betty flashes forward. The inhibitor they don't even care about. They're looking for the kills.
And the Flash Wolves chase down Turtle for the ace and the next spot.
Team Solo Mid are destroyed! Flash Wolves ace them! Take the Nexus turrets, take the Nexus, and Flash Wolves advance to the semi-finals!
Mabel on Talia in this game right now. Had so many good roams, so many good walls to set up objectives. And as soon as Flash Wolves gets a small advantage, we kept talking about it in-game, you know, the use of control wards, just get full control of the map. And TSM could only really go towards the bottom lane with this Shen ulti.
Huge pressure all game long from the Flash Wolves. And they're able to draw out so many advantages.
Really nice draft. We talked a lot about it early on in the game in Champ Select as well, how they got some of these comfort picks. Lulu first pick coming in, of course, Lee Sin for Kaza. MMD got his fist up top lane, the champion, where he's actually been performing well. And they use all these different picks here to kind of have good early game, good mid game, and even late game where TSM's comp would be strong. There's still so much damage inside of Flash Wolves, they can win fights easy.
12,000 gold ahead there. Barons, many dragons.
Remember, it was TSM that pulled the trigger first, trying to jump into Flash Wolves in that bottom lane. Flash Wolves responded, they had an answer, were able to fend off the pressure, and never looked back. After that first play, TSM, they just got pushed all the way back to the Nexus.
Now, what is very unique about this current MSI is that even the teams who don't actually advance to the top 4 have been so close and actually basically at the same level as the two teams just above them.
Correct.
Because we almost had a 4-way tie right now.
You could argue that WE today maybe put an extra step.
I think they did. So we keep it to 4 for now. WE second, SKT first. But so often in international tournaments, we have like 1 or 2 teams just really far away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah.
Not this tournament, though. They were all so even.
I mean, said it a few days ago. It's a 1 and 5 comp, right? SKT and 5 other teams.
True.
I think it got proven true. Anyways, take a look at how Flash Wolves became our 4th MSI semi-finalist. We're going to hand it over to our analysts.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. It took a tiebreaker, but the Flash Wolves put together a very solid win to close out their group stage and snag that 4th slot for the knockout stages. Heartbreak for TSM and NA fans as they will be ending their MSI run here this evening. But I want to get your guys' thoughts on how this match played out. I mean, right from the predictions, you had questions about champion select for TSM and how they might, you know, move into this game thinking, no, they won't adjust that much. Looks like that's very much the case.
Yeah, 100%. My prediction pretty much came true. I was thinking that TSM wouldn't be able to fix this, that we're not going to get Hansar on a strong carry champion, that they're not going to pinch MND's pool, you know, take away threats, they're not going to take away threats from Betty, and everything came true. Like,
And I mean, the big thing that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb to me is the second round bans for TSM. You're looking at Betty. This guy is someone who I've watched a lot of. He's an extremely defensive player. He essentially only plays supportive AD carries. He has 18 Ashe plays with over 85% win rate now, 19 even with this game. He has 1 Twitch game played the whole year, 0 Kog'Maw games the whole year. He lost his Twitch game, and he draws a Kog'Maw and a Twitch ban, second round ban phase for TSM. That to me is just like, what is happening right now? You know, that was so confusing to me, and he hits so many key arrows and comes up big on his biggest comfort pick.
Yeah, silent Twitch is the deadliest, but still it wasn't a great ban though, and I think it also came down to play. If you over-index on such a passive composition, aiming for a late game, then you need to make adjustments in your play. We can't let Haunter get denied these multiple waves, like these feeble attempts to go for aggressive dives that have a really big payout, like don't have a really big payout, really further punishing Haunter in the side lane. Like, TSM by now should know that side lane control is very important, and then individually plays as well. For me, Bifrost and his flashes, or well, the lack thereof, was also really a key part of why TSM was struggling today.
Yeah, you got to flash the arrow before it hits you, not after. But while TSM struggled in this final game, I want to flip to the other side of the rift here, because for this LMS squad, we have to remember that they achieved earning themselves that Pool 1 seed. They're now moving on to the bracket stage. And as the casters pointed out, you know, all of these teams here moving towards the end of the group stage have seemed to maybe find a little bit more of what their style should be for the remainder of the tournament. Flash Wolves, you know, starting 2 losses into 2 wins into 2 losses. You know, they very much have had a roller coaster of a ride here, but being able to end their final day of the group stages with 2 wins and a loss will probably feel very good.
yeah, finishing strong because they figured out their identity, exactly what you're alluding to. This idea that, you know, they've now covered up MMD. They made sure that he's getting that flex phase pick, that it's going to him, that it's also dissuading a possible Syndra blind pick. They've done that multiple times. The fact that Betty is getting his comfort champion. So we had an interview earlier from Flash Wolves that they were concerned about the tournament meta, that they didn't think that they could fit into it, and now it feels like they've slotted in just fine.
And I think they're very deserving here, because not only did they outdraft TSM, they outplayed them mechanically. They had much better vision. They play very well as a team, and you know, this is a team that over the years has talked about their ability to take down the Korean teams, and their belief that if they could just draw some of these Korean teams that they would be able to take them down. They now have the matchup to take down SKT, and if they could do that, that would be an incredible upset.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament would go down in history just for the fact that SKT didn't make the finals in a tournament in which they looked so dominant. While we speak, we're going to catch up for a word with one of the Flash Wolves' hard carries. Shocks, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Maple. And first off, obviously, congratulations. The Flash Wolves make it through. But Maple, what a run it has been. You guys played through the play-ins and then had to fight really, really hard to make it here. What is the overall sentiment? How relieved are you that you guys made it to the next round?
首先先恭喜你们获得刚刚那一场的胜利。你们在 MSI 这个比赛的赛程起伏很多，从入围赛打到小组赛，现在终于打进4强了，有没有松了一口气？
就有点松了一口气啊，因为我们前面打得不是太好，所以面临到这个生死局，虽然也是我们自己造成的，不过就是到这个时候就是有点紧张。
I'm definitely relieved, even though we had our ups and downs before, and also the tiebreaker, even though we caused it. I feel really relieved that we were able to make it into the semifinals.
Well, you mentioned it, obviously, that earlier game versus TSM, you guys had lost that one. So how much did that play in your minds, and what or who was the focus in this matchup, in the rematch?
你们上一场对上 TSM 你们输了，那这有没有影响到你们接下来的比赛？那你们在这一场比赛对上他们有没有做你们的重点放在哪一个部分？
因为我们今天打TSM输了，我觉得比尔森的阿里玩得很好，就是他多次冲到我们后排的。然后虽然我们的后期角色都不会输他们，但就是他每次都成功冲到我们的 carry， 所以我们把比尔森就是封锁掉，所以我们好打很多。
So I think Beerson played really well on his Ahri. He was able to catch our teammates in the back. So in this game, we focused on his Ahri. We banned it, so made sure that he didn't get it.
All right, well, you guys had a fantastic game. You guys make it into the semifinals, and there it is again. SK Telecom waiting for you guys this time in a best-of-5. And in your run here, the game versus SKT was kind of a turning point, and you guys started to win more games. So what can we expect from the Flash Wolves in a best-of-5 versus SKT?
你们接下来比赛要对上 SKT， 那你们在这个赛程中，你们赢了 SKT， 有点像是转捩点一样，你们也渐渐的开始赢越来越多游戏。你觉得接下来闪电狼在对上SKT 的 BO5 会有什么样的表现呢
？SKT 的 BO5 很强，所以基本上我们会想办法多练几只角色吧，因为他们 BO5 的话就是会的角色要很多，所以我们可能会先去多练一些套路，多练一些角色来跟他们打这样。
SAT is definitely stronger. They're both fives. So what we're going to focus on is to deepen our champion pool because you will need a lot of champions when you are on an BO5. So that's what we're going to focus on.
All right, fantastic. Can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Maple. Thank you, Christine, for your great work during the group stage. And we're going to head back to the desk.
Yeah, and with that, we see Flash Wolves kind of still making top 4 as expected. TSM actually coming in. People had pretty low expectations of them, and that's why it's like so heart-wrenching to kind of see them fall out. That's why I actually want to make like a little plea. If you're a TSM fan, there's like a ton of them, right? So there's enough fans right now going out sending messages of like, your draft sucks, you know, you should have flashed, like Bjergsen should have landed more charms, fire this guy, kick this guy. If you're actually a TSM fan and you have a favorite player, send them also a nice message once in a while, because I've been in this moment where you're this close to making it on to the next stage. You're going to play every single instance where you have failed and where your teammates have failed over in your head for like the next 5 days. If you then open social media and you just only see like, bro, you suck, I'm like, yeah, I think we know by now. Like, Turtle knows he got caught. Bifrost knows he should have flashed. Bjergsen knows he should have landed more charms. Like, Svensken, he definitely knows he died too. And Hanser probably has a lot to blame on himself too. So, like, definitely send a few nice messages, I would say.
It is a nice reminder, too, just to remember where we started, right? Again, when you reference power rankings, what the expected was. Flash Wolves, they make it to the knockout stage, but most people, again, saying that they should be the finalist across from SKT. TSM, as well as the GIGABYTE Marines, mostly counted out of the top 4, so largely finishing where they were expected to finish. Now, after 5 days of competition, the knockout bracket for MSI 2017 is officially filled in. SKT enters the bracket as the #1 seed, and they will face #4 Flash Wolves. The LPL's Team WE is the 2nd seed, and they will take on Europe's G2 Esports. Now that we have our official bracket stage locked in, I'm just going to open the floor to you guys. What do you want to talk about here?
Well, I did have G2 coming in as my dark horse, but it's really hard for me to back the dark horse now against my boys in the
That's fine, I will do that for you, Prosker. And G2 is going straight to the final. Started from the bottom, now we're here. And it's G2 in best of 5s. Always 3-1 victories, so I think it's over for W.
I'm just really excited the fact that we have 2 teams that actually split games against SKT, you know, in this tournament now, and perhaps we could actually have someone challenge them and maybe even take them down. That's really what I'm hoping to see.
You know, of course, in that interview, Maple mentioned that for Flash Wolves, what it's going to be about between this week and next week is expanding those champion pools, making sure that they have enough effective tools to get through a best of 5. That'll be the key against someone like SKT.
And that's the thing. Like, I 100% agree that there's a possibility that someone could challenge, but in a best of 5, I'm just like, oh, SKT's probably going to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's lopsided always if you're going up against those Korean gods on the other side of the rift, but we'll see if they can do just that. Now, as we get closer to crowning an MSI champion, let's get an update on what's on the line. Thanks to your contribution, the MSI 2017 prize pool has been increased to just shy of $1.7 million, and there's still time to raise the stakes. Conqueror Karma and the accompanying ward skin sales will contribute to the prize purse here at MSI 2017 through May 24th, so be sure to show your support. The fan contribution is $1.4 million, bringing the total prize pool up to $1.69, just so you are all aware. Now, the last week has been action-packed, and we've been keeping tabs on your favorite moments. Let's look at your MSI big plays, brought to you by Acer. First up, Elmi tweeted, "My fizz is good, my rise does work." You guessed it right. I'm G2 Perks. Let's take a look.
Perks can try something.
Has his ulti. From the Waters is in. It's on to Slay. Should be able to bounce back around. He's going to take one, but that's a 1-4-1. Here come the meat damage, boys. Oh. No, the double kill onto the board. And Perks gets out alive. Are you kidding me? I mean, Crow.
I think they will be low HP now.
No. Back.
I'll put what I can. It's worth if you kill one guy. Oh, nice. Oh nice my god, nice. Holy shit.
No. Back. Okay, if you kill one guy, it's worth. All right, two works as well.
It's a great play, but I just see Archie trolling with that portal, and I just can't.
All right.
All comes back to the Bard with Crepo.
I'm just saying that wasn't a great portal. If Fizz just killed one of you guys, I think you just
Let him go.
Let him go.
I'll do EU's job for you. Perks played incredible that game. He had an incredible. He beat Faker in lane early as Orianna. Like, that was insane.
Let's be real. As an individual, Perks has been playing very well. And if we track the journey of that player from last year's MSI to now, I mean, he has had tremendous growth in the past 12 months. Next up, AJK in Ohio had the same reaction we all did to the first nail-biting clash between NA and EU. Let's step way back to day 2 and take a look.
Back inside the base, it's the Nexus getting hit. Sven wants in, Perk still hitting it. This could be it, but Pierce is back onto that, and they've taken down Sven as well. TSM Nexus alive. They're going for expect. GA is popped. Does he have the damage? He cues in for a bit of movement. He cues him back. Trick needs 5 autos. The Flash missed the harpoon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes Tom Catch, and they're going to stop him. TSM's are pushing the top side. 20-second respawns. Can they get him? They're going to get the damage.
Number tipping, but you can end. I can't. Long door. We can end. Nice.
James is here.
Going. And he Nexus, Nexus.
I can't hit Nexus, Luca. That's a guy in my face. Get a Lucian. Nice. He's up.
It's only Lee. Only one person has ulti.
Let's kill him. Vincent can? Maybe Vincent can? Go, check. Can you eat him?
I can't.
Kill him, guys!
Nice. End the game. 20 seconds.
That's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys should be able to. I have GA.
Bring the wave.
We're fine. We went. Drop in 10. Oh, holy fuck. And something like.
TSM in the strangest game I have cast. Take the win over G2.
I mean, Freak was a workhorse in that game.
Yeah, no kidding. And I remember watching that in the cast room with everyone else, and everyone's jumping up and down screaming. Like, that ending was just insane. And then Kreppel was in the corner crying, but that was okay.
Absolutely. I tell you, I watched that GIF of Kobe, Freak, and Deficio casting that probably 30 times in a row that following evening. It was so fun to watch. Finally, in response to the 14 kills in 15 minutes performance, Cyanide himself tweeted, after that game, it's pretty safe to say that Peanut has deserved to be called the second best Lee in the world. That may be up for debate. You be the judge.
Uni's in trouble. He's already used that flash, remember, this time round. No binding connects Peanut. He's going to look for a kill reply. 7 kills, 4.5 minutes. Go for it.
I mean, the kills are getting traded pretty evenly, but the problem is, look at how much gold is going to be funneled into this Twitch. They already took the turns. More fighting top.
Oh, my word. Peanut's got another.
Peanut, he's getting sucked in here.
Sonic Wave connects. Resonating strike for the snipe.
Nice.
Sonic Wave finds his target. Peanut 6-0. Tied for the most kills in MSI history. Optimus may give it up to Peanut to break the record.
They're actually doing it. The GIGABYTE Marines, these utter nutters are about to ace SKT.
They're going to tower.
Oh, no.
11! Don't take the journey. Peanut is playing whack-a-mole with the Marines. Now the most kills in a game at MSI was set by BRTT. It was 18. Peanut is getting close to that. 13-0. Tempered Fate locks him down.
1, 2.5.
Archie's now the target. He's got no support. Peanut follows it through for his 14th kill. Faking gets another. Another fountain. The equalizer's burning down the GIGABYTE Marines, and they are aced.
Peanut finds his 15th kill of the game.
I'm actually surprised that was as short as I remember it being much longer than that. I was like, this is going to go on for 7 minutes at least.
Right, compiling 15 kills does take quite a while, but those were just 3 of the many amazing plays that we had here during the MSI group stages. Now, MSI 2017 returns next Friday with our first semi-final best of 5 between Korea's SK Telecom T1 and the LMS's Flash Wolves. Then it's Team WE versus G2 Esports to decide who will face off in the final fight on Sunday. Those matches begin at 3 p.m. local time. That's 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 in the evening for everyone observing Central European summertime. All right, but for now, we have to call it a night at the Jeunesse Arena. So thank you for joining us through the 2017 MSI group stage, and we'll see you in the knockout round when it kicks off next week. Good night.
Versus EU from Rio.
Will Bergson actually go up?
I think he will. He's found it. Bergson finds Bergs and secures first
Don't worry. Fine. Some.
We're not done yet. Slay has flashed it.
No one is dying.
Step shot knocks him into the air. That's 3 for the LMS. That's 3.
That could be an ace.
Flash Wolves. That's a triple kill from Betty and the ace after a quadra to close it out.
Takes out Slay with a shove, and Diamond 7 still living for a little while longer. So many shields missing, unstoppable.
Ooh, it's gonna be Lucian mid.
Yes. There's Raccoon. The Molotov fight. Lucian gets first blood. Condi's looking for Peanut. It's a double kill to mid lane Lucian.
Nexus exposed and SKT dominate G2 to lock in first. To go for it, they go for Redemption. He's gonna look for it. Tries to steal it. Oh my god! He steals the Elder Dragon! The SM will keep their dreams alive. A 50-minute game. Take down Flash Wolves.
2 wants their cupcakes. Consume and Smite is available. Needs to be taken down. The Baron is the focus and trick.
Oh my god! How did he
fueled by Expect?
They got him! They gotta get it!
Now the Nexus turret falls. Team WE with a mid lane Lucian make a statement to defeat SKT. Follows immediately after. G2 Esports have killed Team Solo Mid. They've routed them. They've aced them. E2 Esports. They're taking down the Nexus turret. Stun Team Solo Mid. And G2 shot at International Redemption stays alive.
Who will get the number 4 seed? Who will get that first seed for World?
Biofrost just keeps it in a 4v5. Finscare is shot backwards and shut down by Maple. Bjergsen's looking for a target. Can't find the overload. He's running for his life. Hornsa is taken down. Team Solo Mid are destroyed. Flash Wolves ace them. Take the Nexus turrets. Take the Nexus. And Flash Wolves advance to the semifinals.